On a full moon in a tranquil forest, Xiaoli Luo and her white werewolf stalked a crying little girl running through the dense forest. The little girl Yuan Gungun looked like a 5-year-old. Her big eyes and face were round, her nose was straight and her body was chubby.
"Mummy, Daddy, where are you?" Yuan Gungun asked.
"I'm scared."
"Only nocturnal birds and insects," answered Yuan Gungun.
"Mummy, Daddy, it's scary here," Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun sat on the ground, she curled her chubby body like a round ball and cried. Carnivorous beasts hidden in the shadows heard Yuan Gungun's cry, and they slowly crept toward their dinner. Yuan Gungun heard the beast's footsteps, and she looked up.
The little girl stopped crying. She loved animals. "Hello friends," Yuan Gungun greeted. "What big dogs you are. Do you live here together? At home my daddy lets me raise big dogs too."
In the critical moment, Xiaoli Luo the white werewolf leapt in front of the little girl and protected her from the hungry beasts. "What beautiful white fur and violet eyes you have," Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun stroked Xiaoli Luo's soft white furry back, and she smiled at Xiaoli Luo. Xiaoli Luo's tail wrapped around Yuan Gungun's waist and lifted Yuan Gungun onto her back. Yuan Gungun hugged Xiaoli Luo's soft neck and rubbed a chubby cheek on the back of Xiaoli Luo's head. Xiaoli Luo leapt over the hungry beasts, and ran in the direction of the Hao mansion. Xiaoli Luo's paw pressed a secret knob on the mansion door, and the door opened. Yuan Gungun was amazed to see the tall masculine immortal waiting for Xiaoli Luo inside the mansion. The tall immortal creased his brows at the little girl.
He turned around and walked back to the living room.
Xiaoli Luo raised her tail, whipped the door closed, and she walked to the living room. Xiaoli Luo let Yuan Gungun slide down her back onto a soft carpet. Hao Yankai sat on the sofa and patted his lap. Xiaoli Luo jumped onto his lap and rubbed her head on his neck. He stroked her head, and his amber eyes looked at Yuan Gungun sitting on the carpet.
Yuan Gungun thought Hao Yankai looked more handsome than her daddy. "Uncle, are you an angel?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Uncle is Satan," Hao Yankai said. "Uncle, what is Satan?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Is it someone who likes to dig?" Xiaoli Luo wailed softly like she was laughing.
Hao Yankai hit her soft bottom.
"Uncle is a demon," Hao Yankai said. Yuan Gungun laughed.
"Uncle, you shouldn't lie," Yuan Gungun said.
"Uncle is too handsome to be a demon."
Hao Yankai chuckled.
"Uncle is a special demon," Hao Yankai said. "Uncle, I can't find my parents," Yuan Gungun said. "Uncle, can you help me find my parents?" Yuan Gungun began to cry softly. "Yes," Hao Yankai said. "Uncle, we'll ask your parents to come here in a few days to take you home." "Is Uncle telling the truth?" Yuan Gungun asked.
"Yes," Hao Yankai said. Yuan Gungun stopped crying and she smiled at Hao Yankai. Xiaoli Luo jumped off Hao Yankai's lap, and he picked up the Yuan Gungun.
"What is your name?" Hao Yankai asked. "Yuan Gungun said. "Yuan Gungun?" Hao Yankai asked. "Yes," Yuan Gungun said. "What is Uncle's name?"
"Gungun can call Uncle, Uncle K," Hao Tenkai said. "Uncle K," Yuan Gungun called sweetly. "Gungun, I'll take you to your room," Hao Yankai said. "A maid will help Gungun to have a bath, feed you dinner and tuck you in bed." Yuan Gungun nodded her head. Hao Yankai carried Yuan Gungun to a guest room. He put Yuan Gungun on the bed and he smiled at her. "Gungun, sit here and wait for the maid," Hao Yankai said. "Uncle will go call the maid to take care of you. Don't run around." "Yes, Uncle," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yankai thought Yuan Gungun was the perfect wife for his oldest son, Hao Yanshei. In the master bedroom of the Hao mansion, Xiaoli Luo transformed into an alluring woman. Her long white hair spanned on the bed, her violet eyes beckoned Hao Yankai to come onto the bed and her lips were apple red. "Luo Li Qiu," Hao Yankai called. "Your Mandarin is rusty," Xiaoli Luo said. Hao Yankai effortlessly ripped Xiaoli Luo's dress and exposed her black lingerie. Xiaoli Luo pulled the bedsheet over her half-naked body. "Hao Yankai, my dress," Xiaoli Luo said. Hao Yankai crawled under the bedsheet and he laid on top of Xiaoli Luo. "Xiao Luo, what did you call me?" Hao Yankai asked. Xiaoli Luo swallowed her saliva. "Hao, husband," Xiaoli Luo called. "Xiao Luo, I want to hear you call me again," Hao Yankai said. "Husband, husband," Xiaoli Luo called. Your husband will reward you a kiss," Hao Yankai said. Hao Yankai captured Xiaoli Luo's apple red lips. "Xiao Luo, I want you," Hao Yankai said in a husky voice. "Wait," Xiaoli Luo said. "Why?"
Hao Yin K asked. Xiao Li Luo caressed Hao Yin K's chest. I want to discuss something with you, Xiao Li Luo said. We'll talk later, Hao Yin K said. Wait, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Li Luo. Hao Yin K called. It's rude to interrupt your husband when he's in the middle of seducing you. Xiao Li Luo didn't dare say to Hao Yin K that it was rude not to let his wife talk. It won't take long, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Luo, you have 5 minutes, Hao Yin K said. I love the little girl I saved, Xiao Li Luo said. I think she'll be the perfect wife for Xiao Che. I agree, Han Yin K said. I sense she's Xiao Che's soulmate, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Luo, when are you going to pay attention to your husband? Han Yin K asked. Xiao Li Luo kissed Han Yin K's lips. Xiao Che and Xiao Ming are our sons, Xiao Li Luo said. Han Yin K scoffed. Xiao Che inherited my genes and Xiao Ming inherited your genes, Xiao Li Luo said. If that year you didn't save me, then I wouldn't have met you. I don't want Xiao Che to live a cold, solitary life. Can you understand that I want Xiao Che to have love in his life? Xiao Luo, how can I not understand if you're talking in my ear? Hao Yin K asked. I'm being serious, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Luo, you're not allowed to cry, Hao Yin K said. Xiao Li Luo blinked her teary violet eyes. Hao Yin K kissed Xiao Li Luo's lips until she couldn't breathe. Xiao Luo, don't think about the painful past anymore, Hao Yin K said. I'm yours and you're mine. Let me worry about Xiao Che. Don't cry. Xiao Li Luo nodded her head. Hao Yin K licked Xiao Li Luo's tears, and his hands caressed her soft body. It was a fiery night. Early morning, Yuan Gungun rubbed her eyes and opened her eyes. She sat up on the bed. Last night Yuan Gungun didn't sleep in her bedroom. She remembered a maid gave her a delicious candy. She met a big white dog with beautiful violet eyes and a handsome uncle. Yuan Gungun scratched her head, got out of bed and she walked to the bathroom. Her mummy told her after she opened her eyes in the morning, she needed to get out of bed, brush her teeth and wash her face. In the master bedroom, Xiao Li Luo snuck out of bed and tiptoed to Yuan Gungun's room to see if Yuan Gungun was awake. Yuan Gungun stood in front of the sink that was too high for her to reach. She didn't know how to brush and wash her face if she couldn't reach the tap. Xiao Li Luo smiled at the chubby Yuan Gungun jumping up and down in front of the sink. Sweetheart, what are you doing? Xiao Li Luo asked. Yuan Gungun was startled by another person's voice. She turned around and thought she saw a goddess. Big sister, are you a goddess? Yuan Gungun asked. Xiao Li Luo picked up Yuan Gungun and smiled at Yuan Gungun's chubby face. Auntie is the mistress of this mansion, Xiao Li Luo said. Big sister, you can call me Yuan Gungun said. Xiao Li Luo thought Yuan Gungun was an adorable name for an adorable little girl. Gungun, I'm not big sister, Xiao Li Luo said. Call me Auntie Li Gungun, do you want to brush your teeth and wash your face? Yes Auntie Li, Yuan Gungun said. But the sink is too high. Xiao Li Luo couldn't resist squeezing Xiao Li Luo's chubby cheeks. Auntie will help you, Xiao Li Luo said. Thank you Auntie, Yuan Gungun said sweetly. Gungun's a good girl, Xiao Li Luo praised. Xiao Li picked up a toothbrush and brushed Yuan Gungun's teeth. Then she poured warm water into a cup and helped Yuan Gungun rinse her mouth. She was happy she finally got to mother such an adorable little girl. Xiao Li Luo washed Yuan Gungun's face, and she took out a clean towel from a drawer to wipe Yuan Gungun's face. She put Yuan Gungun down. Afterward she had to brush her teeth and wash her face too because she was worried she would wake up Hao Yin K if she brushed and washed in the master bathroom. Xiao Li Luo carried Yuan Gungun outside the bathroom. Gungun, are you hungry? Xiao Li Luo asked. Yuan Gungun rubbed her small stomach. Auntie Li, I'm hungry, Yuan Gungun said. Auntie will take Gungun to eat breakfast, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Li Luo put Yuan Gungun down, she held Yuan Gungun's chubby hand and they walked together to the dining room. She decided, Yuan Gungun had to be her daughter-in-law. End of chapters 1 to 3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. In the master bedroom of the Hao mansion, Xiao Li Luo transformed into an alluring woman. Her long white hair spanned on the bed, her violet eyes beckoned Hao Yin K to come onto the bed and her lips were apple red. Luo Li Qiu, Hao Yin K called. Your Mandarin is rusty, Xiao Li Luo said. Hao Yin K effortlessly ripped Xiao Li Luo's dress and exposed her black lingerie. Xiao Li Luo pulled the bedsheet over her half-naked body. Hao Yin K, my dress, Xiao Li Luo said.
Hao Yan-K crawled under the bedsheet and he laid on top of Xiao Li Luo.
Xiao Luo, what did you call me? Hao Yan-K asked.
Xiao Li Luo swallowed her saliva.
Hao, husband, Xiao Li Luo called.
Xiao Luo, I want to hear you call me again, Hao Yan-K said.
Husband, Xiao Li Luo called.
Your husband will reward you a kiss, Hao Yan-K said. Hao Yan-K captured Xiao Li Luo's apple red lips.
Xiao Luo, I want you, Hao Yan-K said in a husky voice.
Wait, Xiao Li Luo said.
Why? Hao Yan-K asked.
Xiao Li Luo caressed Hao Yan-K's chest.
I want to discuss something with you, Xiao Li Luo said.
We'll talk later, Hao Yan-K said.
Wait, Xiao Li Luo said.
Xiao Li Luo.
Hao Yan-K called.
It's rude to interrupt your husband when he's in the middle of seducing you. Xiao Li Luo didn't dare say to Hao Yan-K that it was rude not to let his wife talk.
It won't take long, Xiao Li Luo said.
Xiao Luo, you have 5 minutes, Hao Yan-K said.
I love the little girl I saved, Xiao Li Luo said.
I think she'll be the perfect wife for Xiao Che.
I agree, Han Yan-K said.
I sense she's Xiao Che's soulmate, Xiao Li Luo said.
Xiao Luo, when are you going to pay attention to your husband? Han Yan-K asked.
Xiao Li Luo kissed Han Yan-K's lips. Xiao Che and Xiao Ming are our sons, Xiao Li Luo said.
Han Yan-K scoffed.
Xiao Che inherited my genes and Xiao Ming inherited your genes, Xiao Li Luo said.
If that year you didn't save me, then I wouldn't have met you.
I don't want Xiao Che to live a cold, solitary life.
Can you understand that I want Xiao Che to have love in his life? Xiao Luo, how can I not understand if you're talking in my ear? Hao Yan-K asked.
I'm being serious, Xiao Li Luo said.
Xiao Luo, you're not allowed to cry, Hao Yan-K said.
Xiao Li Luo blinked her teary violet eyes.
Hao Yan-K kissed Xiao Li Luo's lips until she couldn't breathe.
Xiao Luo, don't think about the painful past anymore, Hao Yan-K said.
I'm yours and you're mine. Let me worry about Xiao Che. Don't cry. Xiao Li Luo nodded her head.
Hao Yan-K licked Xiao Li Luo's tears, and his hands caressed her soft body. It was a fiery night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 3.
Early morning, Yuan Gungun rubbed her eyes and opened her eyes.
She sat up on the bed. Last night Yuan Gungun didn't sleep in her bedroom.
She remembered a maid gave her a delicious candy. She met a big white dog with beautiful violet eyes and a handsome uncle. Yuan Gungun scratched her head, got out of bed and she walked to the bathroom. Her mummy told her after she opened her eyes in the morning, she needed to get out of bed, brush her teeth and wash her face. In the master bedroom, Xiao Li Luo snuck out of bed and tiptoed to Yuan Gungun's room to see if Yuan Gungun was awake. Yuan Gungun stood in front of the sink that was too high for her to reach. She didn't know how to brush and wash her face if she couldn't reach the tap.
Xiao Li Luo smiled at the chubby Yuan Gungun jumping up and down in front of the sink. Sweetheart, what are you doing? Xiao Li Luo asked. Yuan Gungun was startled by another person's voice.
She turned around and thought she saw a goddess.
Big sister, are you a goddess? Yuan Gungun asked. Xiao Li Luo picked up Yuan Gungun and smiled at Yuan Gungun's chubby face.
Auntie is the mistress of this mansion, Xiao Li Luo said. Big sister, you can call me Yuan Gungun said. Xiao Li Luo thought Yuan Gungun was an adorable name for an adorable little girl. Gungun, I'm not big sister, Xiao Li Luo said.
Call me Auntie Li Gungun. Do you want to brush your teeth and wash your face?
Yes, Auntie Li, Yuan Gungun said.
But the sink is too high. Xiao Li Luo couldn't resist squeezing Xiao Li Luo's chubby cheeks. Auntie will help you, Xiao Li Luo said. Thank you, Auntie, Yuan Gungun said sweetly.
Gungun's a good girl, Xiao Li Luo praised. Xiao Li picked up a toothbrush and brushed Yuan Gungun's teeth. Then she poured warm water into a cup and helped Yuan Gungun rinse her mouth. She was happy she finally got to mother such an adorable little girl. Xiao Li Luo washed Yuan Gungun's face, and she took out a clean towel from a drawer to wipe Yuan Gungun's face.
She put Yuan Gungun down.
Afterward she had to brush her teeth and wash her face too because she was worried she would wake up Hao Yan-K if she brushed and washed in the master bathroom. Xiao Li Luo carried Yuan Gungun outside the bathroom.
Gungun, are you hungry?
Xiao Li Luo asked. Yuan Gungun rubbed her small stomach.
Auntie Li, I'm hungry, Yuan Gungun said.
Auntie will take Gungun to eat breakfast, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Li Luo put Yuan Gungun down, she held Yuan Gungun's chubby hand and they walked together to the dining room. She decided, Yuan Gungun had to be her daughter-in-law. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4-5. In the dining room of the Hao mansion, Xiao Li Luo happily watched Yuan Gungun eat. She felt nothing else in the world could make her happier.
Gungun, is the food delicious? Xiao Li Luo asked. It's delicious, Yuan Gungun said.
She bit another chicken wing and smiled at Xiao Li Luo.
Auntie Li, why aren't you eating?
Because Auntie loves watching Gungun eat adorably and Auntie forgot to eat, Xiao Li Luo said.
Xiao Li Luo picked up a napkin, and she helped wipe grease off Yuan Gungun's mouth and clothes. Yuan Gungun put a chicken wing in Xiao Li Luo's bowl. Auntie Li needs to eat too, Yuan Gungun said.
Mummy said a person needs to eat breakfast if they want to be beautiful. Look how beautiful Auntie Li is. If Auntie Li doesn't eat breakfast, then Auntie Li won't be beautiful anymore.
Yuan Gungun's innocence made Xiao Li Luo laughed.
Xiao Li Luo ate the chicken wing Yuan Gungun put in her bowl.
Hao Yan-Kei strode into the dining room. He was angry at Xiao Li Luo.
Everything he said to his wife last night went through one ear and out the other.
Good morning, Uncle K, Yuan Gungun greeted sweetly. Good morning, husband, Xiao Li Luo greeted.
Why, didn't you sleep in?
Hao Yan-Kei walked to Xiao Li Luo.
Xiao Luo, your heart didn't hear what I said to you last night, Hao Yan-Kei said.
I didn't, Xiao Li Luo said softly.
Xiao Luo, last night I said you can't leave the bed before me, Hao Yan Quebec. He stroked Xiao Li Luo's long white hair.
If you do, you have to pay the price.
K.
Xiao Li Luo called. Gungun's here. Xiao Li Luo didn't want Hao Yan-Kei to corrupt Yuan Gungun's innocent eyes.
Don't worry, Hao Yan-Kei said.
Look at the hearty way Gungun is eating. She can't hear us.
Hao Yan-Kei was impressed with Yuan Gungun's eating skills. Xiao Li Luo watched Yuan Gungun's chubby hands hold a bowl of vegetable soup, and Yuan Gungun's white teeth fought to chew on the vegetables.
Luo Li Qiu. Hao Yan-Kei called.
That isn't my name, Xiao Li Luo said. Xiao Luo, stop avoiding the inevitable, Hao Yan-Kei said.
What do you think your punishment is?
K, I promise I won't leave the bed before you again, Xiao Li Luo said. I left the bed early because I was worried Gungun was hungry.
Hao Yan-Kei scoffed.
Xiao Li Luo tugged his shirt sleeve.
Don't be angry, Xiao Li Luo said. Sit down and eat with me. Hao Yan-Kei sat next to Xiao Li Luo and he began eating breakfast. Xiao Li Luo ate breakfast in between putting food into Yuan Gungun's bowl and wiping Yuan Gungun's mouth.
Yuan Gungun ate heartily. She didn't know her parents were having nervous breakdowns because she was missing. At the Yuan mansion, there was tension between Feng Dudu and Yuan Tinglu.
Where's my Gungun? Feng Dudu asked. Yuan Tinglu silently rubbed his tense temple.
I don't care if you hate me and flaunt your women in my face, Feng Dudu said.
But you can't hide Gungun from me.
I can't live without Gungun.
Yuan Tinglu didn't know what to say to comfort Feng Dudu. Where are you hiding Gungun? Feng Dudu asked. If you hate me, why did you marry me and wanted to have children with me? I left to give back your freedom. If you hate me, why did you force me to come back?
Feng Dudu closed her eyes and cried. She loved Yuan Tinglu, but he treated her cruelly. Yuan Tinglu avoided looking at Feng Dudu's face.
He didn't know what to say.
I've had enough, Feng Dudu said.
Gungun will stay with you.
I know you'll treat Gungun well.
I'll leave. This time don't look for me.
You can't use Gungun to blackmail me. Feng Dudu wiped her tears, and she walked past Yuan Tinglu.
Yuan Tinglu captured Feng Dudu's arm.
You're not allowed to leave, Yuan Tinglu said. You can either let me go or kill me, Feng Dudu said. Feng Dudu picked up the knife from the dining table to slit her wrist.
Yuan Tinglu immediately disarmed her. Feng Dudu, are you crazy? Yuan Tinglu asked.
Being played by you made me crazy, Feng Dudu said.
Are you happy? You can kill me. I don't want to live like this. I'm tired of suffering. Why are you this cruel to me? 5 years ago I loved you, but you pretended you couldn't see. You're always icy cold toward me. You're a scar in my heart.
For 5 years, Gungun and I lived a happy life together, but you forced us to come back here. Then you brought another woman here to pour salt onto my scar.
Why are you treating me this way? What have I done wrong except love you? What do you want? Do you want me to die? Feng Dudu pounded Yuan Tinglu's chest, and she cried all the tears she bottled up. She couldn't live in Yuan Ting Lu's cold home. Yuan Ting Lu let Feng Dudu hit him as much as she wanted. He hugged her, he didn't want to hurt her. He was naturally born a cold person. He didn't know how to love another person. Years ago, Yuan Ting Lu didn't know what to do with Feng Dudu, who used to always smile at him. Even if he was cold toward her, she used to smile at him and stayed with him. He didn't know why, but slowly he could only see her. If he couldn't see her, he would feel lost. He thought she knew he cared about her, and they would always be together. Yuan Ting Lu thought Feng Dudu would always smile, cook and eat dinner with him. But 5 years ago Feng Dudu left him. When he found out, he fell into pieces. He didn't understand why. The night before she left, they slept together, but the next morning she secretly left him. She didn't take anything he gave her. Then he slowly resented her. He fooled himself into thinking he didn't need her, and he could live without her. Yuan Ting Lu didn't look for Feng Dudu for 4 years. He thought he could forget Feng Dudu by 4 years. He failed, he went to look for her after 5 years. He told himself he only wanted to bring her back and make her suffer for leaving him. But when he found her, she gave him a happy surprise. He found out they had a daughter together, Yuan Gun Gun. He was happy she gave birth to their daughter, and he brought her and their daughter home. He used their daughter to blackmail her to stay, and he did everything to make her suffer for leaving him and hiding their daughter from him. If Yuan Ting Lu was honest with himself, he would see that he wanted to forgive Feng Dudu and wanted to learn how to treat her better. But she didn't want to accept him in her life. She made him angry by putting distance between them. So he did something childish. He brought a woman home to make her jealous, and show her she still loved him like she did 5 years ago. But she wasn't jealous. She calmly walked past the living room and upstairs to her bedroom. She didn't know the moment he couldn't see her, he pushed the woman off his lap onto the floor. 2 days ago, Yuan Ting Lu wanted to confess to Feng Dudu that he didn't do anything to betray her. But he discovered Yuan Gun Gun was missing. He didn't want her to worry, so he let her misunderstand him that he was hiding Yuan Gun Gun from her. When Yuan Ting Lu saw Feng Dudu picked up the knife to harm herself, he realized he loved her. He didn't know what he did to make the woman he loved changed from a lively woman to a woman he didn't recognize. End of chapters 4-5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapters 6-7. Ting Lu, I'm begging you out of consideration, I loved you for years, let me and Gun Gun go, Feng Dudu said. There are many women lining up to have a child with you. Feng Dudu thought it wasn't worth losing herself to love Yuan Ting Lu. Yuan Ting Lu was angry on the inside, but stayed calm on the outside. No, you're my wife and Gun Gun is our daughter, Yuan Ting Lu said. Do you know you're killing me? Feng Dudu asked. Yuan Ting Lu carried Feng Dudu to the sofa. It's your fault, Yuan Ting Lu said. You shouldn't have left me. It's my fault for loving you, Feng Dudu said. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't have married you. For you it doesn't matter who you marry, you can still live with any woman. Feng Dudu cried on the sofa. For years I did everything to please you, Feng Dudu said. But if we weren't sleeping together, you would be cold toward me. You didn't love me. I didn't do anything wrong by leaving you. When I found out I was pregnant, I didn't want the baby to find out their parents had contract marriage. I told Gun Gun that her dad was missing. At least in Gun Gun's heart, her dad loved her. How can you say you didn't do anything wrong? Yuan Ting Lu asked. You secretly took our daughter away and left me. You said you loved me for 5 years. But you don't understand me. If you did understand me, then you wouldn't have left. You would have known I care about you, and I like being with you. Yes, I'm a cold person. But it doesn't mean I hate you, and don't need you and our daughter. You're my wife. If you think our relationship is only a contract marriage, then don't think about seeing Gun Gun again. Yuan Ting Lu wiped Feng Dudu's tears. He wouldn't have said such embarrassing words if he wasn't talking to Feng Dudu. Are you saying you like you? Feng Dudu asked. I don't hate you, Yuan Ting Lu said. Feng Dudu looked away from Yuan Ting Lu. I love you, Yuan Ting Lu whispered. Feng Dudu looked at Yuan Ting Lu. She thought she heard him say he loved her. Yuan Ting Lu blushed. Even if what I said was true, for now you can't see Gun Gun, Yuan Ting Lu said. It's your punishment for leaving me. I'll let you see Gun Gun after you reflected about what you did wrong. You're not allowed to leave me again. Feng Dudu hugged Yuan Ting Lu's neck, and she cried on his shoulder. Ting Lu, I won't leave you again, Feng Dudu said. Yuan Ting Lu was happy to hear Feng Dudu agree to stay with him.
He must love her if he wanted to change to make her happy.
When can I see Gun Gun? Feng Dudu asked. I admit it was wrong of me to leave you.
If you be good, I'll let you see Gun Gun in a few days, Yuan Tinglu said.
Promise? Feng Dudu asked.
Yes, Yuan Tinglu said.
Then you can't bring your women here.
No, you can't see your women outside either, Feng Dudu said. If you do, I'll take Gun Gun and we'll run away where you can't find us. You're the only woman in my life, Yuan Tinglu said.
That day, Feng Dudu said.
That day I was angry and I brought a woman here to make you jealous, Yuan Tinglu said.
I didn't do anything with that woman.
That day I put laxatives in the tea for you and her to drink, Feng Dudu said.
Yuan Tinglu was happy Feng Dudu didn't change.
I'm sorry, Feng Dudu said.
Don't be angry.
I'm not angry, Yuan Tinglu said.
Yuan Tinglu hugged Feng Dudu. He loved everything about her.
He needed to find Yuan Gungun soon before she found out Yuan Gungun was missing.
He prayed Yuan Gungun was safe.
At the Hao Mansion, in the guest room, Xiaoli Luo brushed Yuan Gungun's hair while Yuan Gungun licked a lollipop.
Gungun, do you know your daddy's name?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Auntie Li, Daddy told me his name once, Yuan Gungun said. But I don't remember Daddy's name.
I only know he's my daddy.
Xiaoli Luo was surprised Yuan Gungun forgot her daddy's name. Gungun, do you remember your mummy's name?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Mummy's name is Feng Dudu. Xiaoli Luo thought she misheard Yuan Gungun called her mummy Fat Dudu. Gungun, are you sure your mummy's name is Fat Dudu?
Xiaoli Luo asked. Yuan Gungun was busy licking her lollipop, and she heard Xiaoli Luo asked if her mummy's name was Feng Dudu.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, sit still, Xiaoli Luo said. Xiaoli Luo attached a pink butterfly clip to Yuan Gungun's hair, and she kissed Yuan Gungun's lovable face.
Yuan Gungun smiled at her and kissed her face too. Gungun, do you like Auntie and Uncle K?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
Auntie Li and Uncle K are beautiful.
Xiaoli Luo squeezed Yuan Gungun's cheeks. Gungun, do you want to be Auntie and Uncle K's daughter-in-law?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Auntie Li, what is daughter-in-law? Yuan Gungun asked.
It means Gungun will marry Auntie and Uncle K's son, Xiaoli Luo said.
Yuan Gungun scratched her head. Auntie Li, what is marry? Yuan Gungun asked.
After Gungun marry Auntie and Uncle K's son, Gungun will come here often to play, Xiaoli Luo said. When Gungun come here to visit Auntie, Auntie can prepare delicious food for you and buy you beautiful clothes.
If you marry Auntie and Uncle K's son, Auntie will give you everything you want. Auntie Li, I want your big dog, Yuan Gungun said. What big dog?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
The big dog with white fur, Yuan Gungun said.
The big dog has beautiful violet eyes like Auntie Li's eyes.
The big dog carried me here.
I love the big dog.
Auntie Li, where's the big dog?
Xiaoli Luo smiled. She didn't know if Yuan Gungun wasn't scared of werewolves or if Yuan Gungun didn't understand how dangerous werewolves were.
Gungun, do you really love the big dog?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Aren't you scared of the big dog?
I really love the big dog, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm not scared of the big dog. Gungun, do you really want to see the big dog?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Yes, I want to see the big dog, Yuan Gungun said.
Auntie will let Gungun see the big dog, Xiaoli Luo said. Xiaoli Luo got off Yuan Gungun's bed, and she transformed into a werewolf. A blinding silver light radiated the room. 3 minutes later, Yuan Gungun saw the big white dog sitting on the floor in front of her.
Xiaoli Luo hoped Yuan Gungun wouldn't disappoint me.
She waited for Yuan Gungun's reaction. Yuan Gungun dropped the lollipop in her hand, and Xiaoli Luo felt disappointed Yuan Gungun wasn't happy to see the big dog.
End of chapters 6 to 7.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 8, 9.
Yuan Gungun glanced at the clothes on the floor around the big dog. She jumped off the bed and hugged the big dog.
Big dog, you're beautiful, Yuan Gungun said. Xiaoli Luo was happy she was right about Yuan Gungun. She licked Yuan Gungun's neck. Auntie Li, are you the big dog? Yuan Gungun asked.
Xiaoli Luo howled softly. Auntie Li, you're a beautiful big dog, Yuan Gungun said. Auntie Li, if you come home with me, I'll marry Auntie Li's son.
Yuan Gungun wanted to climb onto Xiaoli Luo's back. Xiaoli Luo wanted the innocent Yuan Gungun to be her daughter-in-law. Where else would Xiaoli Luo find such a lovable daughter-in-law who loved werewolves instead of being scared of werewolves? Xiaoli Luo believed Yuan Gungun would love Hao Yanqi too. Hao Yanqi needed someone warm and loving like Yuan Gungun.
Auntie Li, I want to sit on your back, Yuan Gungun said.
Xiaoli Luo's tail lifted Yuan Gungun onto her back. Yuan Gungun clapped and laughed happily.
Yuan Gungun tickled Xiaoli Luo to make Xiaoli Luo roll on the floor and howl. Xiaoli Luo's tail lifted Yuan Gungun onto the bed. She jumped on the bed and sat on Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun laughed and tickled Xiaoli Luo again. They played with each other until they fell asleep. When Hao Yanqi walked into the guest room, he saw a sleeping little round ball hugging a snow-white werewolf. Hao Yanqi rubbed Xiaoli Luo's head. Xiaoli Luo opened her eyes and jumped off the bed.
She pointed her head at Yuan Gungun on the bed. He understood what she wanted. He pulled the bedsheet over Yuan Gungun's body.
Xiaoli Luo rubbed her head on Han Yanqi's leg, and she walked out of the room. Han Yanqi followed Xiaoli Luo outside and he closed the guest room door. In the master bedroom, Xiaoli Luo jumped onto the bed and she transformed into a naked woman.
Xiao Luo, are you seducing your husband? Han Yanqi teased.
Xiaoli Luo crawled under the bedsheet. You perverted wolf, Xiaoli Luo said. Hao Yanqi slowly took off his clothes and smiled at Xiaoli Luo. Xiao Luo, you should know I'm a demon not a wolf, Hao Yanqi said. You perverted demon, Xiaoli Luo said. Why are you taking off your clothes? You'll find out soon, Hao Yanqi said. Hao Yanqi crawled under the bedsheet and kissed Xiaoli Luo's lips. Xiao Luo, your first sin was leaving the bed before me, Hao Yanqi said.
Neglecting me to be with the little round ball is your second sin. Calling your husband a perverted demon is your third sin. What can you say to defend yourself?
Xiaoli Luo pouted her lips and hugged Hao Yanqi's neck.
Are all vampires like you?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Only loves to drink blood and sleep with their lover?
I'm not an ordinary vampire, Hao Yanqi said. I'm a vampire king. My head doesn't lust for blood and naked bodies.
Then what's in your head?
Xiaoli Luo asked. There's only you in my head, Han Yanqi said.
I want to sleep with you so there is only me in your head.
Han Yanqi bit Xiaoli Luo's lips. Oh, then Vampire King, you should punish me, Xiaoli Luo said.
Xiao Luo, it's good you admitted your sins, Han Yanqi said. Han Yanqi enjoyed punishing Xiaoli Luo.
****. The Vampire King thoroughly punished Xiaoli Luo, and she laid on his chest.
Han Yanqi stroked Xiaoli Luo's hair.
He loved to see how relaxed she looked after each time they were intimate.
Kay, have you heard of a family household named Fat?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Didn't you say I'm a foreigner?
Hao Yanqi asked.
Shouldn't you know the family names of your own nationality?
Xiaoli Luo bit Hao Yanqi's chest.
How many years have I been alive?
Xiaoli Luo asked.
How many years have you been alive?
You're an ancient vampire and lived through history.
You've traveled everywhere too.
Of course you would know more than me.
Luo Li Qiu.
Hao Yanqi said. I think your heart and head isn't with me. Let's frolic on the bed until you only think of me. Xiaoli Luo knew Hao Yanqi was angry whenever he mixed up her name. I don't want to, Xiaoli Luo said. You've exhausted my body. Even if you don't want to, you have to want to, Hao Yanqi said. It's your fault for biting me. Hao Yanqi began to tease Xiaoli Luo's body.
Han Yanqi.
Xiaoli Luo called. Do you know how to be reasonable?
No, Hao Yanqi said.
So you don't need to open your mouth. Hao Yanqi kissed Xiaoli Luo's lips. Xiaoli Luo turned her head to the side. Wait, Xiaoli Luo said. Answer my question first. There isn't a family called Fat, Hao Yanqi said. The little round ball's mum is Feng Dudu and the little round ball's dad is Yuan Tinglu. Her dad is the CEO of Yuan's company. I've notified her dad that she is safe here with us. He'll come here to pick up the little round ball soon. You saved the little round ball's life, her dad will grant any request you want. Hao Yanqi held Xiaoli Luo's face, and he kissed her senseless.
The atmosphere in the master room became steamy again.
At Yuan's company, Yuan Tinglu looked suspiciously at the letter he received early in the morning. Mr. Yuan, if you want to know where your daughter is, wait outside Yuan's company headquarters tomorrow morning at 9. Then Yuan Tinglu picked up the strange plaque left on his office desk. Na Lu Tingdu knocked on Yuan Tinglu's office door. Dad, it's me, Na Lu Tingdu said. Come in, Yuan Tinglu said. He nodded his head at his adoptive son Na Lu Ting. Ting Du, investigate the origin of this plaque. Now Lu Ting Du was a handsome 15-year-old who had intelligent eyes, long hair and a regal aura. Dad, Gun Gun isn't found yet, Na Lui Ting Du said.
Dad, what do you think this plaque means? Do you think it belongs to the kidnapper? Do they want money or is this a trap?
Dad, don't go see the owner of this plaque tomorrow. Ting Du, if you can't find out news about this plaque by tomorrow, then I need to go see the owner of this plaque, Yuan Ting Lu said.
I don't care if it's a trap. If there's a chance of finding Gun Gun, I need to take it.
Ting Du, if anything happens to me, Yuan's company is yours and I want you to take care of Du Du and Gun Gun for me.
No, Na Lu Ting Du said. I don't want anything to happen to you. Dad, let me come with you tomorrow.
Ting Du, you can't come with me, Yuan Ting Lu said.
I need you to be safe.
Dad, take me with you, Na Lu Ting Du said. If something happens to you, I can sacrifice my life to protect Gun Gun.
All right, Yuan Ting Lu said.
I'll take you with me. Ting Du, you have to protect Gun Gun if anything happens to me.
Yes, Dad, Na Lui Ting Du said.
I'll go investigate this plaque.
Go, Yuan Ting Lu said. Na Lui Ting Du left Yuan Ting Lu's office.
Gun Gun, Daddy won't let anything happen to you, Yuan Ting Lu promised. End of chapters 8 to 9.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 10, 11.
In the master bedroom of the Yuan mansion, Feng Du laid her head on Yuan Ting Lu's chest and he stroked her hair. Ting Lu, I really miss Gun Gun, Feng Du said.
When will you let me see Gun Gun?
If you listen to me, I'll let you see Gun Gun in 2 days, Yuan Ting Lu said.
I have listened to you, Feng Du said.
I confess, Yuan Ting Lu said. I wanted you all to myself for a little while longer.
Satisfied?
Feng Du hugged Yuan Ting Lu's neck and she smiled at him. He felt he wasted years denying he loved Feng Du. It was too late. By the morning, he would be separated from Feng Du forever. Ting Lu, I want time to pass faster so I can see Gun Gun, Feng Du said.
Feng Du kissed Yuan Ting Lu's cheek.
After the day he confessed to her, she saw him slowly change. He was gentler with her to show he cared about her.
Yuan Ting Lu hugged Feng Du tightly.
If one day I'm not here anymore, you have to listen to me and let Ting Du take care of you, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Ting Du is only 15, Feng Du said. I'm 25. How can Ting Du take care of me?
I don't need anyone else to take care of me, I only want you. It's only a hypothetical situation, Yuan Ting Lu said.
I'll go wherever you go, Feng Du said. What if I die? Yuan Ting Lu asked.
I'll die with you, Feng Du said.
If you die with me, what about Gun Gun? Yuan Ting Lu asked.
Ting Du will take care of Gun Gun, Feng Du said.
Gun Gun loves Ting Du. Ting Lu, have you thought about letting Ting Du marry Gun Gun? Yuan Ting Lu pinched Feng Du's nose. Do you want Ting Du to suffer? Yuan Ting Lu teased. Feng Du hit Yuan Ting Lu's chest. Why would Ting Du suffer? Feng Du asked. Don't you think Gun Gun is adorable, warm and loving?
Yes, Gun Gun is lovable, Yuan Ting Lu said. Yuan Ting Lu silently stroked Feng Du's hair. She was proud that Yuan Gun Gun was their daughter. Yuan Ting Lu saw Na Lu Ting Du's caller ID on his phone. He let go of Feng Du and walked to the study room.
Ting Du, what did you find out? Yuan Ting Lu asked.
Dad, the owner of the plaque has no criminal record, Na Lu Ting Du said. Also, I don't think the owner kidnapped Gun Gun for money.
I agree, Yuan Ting Lu said. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye Dad, Na Lu Ting Du said. Yuan Ting Lu went back to bed. Ting Lu, are you worried about something? Feng Du asked.
No, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Ting Lu, whenever you're worried about something, you can share your worries with me, Feng Du said. Let's sleep, Yuan Ting Lu said. Yuan Ting Lu was worried what Yuan Gun Gun's kidnapper wanted if the kidnapper didn't want money.
At 9 in the morning, in front of Yuan's company headquarters, a silver Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Yuan Ting Lu and Na Lu Ting Du. The luxury car confirmed that the kidnapper didn't want money. Mr. Yuan, I thought I said my master only wanted to see you, Jia Tu said. The letter didn't say I had to see your master alone, Yuan Ting Lu said. The passenger doors were unlocked. Yuan Ting Lu and Na Lu Ting Du sat in the car. The silver Rolls-Royce quickly disappeared from Yuan's company headquarters.
The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a private airport.
The three young men stepped onto a small private jet to fly to the Hao mansion. Yuan Ting Lu and Na Lu Ting Du didn't understand why someone would build a mansion near a forest of wild animals. Jia Tu pressed a secret knob and the front door opened.
Come inside, Xiao Li Luo said.
Yuan Ting Lu and Na Lu Ting Du were surprised to see a beautiful woman with long white hair waiting for them behind the door.
Thank you, Jia Tu, Xiao Li Luo said.
You can leave.
Yes, mistress, Jia Tu said and left. Xiao Li Luo closed the door.
Yuan Ting Lu and Na Lu Ting Du followed her to the living room.
The men thought the mansion was furnished like a Victorian home.
Yuan Gungun jumped off the sofa. She ran to Yuan Ting Lu and hugged him.
Daddy! Yuan Gungun called.
Yuan Ting Lu held Yuan Gungun tightly in his arms. His little girl was safe.
Daddy, what took you so long to come here? Yuan Gungun said. I really missed you and Mummy. What about me? Na Lu Ting Du asked.
Gungun, didn't you miss me? Big brother Du, Yuan Gungun called. Yuan Gungun stretched her chubby arms for Na Lu Ting Du to hold her. Yuan Ting Lu loosened his hold on Yuan Gungun and Na Lu Ting Du held her.
Yuan Ting Lu assessed the man sitting on the sofa. The man didn't look like a simpleton.
Hao Yan-K thought the little round ball's dad had icy eyes. Mr. Yuan, I have something I want to discuss with you in private, Hao Yan-K said.
Come with me.
Ting Du, stay here and play with Gungun, Yuan Ting Lu instructed.
Yuan Ting Lu followed Hao Yan-K to the study room.
Big brother Du, lollipop, Yuan Gungun said.
Na Lu Ting Du kissed Yuan Gungun's cheek.
He picked up a lollipop from the coffee table and gave it to Yuan Gungun. He thought she was a sweet little mouse. Yuan Gungun unwrapped the lollipop and she held it in front of Na Lu Ting Du's mouth.
Big brother Du, eat, Yuan Gungun said. Na Lu Ting Du sighed inwardly and put the lollipop in his mouth. He stroked Yuan Gungun's hair that was brushed smoothly. Gungun, did you have fun here? Na Lu Ting Du asked. Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Auntie Li let me eat delicious food. She gave me a pink butterfly clip. Big brother Du, is it pretty? Yes, Na Lu Ting Du said. Gungun looks like a little princess.
Big brother Du, look at this beautiful dress Auntie Li helped me wear, Yuan Gungun said.
It's beautiful, Na Lu Ting Du said. Gungun, did you miss home? Yes, Yuan Gungun said. I missed Big brother Du, Mummy and Daddy. Na Lu Ting Du kissed Yuan Gungun's cheek again. When he was with Yuan Gungun, all his worries disappeared. He even forgot why he and Yuan Ting Lu came to the Hao Mansion.
End of chapters 10 to 11. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 12-13.
In the study room of the Hao Mansion, two alpha men faced off with each other. Mr. Yuan, I believe you're curious what your daughter is doing in a mansion near a forest, Hao Yan-K said.
Yes, Yuan Ting Lu said.
I don't know who you offended for them to kidnap your daughter and abandon her in the middle of a forest, Hao Yan-K said. Your daughter is alive because my wife saved her. Han Yan-K drank a sip of coffee and glanced at Xiao Li Luo's anxious face. Thank you for saving my daughter's life, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Tell me what you two want in return. If it's something I can give, I won't withhold it from you two.
It's good we're straightforward like each other, Hao Yan-K said.
My wife and I only have one request.
We want Gungun to marry our oldest son.
What? Yuan Ting Lu asked.
Mr. Yuan, my husband and I truly love Gungun, Xiao Li Luo said. All we want is you to give your blessing for Gungun to be our daughter-in-law for saving her life.
We promise we'll be good in-laws to Gungun.
I can't decide Gungun's fate, Yuan Ting Lu said.
What if your oldest son doesn't love Gungun?
It's not enough if you and your husband love Gungun. I don't want Gungun to be unhappy in the future.
Hao Yan-K saw disappointment in Xiao Li Luo's violet eyes. Mr. Yuan, how do you want to repay my wife for saving your daughter's life? Hao Yan-K asked.
When Gungun is 18, I'll let her come here to be your oldest son's maid for 3 years, Yuan Ting Lu said. If your oldest son and Gungun love each other, then I'll give my blessing for your oldest son to marry Gungun. If your oldest son rejects Gungun, then Gungun can return to her family, because taking care of your oldest son for 3 years is enough to repay your wife for saving her life.
Why does Gungun need to be my oldest son's maid? Xiao Li Luo asked.
It's a good cover for Gungun to live here and spend time with your oldest son, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Xiao Li Luo nodded her head at Hao Yan-K. It's settled, Hao Yan-K said.
In 13 years, I'll ask someone to escort Gungun here.
It's a promise, Yuan Ting Lu said. Since there is a chance your oldest son will be my son-in-law, can you tell me his name?
Hao Yan-che, Hao Yan-ke said.
Yuan Ting-lu heard the 12-year-old Hao Yan-che was CEO of Hao Yan's company. Can you tell me if there is a rift between you and your oldest son? Yuan Ting-lu asked.
Mr. Yuan, why do you think there is a rift?
Xiao Li Luo asked.
Your oldest son is a successful genius, Yuan Ting-lu said.
My daughter's IQ is in the bottom end of the spectrum.
She's only good at taking care of animals, and knowing how to empty a fridge full of food into her stomach. I love Yuan Gungun's simple mind and her gentle soul, Xiao Li Luo said.
Yuan Ting-lu drank his cup of coffee. He didn't admit how much he loved Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun didn't need to be smart and successful.
It was enough Yuan Gungun was his and Feng Dudu's daughter. In his heart he only had room for Feng Dudu and Yuan Gungun. Mr. Yuan, I believe Gungun will be mine and my husband's daughter-in-law, Xiao Li Luo said.
Yuan Ting-lu smiled politely at Xiao Li Luo and Hao Yanhe. Yuan Ting-lu knew intelligent men didn't want a dummy wife.
But they wanted a wife with a pure heart.
Yuan Ting-lu was a prime example. He lost his heart to a simpleton like Feng Dudu.
13 years later. A chubby young woman snuck out to the garden of strange animals. There were rabbits, chipmunks, mice, snakes, birds, dogs and cats. The animals were strange because they didn't eat each other, and lived in harmony with each other.
Don't lick Big Sister, Yuan Gungun said to the animals.
Big Sister just washed her face.
Don't make noises.
If you do, Big Sister can't sleep with everyone, because Daddy and Big Brother Do will come out here. I'm here already, Na Lu Ting Du said to Yuan Gungun who was lying on the grass with the animals. Big Brother Do, Yuan Gungun called sweetly. Gungun, how many times have I said you can't sleep out here with them?
Na Lu Ting Du asked.
Yuan Gungun stood, and a chipmunk perched on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
But you don't let me sleep with you. So I came out here to sleep with them. I'm not used to sleeping alone.
Na Lu Ting Du untangled knots out of Yuan Gungun's hair.
Gungun, you're grown up now, Na Lu Ting Du said.
You need to learn to sleep by yourself.
Be good. Come inside, Dad's looking for you. Yuan Gungun felt sad to part with the animals.
She slowly followed Na Lu Ting Du into the Yuan mansion. Na Lu Ting Du suddenly turned around and he brushed the chipmunk off Yuan Gungun's shoulder. The chipmunk picked up its fallen nut, and glared at the man who knocked the chipmunk off Yuan Gungun's shoulder.
Ah, Xiaobai, Yuan Gungun said. Na Lu Ting Du pulled Yuan Gungun inside. Dad will be angry if you make him wait, Na Lu Ting Du said.
End of chapters 12 to 13.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 14, 15. In the study room of the Yuan mansion, Yuan Ting-lu looked sadly at the plaque.
He wished 13 years didn't pass by so quickly, but he had a promise to keep.
Daddy, Yuan Gungun called.
Come in, Yuan Ting-lu said.
Yuan Gungun and Na Lu Ting Du walked into the study room and they sat on the sofa. Daddy, why do you want to see me? Yuan Gungun asked.
I found the painting you accidentally teared hidden behind a bookshelf, Yuan Ting-lu said. Yuan Gungun hid her face behind Na Lu Ting Du's back.
Daddy.
I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
I shouldn't have played with a ball inside. Daddy, don't be angry.
Don't worry, Yuan Ting-lu said.
I didn't ask you to come here to talk about the painting. Yuan Gungun sighed. She was relieved Yuan Ting-lu wasn't angry about the painting.
She ran to sit next to Yuan Ting-lu and she hugged his arm.
Daddy, what do you want to talk about with me? Yuan Gungun asked sweetly. Starting tomorrow you'll be going to the CEO of Hao Yan's company's home to be his maid, Yuan Ting-lu said. Yuan Ting-lu took out a feather from Yuan Gungun's hair. What? Yuan Gungun asked. CEO of Hao Yan's company's maid?
Na Lu Ting Du silently looked at Yuan Ting-lu's poker face. Tomorrow someone will come here to pick you up, Yuan Ting-lu said. Gungun, you'll be living at his home from now on. Daddy, I don't want to go, Yuan Gungun said. I want to live here with Daddy, Mummy and Big Brother Do.
Are you disobeying me? Yuan Ting-lu asked.
Daddy, I don't know how to be a maid, Yuan Gungun said. If I go, my small friends will miss me and I'll miss them too. You can learn how to be a maid, Yuan Ting-lu said. I'll hire someone to take care of your small friends. Daddy, Yuan Gungun said. I've made my decision, Yuan Ting-lu said.
Yuan Gungun cried.
Daddy,
why do you want me to leave home? Yuan Gun asked. Daddy, don't you need me anymore?
Gun, you're grown up now, Yuan Tinglu said. He suppressed the sadness in his heart.
You can't be here with everyone. You need to learn to be independent so in the future you won't be useless. Daddy, are you saying if I learn to be a maid then I'll be useful in the future? Yuan Gun asked.
You'll at least learn how to take care of yourself and others, Yuan Tinglu said.
Yuan Tinglu wiped Yuan Gun's tears. Yuan Gun sniffed her nose.
How long do I need to train as a maid before I can come home?
Yuan Gun asked. 3 years, Yuan Tinglu said. Yuan Gun cried uncontrollably.
Daddy will buy a baby panda for you as a welcome home gift, Yuan Tinglu bribed.
Yuan Gun was conflicted.
She wanted a baby panda to raise, but she didn't want to leave home.
Daddy will buy you a baby fox too, Yuan Tinglu said.
Daddy, I want a white fur baby fox, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun wiped her face. All right, Yuan Tinglu said. Yuan Tinglu pinched Yuan Gun's nose affectionately.
He wanted his little girl to be happy. He believed it was fate giving her a chance to find her own happiness.
Yuan Gun had a long crying session.
Gun, don't cry, Yuan Tinglu said. Go to sleep. Your bags are packed.
Tomorrow morning someone will come pick you up. Daddy, can I sleep with Big Brother Do tonight? Yuan Gun asked.
No, Yuan Tinglu said firmly. You can't sleep with Daddy and Mummy tonight either.
You're 18. You can sleep by yourself. Yuan Gun pouted her lips, stood and walked to the door.
And you can't sleep with your small friends, Yuan Tinglu warned.
Yuan Gun's shoulders sagged, and she walked pitifully to her bedroom. Dad, can you tell me why? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
It's a promise I made with the person who saved Gun's life, Yuan Tinglu said.
Dad, are you saying, Na Lu Tingdu said?
The wife of the founder of Haoyan's company that we met 13 years ago was the person who saved Gun's life, Yuan Tinglu said.
Does Gun need to be their maid? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Not their maid but their oldest son's maid, Yuan Tinglu said.
Why? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
His parents want Gun to be their daughter-in-law, Yuan Tinglu said. Na Lu Tingdu stared at the teacup on the desk. He hid his secret desire deep in his heart. I only agreed for Gun to live with their oldest son for 3 years, Yuan Tinglu said. If after 3 years, they don't love each other then Gun is free to come home. Dad, Gun doesn't need to be his maid, Na Lu Tingdu said. Gun lived a sheltered life. I don't want Gun to be taken advantage of. Tingdu, it's our fault for sheltering Gun, Yuan Tinglu said. What will happen to Gun after Dad and Mum die? Dad, I'll be there to take care of Gun, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Tingdu, how can you take care of Gun the rest of your life after you're married with children and a busy career? Yuan Tinglu asked.
Na Lu Tingdu didn't say what was in his heart.
Tingdu, we can't shelter Gun forever, Yuan Tinglu said.
We need to let her mature.
Dad, I understand, Na Lu Tingdu said softly. Yuan Tinglu patted Na Lu Tingdu's shoulder.
Go to bed, Yuan Tinglu said.
Na Lu Tingdu didn't want Yuan Gun to leave the nest. End of chapters 14 to 15.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 16, 17.
At the Hao mansion, Hao Yan-K was sitting on a sofa reviewing reports. Suddenly 2 figures appeared in front of him.
Xiao Che, Xiaoli Luo called. Mummy really missed you.
Xiaoli Luo wanted to hug her oldest son who grew more handsome by the day. But Hao Yan-K held her waist too tightly.
Mom, why are you and Dad here?
Hao Yan-Che asked coldly.
Are you saying Mummy and Daddy can't see you unless it's important? Xiaoli Luo asked. Isn't it the truth?
Hao Yan-Che asked. Hao Yan-Che's parents' burning love for each other let him live independently at an early age. Xiaoli Luo glared at Hao Yan Quebec. She wanted to visit her sons often, but Hao Yan-K didn't let her. Mom, tell me why you and Dad are here, Hao Yan-Che said. Tomorrow, Mummy will bring a lovable young woman here to be your maid, Xiaoli Luo said. Xiaoli Luo waited 13 years for Yuan Gun to be with Hao Yan-Che. I don't need a maid, Hao Tan-Che said. Even if you don't need her, you have to accept her, Xiaoli Luo said.
Mummy wants her to be my daughter-in-law.
Mom, Hao Yan-Ming is your son too, Hao Yan-Che said.
Hao Yan-Che signed a reviewed report.
No, Xiaoli Luo said.
This young woman is suited to you.
Xiao Che, if you're not good to her, Mummy will make you suffer. Xiao Li Luo snatched the reports out of Hao Yen Che's hands.
Mom, what makes you think I'll agree?
Hao Yen Che asked. Because I'm your biological mother, Xiao Li Luo said.
Hao Yen Che silently looked at Hao Yen Quebec. Xiao Li Luo hid behind Hao Yen K's back.
Because K is your biological father, Xiao Li Luo said softly. Xiao Li Luo pulled Hao Yen K's shirt sleeve and she looked pitifully into his amber eyes.
3 years, Hao Yen K negotiated.
Xiao Che, after 3 years, you're free.
Dad, what do you mean?
Hao Yen Che asked. Let the little girl stay with you for 3 years, Hao Yen K said.
If after 3 years, you feel nothing for her, then I'll give the CEO position of Hao Yan's company to someone else.
Deal, Hao Yen Che said.
Good, Hao Yen K said.
If you love the little girl, then you need to be CEO of Hao Yan's company until you have an heir.
Dad, that day won't happen, Hao Yanshin said. After 3 years I won't be CEO of Hao Yan's company anymore.
Xiao Che, what have I taught you?
Hao Yen K asked. Don't be too cocky before the end. There are no guarantees in life. Hao Yen Che looked at the reports Xiao Li Luo put back on his desk.
The little girl's name is Yuan Gun, Hao Yen K said.
Hao Yen K and Xiao Li Luo disappeared from the room.
Hao Yen Che reviewed the reports like nothing happened.
Except he thought Yuan Gun's name was a laughable name. At night at the Yuan mansion, Yuan Gun listened to the animal snore. She wasn't sleepy.
The animals saw Na Lu Tingdu walked into Yuan Gun's bedroom, and they hid under the bedsheet. Na Lu Tingdu laid on Yuan Gun's bed, and he hugged her from behind.
Big brother Du, didn't you say I can't sleep with you? Yuan Gun asked. Didn't I say you're not allowed to sleep with them either? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Yuan Gun turned around and hugged Na Lu Tingdu like she did when she was younger.
Na Lu Tingdu stroked Yuan Gun's hair and she cried. Big brother Du, does daddy not love me anymore? Yuan Gun asked. Impossible, Na Lu Tingdu said. Don't you know how much dad loves you? If daddy loves me, why is he forcing me to live in another person's home? Yuan Gun asked. I don't want to leave.
I want to stay here with everyone. Gun, 3 years will fly by, Na Lu Tingdu said. Na Lu Tingdu felt he was comforting himself more than comforting Yuan Gun.
What happens when I miss home? Yuan Gun asked.
Na Lu Tingdu let Yuan Gun play with his long hair.
I'll come and visit you, Na Lu Tingdu said. What happens when I miss my small friends? Yuan Gun asked.
I'll take you home to visit them when I'm free, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Okay, Yuan Gun said.
Gun, when you're living in Hao Yen Che's home, you need to be careful, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Hao Yen Che has a bad temper. You should keep your distance from him. Who is Hao Yen Che? Yuan Gun asked.
He's the young master of the place you're going to, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Is he scary? Yuan Gun asked. Yes, Na Lu Tingdu said. Does he hit people? Yuan Gun asked. I don't know, Na Lu Tingdu said. If he hits you, tell me straight away.
I will, Yuan Gun said.
Go to sleep, Na Lu Tingdu said. Big brother Du, are you sleeping here with me tonight? Yuan Gun asked. Why? Na Lu Tingdu asked. He pinched Yuan Gun's nose. Can't I sleep here?
But you said I had to sleep on my own, Yuan Gun said.
Na Lu Tingdu glared at the animals behind Yuan Gun. Tonight's an exception, Na Lu Tingdu said. You're leaving tomorrow. Don't you want to sleep with me tonight?
Big brother Du, you're the best, Yuan Gun said.
I love Big brother Du the most. I love Gun too, Na Lu Tingdu said. He patted Yuan Gun's back. Go to sleep. Na Lu Tingdu listened to Yuan Gun's steady breathing.
He suspected his feelings for Yuan Gun surpassed a brother's love. He loved her like how a man loved a woman.
End of chapters 16 to 17.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 18-19.
In the morning, Yuan Gun woke up in a daze.
The next moment she was shipped into the Rolls-Royce.
Gun, be good, and if anything happens, you need to tell Mummy, Feng Dudu said.
Yes, Mummy, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun stuck her head out of the window and she kissed Feng Dudu's cheek.
Gun, my little girl, Feng Dudu said in between sobs. Yuan Tinglu held Feng Dudu's waist to stop her from jumping into the car with Yuan Gun. Gun Gun, remember to listen to Daddy's advice, Yuan Ting-lu said. Learn to take care of yourself and others.
Don't cause trouble. Yes, Daddy, Yuan Gun Gun said. Daddy, don't forget. Baby Panda and Baby Fox, Yuan Ting-lu said.
Yuan Ting-lu rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's head.
White fur Baby Fox, Yuan Gun Gun reminded.
I promise, Yuan Ting-lu said.
Dad, Mom go back inside, Na Lu Ting-du said.
I'll take Gun Gun there and I'll come back.
Yuan Ting-lu said.
Yuan Ting-lu sadly pulled Fong Du-du inside their home. Na Lu Ting-du sat in the car and closed the door.
Uncle Zhang, you can drive now, Na Lu Ting-du said.
Mr. Zhang drove and hummed the Phantom of the Opera tune.
Yuan Gun Gun knelt on the car seat like a little puppy.
She stuck her head out of the window until she couldn't see Yuan Ting-lu and Fong Du-du.
Gun Gun, do you remember everything I told you last night? Na Lu Ting-du asked.
Yes, big brother do, Yuan Gun Gun said.
Good, Na Lu Ting-du said.
The last thing Yuan Gun Gun remembered was she slept on Na Lu Ting-du's lap in the car. Gun Gun, wake up, Na Lu Ting-du said.
He patted Yuan Gun Gun's biteable pink cheek.
We're here.
We're here already? Yuan Gun Gun asked in a drowsy voice.
Na Lu Ting-du helped Yuan Gun Gun out of the car.
Stand straight, Na Lu Ting-du said. Yuan Gun Gun looked at the Hao mansion. It looked like a painting of a mansion in a forest.
Na Lu Ting-du rolled Yuan Gun Gun's suitcases to the front door where a crowd was waiting for Yuan Gun Gun.
The caretaker Mrs. Chen was a 40-year-old woman. Hello Miss Yuan, Mrs. Chen greeted. Auntie, you can call me Gun Gun, Yuan Gun Gun said.
I'm the caretaker, Mrs. Chen said.
Miss Yuan, you can call me Mrs. Chen. Come with me inside.
Gun Gun, I have to go, Na Lu Ting-du said.
He passed the suitcases to Yuan Gun Gun. Be good. If anything happens, call me.
By big brother do, I'll miss you, Yuan Gun Gun said.
Yuan Gun Gun didn't care about the crowd, she kissed Na Lu Ting-du's cheek.
Na Lu Ting-du rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's head.
After Na Lu Ting-du left, Yuan Gun Gun ran to Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, I'm sorry I made you wait, Yuan Gun Gun said. Let's go, Mrs. Chen said.
Years later, Yuan Gun Gun looked back at her time being a maid as the most painful period of life when she was bullied the most.
Yuan Gun Gun's dad was a rich man.
She wasn't shocked by how big the interior of the Hao mansion was. Everyone can go back to their duties, Mrs. Chen said to the maids and butlers.
Yes, Mrs. Chen, the maids and butlers said together.
Miss Yuan, follow me, Mrs. Chen said. Yuan Gun Gun followed Mrs. Chen to a princess bedroom. The walls were pink, and the curtains were white silk. In center the bedroom was a canopy bed and a vanity table. Mrs. Chen closed the door and she assessed the chubby little girl in front of her. The little girl owned a good pelvis, good for childbearing. The little girl had ample breasts, an average waist, average legs and a round bottom. The little girl had beautiful hands and a lovable round face. Mrs. Chen loved the little girl's big round eyes with long eyelashes. Mrs. Chen also loved the little girl's small straight nose and apple red lips.
Mrs. Chen concluded the little girl was an innocent chubby beauty. Yuan Gun Gun widened her eyes, swallowed her saliva and looked at the stern Mrs. Chen.
She wasn't certain if Mrs. Chen liked her.
Suddenly Mrs. Chen pulled Yuan Gun Gun to sit on the bed. You're the type of girl I like, Mrs. Chen said. In front of other people, call me Mrs. Chen. When it's only us, you can call me Auntie Chen. Yuan Gun Gun would forget everything if someone smiled at her.
Auntie Chen, Yuan Gun Gun called sweetly. You're a lovable girl, Mrs. Chen said.
I want you to hear you call me again. Auntie Chen, Yuan Gun Gun called.
You make me want to squeeze your cheeks, Mrs. Chen said.
She squeezed Yuan Gun Gun's cheeks. You have adorable soft cheeks. Yuan Gun Gun smiled and let Mrs. Chen squeeze Yuan Gun Gun's cheeks. Mrs. Chen thought Yuan Gun Gun was too good for Hao Yin Che. Auntie Chen, if you're the caretaker, does that mean in the future you'll be training me to be a maid? Yuan Gun Gun asked and rubbed her sore cheeks. Yes, Mrs. Chen said. She patted her chest. As long as you follow Auntie, your work life here will be smooth under my watch. Auntie Chen, what will I be doing each day? Yuan Gun Gun asked.
We'll talk about it another time, Mrs. Chen said. She squeezed Yuan Gun Gun's irresistible cheeks again. You can unpack first. Later you'll serve young master dinner.
Serve? Yuan Gun Gun asked.
You'll find out later, Mrs. Chen said. She smiled cryptically. I'll leave you here to unpack.
Someone will come soon to bring your uniform. Mrs. Chen rubbed Yuan Gungun's head. Uniform? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes, Mrs. Chen said. Everyone here wears a uniform according to their status. After you change into your uniform, I'll take you to young master's bedroom for you to wake him up.
Yes, Auntie Chen, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, remember you can't touch young master, Mrs. Chen said. Young master is a clean freak, he doesn't like people touching him. If you touch young master, he'll take you out to play golf. But you'll be his golf club. Yuan Gungun pictured her head hitting a golf ball and she gulped. Remember, in front of everyone you need to call me Mrs. Chen, Mrs. Chen said.
Hurry up and pack. Yes, Auntie Chen, Yuan Gungun said. Mrs. Chen left Yuan Gungun to sit on the floor and pack.
Yuan Gungun thought Na Lu Tingdu was right, Hao Yanche was a scary man. Thinking about being used as a golf club again made Yuan Gungun shivered.
End of chapter 18 to 19.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 20. Yuan Gungun unpacked her clothes.
But she didn't know how to refold her clothes. When she was about to give up, she heard a knock on her door. Come in, Yuan Gungun said.
Two beautiful maids walked onto Yuan Gungun's bedroom.
The first maid carried a uniform and the second maid carried new shoes. Hello, Miss Yuan, the maids greeted politely and bowed in front of Yuan Gungun.
Yuan Gungun stood and she smiled at the two maids.
You two don't need to call me Miss Yuan, Yuan Gungun said.
You two can call me Gungun. What are your names?
I'm Chen Jiating, Chen Jiating said.
You can call me Jiating.
I'm Chen Jiawan, Chen Jiawan said.
You can call me Jiawan.
Yuan Gungun pulled Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawan to sit on the bed.
Are you two sisters? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes, Chen Jiawan said.
I'm the little sister.
We're Mrs. Chen's daughters, Chen Jiating said.
I'm 20. Jiawan is 19. We're both older than you. In the future you can call us Big Sister.
Big Sister Ting, Big Sister 1, Yuan Gungun called. You have adorable soft cheeks, Chen Jiawan said. She squeezed Yuan Gungun's cheek and smiled warmly.
Jiawan,
stop, Chen Jiating said.
Chen Jiating pulled Chen Jiawan's hands away from Yuan Gungun's sore cheeks. Chen Jiawan loved Yuan Gungun's irresistible cheeks. But Chen Jiating's dagger warning was scary. It's okay, Yuan Gungun said. My family loves squeezing my chubby body too.
Gungun, go to the bathroom and change into your uniform, Chen Jiating said.
Mrs. Chen asked us to take you to young master's bedroom.
Yes, Big Sister Ting, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun jumped off the bed and went to change clothes in the bathroom.
Chen Jiating looked at the pile of clothes on the floor and she smiled.
Yuan Gungun wasn't someone who knew how to take care of herself.
After Yuan Gungun came out of the bathroom, Chen Jiawan squeezed Yuan Gungun's cheeks again. Gungun, you suit wearing a maid's uniform, Chen Jiawan said. If you wore a lace hat then you can be cast as a maid in a TV drama where the young master bullies you.
Big Sister 1, why would I be bullied? Yuan Gungun asked. Because you have an innocent face that makes people want to bully you, Chen Jiawan said. Really? Yuan Gungun asked.
Gungun, don't listen to Jiawan's nonsense, Chen Jiating said.
Come here, put on your shoes. Then we'll take you to meet young master.
Yuan Gungun put on her shoes, and followed Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawan toward Hao Yanche's bedroom. Gungun, tonight I'll help you tidy your room, Chen Jiating said. Big Sister Ting, I don't want to trouble you if you're busy, Yuan Gungun said.
Don't worry, Chen Jiating said. She couldn't resist squeezing Yuan Gungun's soft cheeks anymore. Tonight I'm free to help you.
Thank you, Big Sister Ting, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun linked arms with Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawan. 15 minutes later, the three young women stopped in front of a 2-meter violet door. On the door were ancient inscriptions. Gungun, remember don't touch young master, Chen Jiating warned.
Yuan Gungun nodded her head and she quietly walked into Hao Yanche's bedroom.
His bedroom was bigger than Yuan Gungun's bedroom. She would be scared to sleep in his bedroom alone. She thought he looked like the Sleeping Beauty in fairy tales.
Yuan Gungun crept closer to Hao Yanche's bed. A bedsheet draped over his waist and legs. She wanted to touch his smooth silver hair and skin. His straight nose and eyelashes were longer than her nose and eyelashes. She thought he looked more beautiful than the maids and Na Lu Tingdu. Yuan Gungun was transfixed on Hao Yanche's beauty for a long time.
Young master, wake up, Yuan Gungun said.
It's after sunset. Hao Yen-che continued to sleep.
Young master, if you don't wake up to eat your dinner, I'll eat all your dinner, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun was disappointed now Lu Tingdu's trick to wake her up didn't work on Hao Yen-che. Young master, I can see your naked bottom, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun still couldn't wake up Hao Yen-che.
She was about to shake him awake, but she remembered Mrs. Chen and Chen Jiating's warnings. She looked around the bedroom for something to poke him awake. Her eyes landed on the bathroom door.
She quietly walked to the bathroom and picked up a plunger. Yuan Gungun walked back to Hao Yen-che's bed.
When she was about to poke him with a plunger, she heard his voice. If you dare touch me with the plunger, I'll turn you into paper, Hao Yen-che warned.
End of chapter 20.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 21. Hao Yen-che looked at the little girl in front of him.
She had snow-white skin, her body was like a little round ball.
The black and white maid's uniform made her look like a seaweed-wrapped rice ball.
No matter what angle he looked at her face, she looked like a dummy, which meant she must be his parents' ideal daughter-in-law.
Yuan Gungun thought Hao Yen-che looked more handsome with his eyes opened.
His eyes were violet like violet eyes she had seen somewhere buried deep in her memories.
How will you turn me into paper? Yuan Gungun asked.
First I'll chop off your arms and legs, Hao Yen-che said. Then I'll poke out your eyes, cut off your tongue, hammer your ears off, and lastly I'll nail your head to a wall.
Yuan Gungun dropped the plunger and cried.
Big sister Ting, big sister Wen, Yuan Gungun called.
Yuan Gungun thought Hao Yen-che was a scary beautiful monster. Hao Yen-che considered calling someone to whip Yuan Gungun for daring to wail in front of him.
Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawen heard Yuan Gungun's cry.
They ran into the room and they were sad to see Yuan Gungun crying pitifully.
Young master, the Chen sisters greeted and bowed. Yuan Gungun ran to the Chen sisters, she hid behind them and her round face looked over their shoulders at the scary Hao Yen-che.
Who is she?
Hao Yen-che asked coldly. She is Yuan Gungun, Chen Jiating said. It's her first day working as a maid her. Young master, if she offended you, forgive her first offense. Chen Jiating was scared Hao Yen-che would vent his anger on Yuan Gungun.
Close your mouth, Hao Yen-che said. If you don't stop crying, I'll sew your mouth close.
Yuan Gungun closed her mouth, and too scared to make a sound. Take her outside, Hao Yen-che said. Yes, young master, Chen Jiating said. Chen Jiating was relieved Yuan Gungun got to stay alive. Hao Yen-che watched the little round ball leave his bedroom. He hated females like Yuan Gungun the most, a dummy who only knew how to cry. 15 minutes later, inside Yuan Gungun's bedroom, Yuan Gungun hugged Chen Jiating on the bed and cried. I want to go home, Yuan Gungun said.
Chen Jiating patted Yuan Gungun's back.
Gungun, young master has a bad temper, Chen Jiating said. He's good at cursing people, and punishes people cruelly. Apart from those traits, he isn't scary.
Don't cry. If he isn't scary then nothing is scary, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, think about what you did wrong, Chen Jiating said.
Why did you want to poke young master with a plunger?
I couldn't find anything else to wake him up with, Yuan Gungun said. I listened to big sister Ting, I didn't touch him. Besides, I didn't poke him with the plunger. Don't cry, Chen Jiating said.
Young master was lenient on you.
If someone else cried in front of him, they would be dragged outside and be whipped.
Whip? Yuan Gungun asked. I want to go home.
Gungun, if you're good, no one will whip you, Chen Jiating said.
Big sister Ting, can I be a maid for someone else? Yuan Gungun asked.
No, Chen Jiating said. You're young master's maid. In the future you're responsible for serving him.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked. I don't want to be his maid.
He'll turn me into paper. Don't cry, Chen Jiating said.
All the maids and butlers here needs to listen to Mrs. Chen. There are no exceptions.
Gungun, don't cry, Chen Jiawen said.
Young master was only scaring you. He won't turn you into paper. Chen Jiawen gave Yuan Gungun an apple. Really? Yuan Gungun asked and bit the apple.
I'm telling you the truth, Chen Jiawen said. Chen Jiawen thought Yuan Gungun was like a scared chubby deer.
Yuan Gungun quietly ate the apple. Chen Jiawen threw the apple core in the bin.
It's late, Chen Jiawen said. Gungun, you need to serve dinner to young master.
How do I serve him? Yuan Gungun asked. Do I feed him food?
No, Chen Jiawen said. You only need to carry the tray of food to his bedroom.
Wait for him to finish eating dinner. Then take the tray away.
Yuan Gungun thought how Yen Che had a strange habit of wanting someone to watch him eat dinner.
End of chapter 21. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, 23.
How Yenshin sat at the dining table, and he watched the dummy carry food to him.
Yuan Gungun felt pressured to not drop anything.
It was natural for accidents to follow nervous people. Yuan Gungun tripped over her feet, an omelette flew up in the air and landed on Hao Yenche's handsome face while she fell onto his chest. What shocked the servants in the Hao mansion was their young master didn't kick the little round ball into space.
In Hao Yenche's memories, no one could touch him and be unharmed.
He didn't know why he didn't make Yuan Gungun fly out the window.
Yuan Gungun was scared of her own hands on Hao Yenche's chest. Ah, Yuan Gungun cried out. Zip your mouth, Hao Yenche said. Yuan Gungun ran to stand behind Mrs. Chen. Hao Yenche didn't know why he was displeased. Yuan Gungun acted like she was running away from a monster. Yuan Gungun gripped the back of Mrs. Chen's dress.
Her eyes peeked over Mrs. Chen's shoulder. She was scared Hao Yenche would hit her with a whip.
Come here, Hao Yenche said. Yuan Gungun acted like she couldn't hear Hao Yenche's voice.
Don't make me tell you a second time, Hao Yenche threatened.
Mrs. Chen gave Yuan Gungun a nudge in Hao Yenche's direction.
Yuan Gungun nervously put a bowl and chopsticks in front of Hao Yenche. Young master, I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
Don't hit me. Hao Yenche looked at the plate of bacon and the steaming hot bowl of noodles Yuan Gungun put on the dining table before she dressed his face with an omelette.
I accidentally touched your chest, Yuan Gungun said.
Your chest isn't soft.
I wouldn't touch a hard chest on purpose.
I want everyone to leave, Hao Yenche ordered.
Yes, young master, the servants said.
Yuan Gungun wanted to run away with the servants.
You, stay here, Hao Yenche said.
Yuan Gungun acted like she couldn't hear.
The little round ball with long hair, stay here, Hao Yenche said.
Yuan Gungun looked at the servants' slim backs.
She was disappointed the little round ball wasn't someone else.
Come here, Hao Yenche said.
Yuan Gungun turned around, and slowly walked back to the dining table. Hao Yenche held Yuan Gungun's waist and he pulled her to sit on his lap.
Ah, Yuan Gungun cried out. Zip it, Hao Yenche said. Yuan Gungun immediately closed her mouth. Hao Yenche squeezed Yuan Gungun's soft body left to right.
He wondered if she was a soft plush toy. It tickles, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yenche looked at Yuan Gungun's face curiously.
He didn't know why he didn't hate touching her body.
Yuan Gungun wiped drool off her face.
Touch me, Hao Yenche said.
What? Yuan Gungun asked.
I said touch me, Hao Yenche said.
If I touch you, will you kick me like a ball? Yuan Gungun asked.
I don't know, Hao Yenche said.
Then I don't want to touch you, Yuan Gungun said.
If you don't touch me right now, I'll kick you out the window, Hao Yenche threatened.
Yuan Gungun tentatively touched Hao Yenche's face. He didn't hit her.
She squeezed his face boldly. She was envious of his smooth, firm skin. Hao Yenche creased his brows. He couldn't believe his body allowed Yuan Gungun to touch him freely.
Since Hao Yenche didn't react, Yuan Gungun played with his cheeks.
Suddenly he pushed her off his lap and onto the floor. Ah, Yuan Gungun cried out and rubbed her sore bottom.
Go outside and tell another maid to come in here, Hao Yenche ordered. Yuan Gungun walked outside and mumbled curses under her breath, like Hao Yenche the temperamental monster.
Mrs. Chen was waiting outside the dining room for Yuan Gungun. Mrs. Chen, young master asked for another maid to come into the dining room, Yuan Gungun said. Mrs. Chen sent a beautiful maid with a slim waist into the dining room. Half a minute later, a body was heard crushing into a table followed by a scream of pain. Mrs. Chen, call the doctor, a servant said. Mrs. Chen pitied the sacrificial maid.
Mrs. Chen wondered why Yuan Gungun could touch Hao Yenche's body and remain in one piece.
Mrs. Chen instructed some servants to take the sacrificial maid to see the doctor for bandaging. Afterward, Mrs. Chen led the rest of the servants back to the dining room.
Yuan Gungun would rather die than stand in front of the crowd.
She stood hidden behind the crowd.
Yuan Gungun, Hao Yenche called. Yuan Gungun heard her name.
She clutched onto Chen Jiating's body and shivered.
Chen Jiating poked Yuan Gungun's waist. Yuan Gungun understood, and went to stand in front of the scary Hao Yenche again.
Hao Yenche was in a good mood to see the little round ball walk to him like she was going to be executed. But he knocked on the dining table and spoke coldly.
Where's the omelette?
Hao Yen-che asked. It flew, Yuan Gungun said softly.
I'm sorry, don't be angry.
Go cook the same dishes for me, Hao Yen-che said.
If my stomach rejects your food, then I'll order someone to give you good service.
How will they serve me?
Yuan Gungun asked.
They'll use a whip to serve you, Hao Yen-che said and smiled like the devil.
Yuan Gungun didn't understand why such a cruel beautiful monster existed. What happens if your stomach thinks the food I cook is delicious? Yuan Gungun asked.
I'll forgive your offenses, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun smiled at Hao Yen-che, cooking was her forte.
One more thing, Hao Yen-che said. In the future, if you walk like you're crawling when I call you, I'll chop off your legs. I'll be doing a good deed, because it'll help you crawl like the pace you like to walk. Mrs. Chen, who helped raise Hao Yen-chen since he was a baby, thought Hao Yen-chen was being naive if he didn't hurry up and accept Yuan Gungun. She could see clearly, Hao Yen-chen treated Yuan Gungun differently compared to how he treated everyone else. 13 minutes later, a proud Yuan Gungun brought plates of food she cooked to the dining table. She bravely cut the omelette, used a fork to pick up a piece of omelette and held it in front of Hao Yen-che's mouth.
Have a bite, Yuan Gungun said. My daddy always say my cooking is delicious.
Hao Yen-che looked at Yin Gungun's smiling face, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Yuan Gungun remembered where she was and her smile disappeared. She put the fork back down on the plate, took a step back, lowered her head and wrung her wrists nervously. She wasn't at home with her family who loved her. Hao Yen-che picked up the abandoned fork and put the piece of omelette in his mouth. He chewed and swallowed. He noticed Yuan Gungun stole glances at him. Not bad, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che began to eat the other dishes Yuan Gungun cooked.
Yuan Gungun smiled again. She was happy Hao Yen-che didn't hate her cooking.
Hao Yen-che quickly emptied the plates of food on the dining table into his stomach and used a napkin to wipe his mouth.
I want to eat more, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun nodded her head and ran into the kitchen to cook more dishes for Hao Yen-che.
That day Yuan Gungun was immortalized as a legend in the Hao mansion, because it was the first time Hao Yen-che ate 3 portions of food in one sitting.
End of chapters 22 to 23.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 24. The legendary Yuan Gungun was responsible for waking up Hao Yen-che and cooking 3 meals a day for him.
Each day she was frightened for her life. After living together several days with Hao Yen-che, Yuan Gungun was used to his habits. He liked to work at home, and if he went to Hao Yan's company headquarters, 2 handsome men followed him.
The first man was Jia Tu, he was a quiet man.
The second man was Yi Tu, who was friendly, and reminded Yuan Gungun of Na Lu Ting Du. Yuan Gungun sat in the study room as usual while Hao Yen-che worked on his laptop. She didn't understand the strange beautiful monster who wanted her to watch him work and eat every day. Yuan Gungun turned around to look at Jia Tu and Yi Tu standing still. She wondered how they could stand still all day and not feel frustrated. Yi Tu smiled at Yuan Gungun's curious face looking at him, and Jia Tu's day Yuan Gungun smiled back at Yi Tu and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks.
Yuan Gungun, Hao Yen-che called.
Yes, young master, Yuan Gungun said. Go cook 20 dishes including 1 bowl of soup, Hao Yen-che ordered.
If you don't cook properly, you know the consequences. 20 dishes? Yuan Gungun asked.
Are you opposing me? Hao Yen-che asked.
But, Yuan Gungun said.
Why are you still here? Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun ran outside. Hao Yen-che glared at Jia Tu and resumed working on his laptop.
A couple of seconds later, Yuan Gungun ran back to the room.
Young master, is there a time limit? Yuan Gungun asked.
If you don't finish cooking in an hour, you'll find out what will happen to you, Hao Yen-che threatened.
Hao Yen-che shot a pen into the door. Yuan Gungun pitted the pen and she ran into the kitchen.
Hao Yen-che cursed the chubby little girl. Why couldn't he kill her? 1 hour later, Yuan Gungun popped her head into the study room. Young master, your meal is cooked, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che scoffed at the scared little rabbit, and he walked to the dining room.
Yi Tu, Yuan Gungun whispered. Today young master is angrier than usual. What did I do wrong? Yi Tu rubbed Yuan Gungun's head. You didn't do anything, Yi Tu said.
Young master is being his usual self.
Yuan Gungun.
Hao Yen-che called.
Yuan Gungun ran witless to the dining room.
Why are you crawling like a snail? Hao Yen-che asked.
Are you waiting for someone to serve you? Yuan Gungun shook her head.
She didn't know why the icy Hao Yen-shen suddenly turned into a fire-breathing dragon.
Feed me. Hao Yen-che ordered. Yuan Gungun quickly put a variety of food into Hao Yen-che's bowl. Hao Yen-che picked up his chopsticks and he ate a mouthful of food.
Tastes bad, Hao Yen-che said.
Impossible, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun obliviously took Hao Yen-che's chopsticks and sampled a mouthful of the food she cooked.
It tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che silently looked at his chopsticks in Yuan Gungun's hands.
Young master, Yuan Gungun called. I said it tastes bad, so it tastes bad, Hao Yen-che said. But yesterday you liked eating this dish, Yen Gungun said.
Which one of your ears heard I said I liked eating this dish? Hao Yen-che asked.
He pinched Yen Gungun's ears.
Is it your left ear or your right ear?
It hurts. Yesterday young master ate many portions of this dish, Yuan Gungun said. Today I said this dish tastes bad, Hao Yen-che said.
Go clean the bathrooms.
Young master, you're being unreasonable, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm unreasonable, Hao Yen-che said. Do you want to see what happens if you cry? Yuan Gungun bit her lips. And who said you can ask other people to help you cook? Hao Yen-che asked. There are 10 dishes on this table cooked by someone else.
Young master, you didn't say I couldn't ask other people to help me cook, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che thumped the table. If I find a spot of dust in the bathrooms, I'll ask someone to give you a beating, Hao Yen-che threatened.
Go! Yuan Gungun ran outside the dining room.
Hao Yen-che stared at the 20 dishes on the dining table.
He was angry. Yuan Gungun smiled alluringly at his guards. End of chapter 24.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25-26. Yuan Gungun wiped the windows and pitted herself.
At home, her family loved her. Even the cold Yuan Ting Lu didn't raise his voice when he spoke to her.
Yuan Gungun didn't think she did anything wrong. Who wanted to be Hao Yen-che's maid?
If Hao Yen-che punished her because she was chubby, then he should ask Mrs. Chin to find someone else to be his maid. If Hao Yen-che hated her because of her chubby body, then she hated his handsome face.
Gungun, Chang Jiatao called.
Yuan Gungun turned around and saw a young woman with short hair smiling at her.
Who are you? Yuan Gungun asked.
I'm Chang Jiatao, Chang Jiatao said.
You can call me Jiatao. Yuan Gungun wiped her tears. Why do you want to see me? Yuan Gungun asked.
You didn't close the door, Chang Jiatao said.
I heard you crying.
Chang Jiatao passed Yuan Gungun tissues, and Yuan Gungun blew her nose. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
I forgot to close the door. What happened? Chang Jiatao asked. Did young master punish you? Yuan Gungun hugged Chang Jiatao's neck and cried.
I don't understand him, Yuan Gungun said.
He's a bully. He asked me to make 20 dishes in 1 hour. I had to ask Big Sister Ting to help me. He ate one mouthful and said the food tastes bad.
But yesterday he ate a lot of the same food. He made me clean as a punishment. If he finds dust where I cleaned, he'll ask someone to whip me.
He bullies me because my chubby body is an eyesore. Jiatao, do you think I want to be chubby?
It's not my fault there are delicious food in the world. When I want to diet, the delicious tempt me.
Is being chubby a crime?
Don't cry, Chang Jiatao said.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Yuan Gungun had a good cry. She let go Chang Jiatao and wiped her face with the dirty rag in her hands.
Chang Jiatao helped Yuan Gungun wash her face. Young master is an unreasonable person, Chang Jiatao said.
I'll help you clean.
Aren't you scared you'll be punished if he finds out? Yuan Gungun asked.
We'll be careful, Chang Jiatao said.
Young master won't find out.
Yuan Gungun didn't notice the cold gleam in Chang Jiatao's eyes.
Thank you, Big Sister Tao, Yuan Gungun said.
Let's clean, Chang Jiatao said.
The following morning, Hao Yen-che looked coldly at Chang Jiatao, who entered his bedroom.
Where's Gungun?
Hao Yen-che asked.
She asked me to come here to wake young master up, Chang Jiatao said.
She asked you to come here?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Is she a maid or a mistress?
But she said she didn't want to see young master, Chang Jiatao said.
Oh, is that why she asked you to come here?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Chang Jiatao said. Where is she?
Hao Yen-che asked. She's sleeping in room 35, Chang Jiatao said.
Leave, Hao Yen-che ordered. Hao Yin-che walked into the bathroom. Chang Jiatao fisted her hands and left his bedroom. Hao Yin-che walked into room 35.
Yuan Gungun was sleeping on the bed in the shape of a little ball, and hugging a pillow.
Her sleeping position exposed her white underwear. He looked around the room, it was messier than he remembered. Yuan Gungun, Hao Yin-che called. Yuan Gungun slept soundly. Yuan Gungun. Hao Yin-che called.
Hao Yin-che poked Yuan Gungun's face to wake her up, but she grabbed his hand. Tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun murmured in her sleep.
Hao Yin-che laid on the bed next to Yuan Gungun.
She hugged his waist and purred like a little kitten. Her body felt soft like she didn't have any bones.
Big brother do, Yuan Gungun murmured.
Hao Yin-che let go of Yuan Gungun and kicked her off the bed.
Ah, Yuan Gungun cried out. She opened her eyes. Young master? Hao Yin-che scoffed. Who else did Yuan Gungun think was lying on the bed with her? Why did you kick me? Yuan Gungun asked.
She rubbed her sore body.
It hurts.
You have guts, giving orders to my servants, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun knew Hao Yin-che would find out Chang Jiatao helped her clean last night.
But she didn't give orders to anyone. I didn't give orders. Yuan Gungun said. You don't want to see me? Hao Yin-che asked. Who do you think you are? Yuan Gungun was surprised Hao Yin-che was psychic.
You're my maid, Hao Yin-che said.
Don't overstep your status. Don't think you're the mistress in my home. Here you're nobody. Hao Yin-che didn't know why he was wasting his time with Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun's eyes stung and she lowered her head.
I know, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Don't bother crying, Hao Yin-che said.
Your tears are not going to work on me.
Yuan Gungun quietly cried. You're right, Yuan Gungun said. I'm sorry.
What did I say to you yesterday?
Hao Yin-che asked. Hao Yin-che didn't understand why Yuan Gungun looked lovable in his eyes. Yuan Gungun couldn't hold back her sadness.
She sat on the floor and cried like an abandoned child.
I did my best, don't hit me, Yuan Gungun said.
Be quiet, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gungun covered her mouth and looked at him pitifully.
Come here, Hao Yin-che said and patted the bed.
Yuan Gungun shook her head.
Are you coming?
Hao Yin-che asked. Yuan Gungun sat on the bed.
Hao Yin-che hugged her and looked at her adorable face.
You're really ugly, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gungun lowered her head to avoid seeing Hao Yin-che's face. Hao Yin-che held Yuan Gungun's chin, wiped her tears off her face and let go of her.
Yuan Gungun was awestruck again by the scary monster's beautiful face. What are you looking at? Hao Yin-che asked. Yuan Gungun looked down and twiddled her fingers. How many rooms did you clean? Hao Yin-che asked.
1, Yuan Gungun confessed.
For the whole night, you only cleaned this room?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Look how messy this room is. Are you lazy or you deliberately made this room messy? Do you want to defy me?
I'm not lazy, Yuan Gungun said softly. I promise I did my best to clean this room.
If you did your best to clean this room, what happens when you don't put effort into cleaning?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Will my home be destroyed by you? Yuan Gungun didn't know why her best efforts to clean turned into a pigsty.
Last night after she cleaned everything in the room, she carried a vase to replace the flowers and tripped. Chang Jiatao avoided getting wet, but Chang Jiatao knocked over a bookshelf and more than 30 books fell on Yuan Gungun's legs.
I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
You can punish me but don't hit me. I'm scared of pain.
Go wash up and cook breakfast, Hao Yin-che said.
You're not angry? Yuan Gungun asked. Yuan Gungun smiled, she got out of bed and walked toward the door.
Wait, Hao Yin-che said. Why are there bruises on your legs?
Last night, I was nearly squashed to death by the fallen books, and the vase, Yuan Gungun said.
You deserve it, Hao Yin-che said.
Go wash your face and brush your hair. You don't need to strut in front of me.
Do I still need to cook breakfast, hee?
I'll go, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin-che watched Yuan Gungun leave the room.
He didn't understand why Yuan Gungun was someone special to him.
End of chapters 25 to 26. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 27, 28. Yuan Gungun proudly presented Hao Yin-che a hot bowl of congee. Hao Yen-che didn't know if there was anything inside Yuan Gungun's brain.
A moment ago, she was crying and the next moment she was smiling happily at him.
What is this?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Kanji, Yuan Gungun said. Of course Hao Yen-che knew it was a bowl of kanji. When did I say I wanted to eat kanji?
Hao Yen-che asked. I broke many of your possessions but you're not angry with me, Yuan Gungun whispered in Hao Yen-che's ear.
I made this kanji especially for you.
It tastes delicious. The servants were flabbergasted. Even Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawen thought Yuan Gungun was brave to change Hao Yen-che's strict diet. Mrs. Chen stood sternly, but inwardly she was happy to see Yuan Gungun and Hao Yen-che get along.
Taste it, Yuan Gungun said. If you don't like it, I'll cook something else for you to eat. After Hao Yen-che ate a spoonful of kanji, the servant's mouth gaped open.
Hao Yen-che wasn't angry at Yuan Gungun, he ate the kanji.
Is it delicious? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che silently ate the kanji gracefully.
Suddenly Yuan Gungun's stomach rumbled.
Are you hungry?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun nodded her head.
She skipped breakfast and lunch. She anticipated Hao Yen-che would ask her to sit and eat with him like in fairy tales.
Continue being hungry, Hao Yen-che said and ate another dish. Yuan Gungun stood watching Hao Yen-che eat.
Now Lu Ting-du was right, reading fairy tales would give her false expectations. The servants pitied Yuan Gungun.
Since Yuan Gungun arrived at the Hao mansion, Hao Yen-che talked more.
Hao Yen-che only talked to Yuan Gungun, but only to say cruel things to her.
They pitied Yuan Gungun being treated special by Hao Yen-che. Hao Yen-che thought it was a beautiful day. He even liked looking at the sky he usually hated.
After the meal, Yuan Gungun stood like a sleepy mummy in the study room.
Go outside, Hao Yen-che ordered Jia Tu and E2. Yes, young master, Jia Tu and E2 said and left the room. Hao Yen-che poked Yuan Gungun's sleepy face. He was impressed she could sleep standing.
You dare sleep?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Young master, I'm really sleepy, Yuan Gungun murmured.
Hao Yen-che pulled Yuan Gungun down to sleep on his lap.
He looked closely at her face. He stroked her soft cheeks. She snored out of her small straight nose. Her eyes were big and she pouted her lips in her sleep. When Yuan Gungun woke up, she scratched her head. She didn't know how she ended up sleeping on the big pink bed in her bedroom. She looked at the pig clock on the bedside table, it was 8 in the morning. Yuan Gungun jumped out of bed, ran to the bathroom to wash and dress. She was starving, but she had to wake up Hao Yen-che. At 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Gungun walked into Hao Yen-che's bedroom. Young master, wake up. Yuan Gungun said. Be quiet, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun smiled at Hao Yen-che, and she followed him to the bathroom. Young master, what do you want to eat and drink for breakfast? Yuan Gungun asked. Your choice, Hao Yen-che said. Do you want to eat fried mung bean donuts, a vegetarian dish or bacon for breakfast? Yuan Gungun asked. One portion of each dish, Hao Yen-che said. Do you want to drink soybean milk? It's good for your skin. But you have smooth skin already. Drinking coffee isn't good for you. What about drinking hot chocolate? Hao Yen-che quietly brushed his teeth in front of the sink. Young master, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yen-che turned around and looked coldly at Yuan Gungun. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said. You're in the middle of brushing your teeth. It's not good to speak and spit toothpaste everywhere. Yuan Gungun laughed awkwardly, and went to make Hao Yen-che's bed. After Hao Yen-che walked out of the bathroom, Yuan Gungun was waiting for him at the door. What about drinking milk tea? Yuan Gungun asked. Water, Hao Yen-che said and walked outside his bedroom. Yuan Gungun followed Hao Yen-che to the dining room. After breakfast, Hao Yen-che worked in the study room. When he had a headache, Jia Tu gave Hao Yen-che 2 pills. Yuan Gungun grabbed the pills from Hao Yen-che's hands. Young master, do you have a headache? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che ignored Yuan Gungun, he took out another 2 pills from a drawer. Yuan Gungun grabbed the pills from his hand again. Yuan Gungun, do you want to die? Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun shook her head. Give me the pills, Hao Yen-che said. Young master, it's not good to take painkillers, Yuan Gungun said. Let me help you use natural ways to ease your headache. I said give me the pills, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun was scared, but she held her hands behind her back. Hao Yen-che squeezed Yuan Gungun's neck. She gasped for air and tears flowed out of her eyes. Young master, Jia Tu and E2 called.
Jia Tu and E2 didn't dare touch Hao Yin-che. A couple of seconds later, Hao Yin-che let go of Yuan Gungun's neck. Yuan Gungun sat on the floor and coughed.
After she breathed steadily again, she wiped tears off her face and stood. Painkillers are bad for the body in the long term, Yuan Gungun said.
Let me help you. Go outside, Hao Yin-che ordered Jia Tu and E2. Jia Tu and E2 left.
Yuan Gungun held Hao Yin-che's arm and took him to the spa room.
Hao Yin-che laid on the massage table.
Yuan Gungun oiled her hands and massaged his head. Young master, I don't know what is giving you stress, Yuan Gungun said.
But if you don't think about it, you won't get headaches. Hao Yin-che relaxed.
It was the first time someone massaged him in his life. Since he was a child, his body's natural defense mechanism wouldn't let anyone touch him without them being flung away from his body.
Young master, do you want to play a game of riddles with me? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che kept his eyes closed and Yuan Gungun continued to massage his head. Why do Chinese men eat more rice than Japanese men? Yuan Gungun asked. Because there are more Chinese men than Japanese men in the world, Hao Yin-che said. Young master, why are you so smart? Yuan Gungun asked. Why are you a dummy?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Yuan Gungun pouted her lips. Young master, do you want me to tell you a funny story? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che kept silent.
Listen carefully, Yuan Gungun said.
It's a tragic comedy.
Hao Yin-che opened his eyes. He was curious to hear Yuan Gungun's story. Long, long ago there was a scary monster, Yuan Gungun said in a serious tone of voice. No one could slay the scary monster.
But the scary monster had one weakness, its one weakness killed it.
One day long, long ago the scary monster released its deadly fart and died.
Yuan Gungun laughed at her own funny story. Young master, don't you think it's a funny story? Yuan Gungun asked. Only a dummy would think of a dummy story, Hao Yin-che said and closed his eyes. Yuan Gungun didn't know why she couldn't make Hao Yin-che laugh.
At home her family loved to hear her tell funny stories and they laughed with her.
End of chapters 27 to 28.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 29.
Yuan Gungun washed Hao Yin-che's long silver hair while he slept. She thought he dyed his hair, but there was no sign of dye in his hair roots. Like his violet eyes, he didn't wear contacts and sometimes she could see specks of amber in his violet eyes. Young master, Yuan Gungun called.
Hao Yin-che didn't answer Yuan Gungun.
She walked to a cupboard, took out 2 bedsheets and 2 pillows. She covered his body from the neck down and propped a pillow behind his head. Then she slept on the chair next to him.
Several days passed.
Since the day Yuan Gungun massaged Hao Yin-che's head,
he didn't cause her trouble anymore. Except she hated the nickname he gave her.
Little Chub, Hao Yin-che called. Don't call me Little Chub, Yuan Gungun said.
At home my family call me Little Rabbit.
Massage my back, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun pouted her lips and massaged Hao Yin-che's back.
He secretly looked at her reflection in the mirror.
Looking at her adorable face put him in a good mood.
Mrs. Chen knocked on the door.
Come in, Hao Yin-che said. Young master, there is a young man named Na Lu Ting-du waiting outside, Mrs. Chen said.
He wants to see Gungun. Big brother do? Yuan Gungun asked. Yuan Gungun immediately let go of Hao Yin-che's shoulders. She ran to Mrs. Chen and kissed Mrs. Chen's cheek. Thank you, Auntie Chen, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun ran toward the door. Stop! Hao Yin-che ordered. Yuan Gungun turned around and looked confusedly at Hao Yin-che. Did I give you permission to leave?
Hao Yin-che asked coldly. Young master, Yuan Gungun called softly.
Come here, Hao Yin-che said. Hao Yin-che didn't know why he suddenly felt angry. Yuan Gungun's eyes stung. She didn't walk toward Hao Yin-che. Hao Yin-che slammed the reports on the desk.
I said come here, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gungun's body trembled, and she slowly walked to Hao Yin-che.
Mrs. Chen, tell Mr. Na that he can't see my maid and escort him to his car, Hao Yin-che instructed.
Yes, young master, Mrs. Chen said.
Yuan Gungun pulled Hao Yin-che's shirt sleeve and looked at him pitifully. Young master, I really miss Big Brother Du, Yuan Gungun said.
Let me see Big Brother Du for a little while.
No, Hao Yuan Chen said.
He turned around and looked at Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, why aren't you leaving? Mrs. Chen was sad to see Yuan Gungun's teary eyes. Mrs. Chen turned around and left the room. Mrs. Chen, Yuan Gungun called. Yuan Gungun sat on the floor and cried. She missed her family. Why wouldn't Hao Yenche at least let her see Na Lu Tingdu? Hao Yenche pulled Yuan Gungun up. Don't forget your status, Hao Yenche said. You're my maid. You have to obey to my orders. If you don't have my permission, then you can't take a step away from me. Yuan Gungun cried and didn't answer Hao Yenche. Do you understand? Hao Yenche asked. I hate you, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun's tears fell onto Hao Yenche's arms. I hate you too, Hao Yenche said. Hao Yenche let go of Yuan Gungun and looked at the reports on the desk. Yuan Gungun walked toward the door. She wanted to be sad in her bedroom. Do you dare take another step? Hao Yenche asked. Yuan Gungun stood still. Come here and massage my back, Hao Yenche said. Yuan Gungun walked back to Hao Yenche. She cried and pounded his back. Jia Tu and Yi Tu thought Hao Yenche was being unreasonable. Yuan Gungun was only an 18-year-old who missed her family after being away from her family for a long time. Hao Yenche put down the reports on the desk and turned around to face Yuan Gungun. Is your skin itchy? Hao Yenche asked. Is that why you want to hit another person's back? Yi Tu, take her to her room, Hao Yenche said. Don't let her go outside. Yes, young master, Yi Tu said. Yi Tu led Yuan Gungun to her bedroom. Gungun, listen to young master, Yi Tu said. Don't provoke him. I want to see Big Brother do, Yuan Gungun said. Gungun, don't mention that again in front of young master, Yi Tu advised. Yuan Gungun didn't understand why the last several days she and Hao Yenche were getting along, but he wouldn't let her see Nan Lu Tingdu. End of chapter 29. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, 31. Outside the Hao mansion, Mrs. Chen apologized to Na Lu Tingdu. Mr. Na, I'm sorry, Mrs. Chen said. Young master said he's not going to let his maid see you. A maid is a human being, Na Lu Tingdu said. Gungun should have free time. When does Gungun finish work? I can wait to see her. Gungun is young master's maid, Mrs. Chen said. If she doesn't have young master's permission, she can't leave his side. Na Lu Tingdu saw Yuan Gungun's caller ID on his phone, and he walked back to his car. Gungun, Na Lu Tingdu said. Big brother do, Yuan Gungun said. Why are you crying? Na Lu Tingdu asked. I miss Big Brother do, Daddy, Mummy, Xiaobai, Xiaoban, Xiaoyuan, Xiaogun. I miss home, Yuan Gungun said. Gungun, come out here and I'll take you home, Na Lu Tingdu said. I can't, Yuan Gungun said. Young master will hit me. Did he dare hit you? Na Lu Tingdu asked. No, Yuan Gungun said. But he won't let me see Big Brother do. Gungun, if he hits you, you can tell me and I'll take you home, Na Lu Tingdu said. Big Brother do, will you come save me? Yuan Gungun asked. Of course I'll come save my Gungun, Na Lu Tingdu said. I really miss Big Brother do, Yuan Gungun said. Are Daddy and Mummy healthy? How are my small friends? Big Brother do, have you helped take care of them for me? Yes, Na Lu Tingdu said. Dad and Mum are healthy. Everyone is waiting for you to come home. Big Brother do, now I know how much everyone at home loves me, Yuan Gungun said. Gungun, you'll be starting a new term soon, Na Lu Tingdu said. I'll drive you to school and take you home on the weekdays. Big Brother do, I don't know if young master will let me go to school, Yuan Gungun said. Don't worry, Na Lu Tingdu said. I'll ask Dad to talk to him. Big Brother do, does Mummy still get headaches? Yuan Gungun asked. Big Brother, is Xiaobai sleeping? What about Xiao Yuan's constipation? Na Lu Tingdu and Yuan Gungun talked to each other like they weren't separated by walls. Big Brother do, Auntie Chen is calling me, Yuan Gungun said. I have to go. Be good, Na Lu Tingdu said. Tomorrow I'll call Big Brother do, Yuan Gungun said. Bye. Na Lu Tingdu sat in his red sports car for a long time staring at his phone. He vowed he would make Hao Yenche suffer if Hao Yenche did anything to hurt Yuan Gungun. Upstairs, Hao Yenche watched the red sports car drive off. He broke the glass in his hand and blood dripped onto the floor. At 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Gungun walked into Hao Yenche's bedroom. Young master, wake up, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yenche opened his eyes. He looked at Yuan Gungun's face,
but she kept her head down and didn't look at him. Hao Yen-che walked to the bathroom to brush and wash. But Yuan Gungun didn't follow him like usual. She stayed behind to make his bed and tidy his bedroom. Yuan Gungun finished her duties in Hao Yen-che's bedroom, and she walked toward the door. But Hao Yen-che came out of the bathroom and grabbed her arm. "Are you angry?" Hao Yen-che asked. "I wouldn't dare be angry," Yuan Gungun said. "Good," Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che let go of Yuan Gungun's arm, and he walked outside before her. Yuan Gungun rubbed her sore arm, cursed Hao Yen-che softly and followed him to the dining room. Yuan Gungun cooked breakfast for Hao Yen-che like usual, except she didn't smile at him. "Did I say I wanted to eat congee?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun carried the bowl of congee into the kitchen, and she came back to the dining room with an English breakfast of bacon, sausage, and eggs. Hao Yen-che ate the English breakfast, but he was angry Yuan Gungun didn't pay attention to him. She walked back to the kitchen and returned with a plate of pastries. He knocked the plate of pastries onto the floor and walked to the study room. Yuan Gungun knelt on the floor, and she felt sad to see food wasted. "Yuan Gungun, stand up," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun looked up. She was startled to see Hao Yen-che was standing in front of her. He put her bleeding hand in his mouth. "What are you doing sitting here?" Hao Yen-che asked. "Are you a dummy?" Hao Yen-che carried Yuan Gungun into the bedroom. The servants whispered to each other about what they witnessed. They speculated Hao Yen-che and Yuan Gungun were secret lovers. In the bedroom, Hao Yen-che washed Yuan Gungun's hands in the bathroom. "Put me down," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che carried Yuan Gungun to the bed. She stood to leave. "Sit down," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun sat back on the bed, and Hao Yen-che went to get the first aid kit. "Give me your hand," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun shook her head, and kept her hands behind her back. "Give me your hand," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun gave Hao Yen-che her injured hand. He disinfected the cut on her hand, and bandaged her hand. Yuan Gungun's hand hurt. She was scared of pain, and quietly cried. Hao Yen-che put the first aid kit away. He held Yuan Gungun's chin and wiped her tears. "Where did you put your brain?" Hao Yen-che asked. "Is it rotting somewhere outside? What were you doing picking up broken glass? If you pick up broken glass again, I'll make you eat it." Yuan Gungun silently looked at her bandaged hand. "Did you hear me?" Hao Yen-che asked. I heard you," Yuan Gungun said. "You're all meat and no brain," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun bit her lips. "Am I wrong?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun turned her head to the side to avoid seeing Hao Yen-che's face. "Talk," Hao Yen-che said. "I don't want to talk to you," Yuan Gungun said softly. "Say it again," Hao Yen-che said. "I don't want to talk to someone who bullies me," Yuan Gungun said. "You didn't even let me see my family. Do you know how much I miss my family? How much I want to go home?" Yuan Gungun covered her face and cried. "Why do you bully me?" Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che didn't know what to say. "Why?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Why do you treat me this way when I've only been good to you? If you hate me, and don't want to see me, then you can ask Auntie Chen to let me work somewhere you can't see. I don't want to be your maid." End of chapters 30 to 31. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Hao Yen-che sat on the bed next to Yuan Gungun. "If you don't stop crying, I'll sew your lips together," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun turned her back to Hao Yen-che. Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gungun from behind. "You're really ugly," Hao Yen-che said. "If I'm ugly, Yuan Gungun said. "I don't need to marry you." Hao Yen-che turned Yuan Gungun's face to him and pinched her cheeks. "Who would want to marry you?" Hao Yen-che asked. "Who needs you to care?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Who are you talking to?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun didn't want to endure Hao Yen-che pinching her face. She turned her head to the side. "You want to avoid me?" Hao Yen-che asked. "This is my face," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che pinched Yuan Gungun's cheeks. "Right now, your face belongs to me," Hao Yen-che said. "Why?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Because you're my maid," Hao Yen-che said. "For 3 years, you belong to me." "Young master, let me go home," Yuan Gungun said.
No, Hao Yin-che said. Hao Yin-che poked Yuan Gungun's rosy face. Yuan Gungun hit Hao Yin-che's shoulders. Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
I miss Big Brother Do, Daddy, Mummy and my small friend.
Hao Yin-che's good mood soured after he heard Na Lu Ting Du's name from Yuan Gungun's lips.
That is your business, Hao Yin-che said coldly.
Not mine.
I want to go home, Yuan Gungun said.
In another 3 years you can leave. Hao Yin-che said.
Hao Yin-che walked outside and slammed the door shut.
Yuan Gungun looked at the closed door. She didn't understand why Hao Yin-che was always cold one second and hot the next second. Days later, the servants suspected Yuan Gungun was giving Hao Yin-che the silent treatment.
It made them more fearful of offending Hao Yin-che. They thought Hao Yin-che truly loved Yuan Gungun if he wouldn't let her work after a small cut on her hand. He coddled her in her bedroom like she had a terminal illness.
In the heat of the moment they heard him say, Yuan Gungun, if you die, who is going to be my maid? Only a Hao Yin-che and naive people would believe Hao Yin-che hated Yuan Gungun.
In the study room, Hao Yin-che couldn't think and felt frustrated without Yuan Gungun.
E2, call Gungun to come here, Hao Yin-che ordered. Yes, young master, E2 said.
In Yuan Gungun's bedroom, she sat on the bed, snacked and watched TV. It was the first time she had an opportunity to eat snacks since she arrived at the Hao mansion, because she usually spent most of her days serving the scary monster.
Gungun, are you in there? E2 asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said. She put the potato chip on the bedside table.
Come in. E2 opened Yuan Gungun's bedroom door, and he walked inside. How's your hand? E2 asked.
Good,
Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun got out of bed, she picked up a chair and put it next to her bed. She sat back on the bed and E2 sat on the chair.
Gungun, did you and young master have a fight? E2 asked.
No, Yuan Gungun said and wiped her greasy hands.
Honestly? E2 asked.
I want to go home but young master won't let me, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, do you think young master is attractive? E2 asked.
Yes,
Yuan Gungun said. He's the most handsome person I met. Do you think young master is a bad person? E2 asked. Yuan Gungun poured E2 a glass of water, and she thought about his question. Yes or no? E2 asked.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
Do you like young master? E2 asked.
I don't hate him, Yuan Gungun said.
He's the one who hates me and bullies me. Gungun, can't you see young master gives you special treatment? E2 asked.
I can see he gives me special treatment, Yuan Gungun said.
He's especially cruel to me. Gungun, E2 said. Big brother E2, why did you come here to look for me? Yuan Gungun asked.
Nothing, E2 said and rubbed Yuan Gungun's head.
Since you're here, do you want to play a game of chess with me? Yuan Gungun asked. Sure, E2 said.
Yuan Gungun set the chessboard on her bed, and played chess with E2. After a game of chess ended, E2 stood and accidentally fell onto the bed and on top of Yuan Gungun. His lips landed on her forehead.
What are you two doing?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. End of chapter 32.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 33, 34. E2 quickly got off the bed, and helped Yuan Gungun sit up. E2, do you think calling someone is getting into someone's bed?
Hao Yin-che asked.
E2 didn't say anything because he didn't want to make Hao Yin-che angrier.
Yuan Gungun avoided looking at Hao Yin-che's face because she was angry at Hao Yin-che for not letting her see her family.
Hao Yin-che gripped Yuan Gungun's chin, and forced her to look at him. Are you this lonely?
Hao Yin-che asked.
You couldn't see that family member of yours so you seduced the men around you? Seduce? Yuan Gungun asked confusedly. What else were you two doing lying on the bed?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Playing chess?
We were playing chess, Yuan Gungun said firmly.
Do you call playing chess as having someone lying on top of you?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Let go of me, Yuan Gungun said. You're hurting me. Hao Yin-che let go of Yuan Gungun's chin. Auntie Chen. Hao Yin-che called. Mrs. Chen ran into Yuan Gungun's bedroom.
Lock her in the dark room, Hao Yin-che ordered.
Young master, Mrs. Chen and E2 said. Don't forget your status, Hao Yin-che said. It's not your place to question my orders. Wait, Yuan Gungun said. She pulled Hao Yan-Che's shirt sleeve. Why do you want to lock me up? Causing trouble is your own business, Hao Yan-Che said. He pushed Yuan Gungun's hand away. But you're not allowed to seduce my servants. You're being unreasonable, Yuan Gungun said. Take her away, Hao Yan-Che ordered. Mrs. Chen held Yuan Gungun's wrist. I can walk on my own, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun puffed her chest and walked outside confidently. A couple of seconds later, Yuan Gungun walked back to her bedroom and held Mrs. Chen's hand. Auntie Chen, I don't know the way there, Yuan Gungun said. Go! Hao Yan-Che said. Mrs. Chen took Yuan Gungun to the dark room. Hao Yan-Che glared at E2, broke down the door and left. E2, do you think this is a good situation? Jia Tu asked. Isn't it good? E2 asked. Do you think Gungun will cope being in the dark room? Jia Tu asked. I'm shocked, E2 said. You actually care about another person's welfare? Jia Tu didn't answer. Gungun, does she know her own powers? E2 asked. She can capture young master's heart, and make Jia Tu, who hates women, care about her too. Jia Tu didn't let E2 provoke him. E2 smiled and patted Jia Tu's shoulders. Don't worry, E2 said. I bet $10,000 young master will carry Gungun back to her bedroom before tomorrow morning. I bet $100,000 young master will bring Gungun back here before 11 tonight, Jia Tu said calmly. Deal, E2 said. Jia Tu, it appears you're not a fool. Jia Tu walked away from the troublemaker E2. E2 packed the chest set. Gungun, don't blame your big brother E2, E2 said to himself. I'm packing the chest set for you because I care about you. In the dark room, Yuan Gungun curled herself up in a corner. It was dark and cold in the dark room. She reasoned hers and Hao Yan-Che's birthdays weren't compatible. Why else would Hao Yan-Che be angry every time he saw her? Hao Yan-Che acted like she stepped on his tail if they were in the same room with each other. She didn't even need to offend Hao Yan-Che, and he would still be angry with her. She vowed to keep her distance from Hao Yan-Che. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't talk to Hao Yan-Che again. Yuan Gungun hugged the hot water bottle Mrs. Chen left for her in the dark room. Big brother do, save me, Yuan Gungun said weakly. At 10:20 at night, Hao Yan-Che laid sleepless on his bed. Young master. Chen Jiating called from outside Hao Yan-Che's bedroom. Come in, Hao Yan-Che said. Chen Jiating opened the door. It was pitch black in the bedroom. She stood near the door because she couldn't see in the dark. What's the problem? Hao Yan-Che asked. Young master, do you think Gungun's body can cope in the dark room? Chen Jiating asked. She's only a little girl. Have you ever seen such a destructive little girl? Hao Yan-Che asked. Young master, Gungun is the Yuan household's little princess, Chen Jiating said. Her family didn't let her lift a finger. She's been sheltered most of her life. It's natural for her to make simple mistakes. But she's slowly maturing. Her growth has nothing to do with me, Hao Yan-Che said. Young master, what did Gungun do wrong? Chen Jiating asked. If you let her take time to rest, then she is free to do whatever she wants to do while she's resting. Leave, Hao Yan-Che said. Because you're Auntie Chen's daughter, I didn't tell you to get lost. Gungun has a fever, Chen Jiating said softly and left. Hao Yan-Che looked at the moon outside the window. So what if she has a fever? Hao Yan-Che asked himself. What a weakling. Hao Yan-Che got out of bed and went to the dark room. In the dark room, Hao Yan-Che patted Yuan Gungun's face. Yuan Gungun, Hao Yan-Che called. Yuan Gungun didn't respond. Yuan Gungun. Hao Yan-Che called. Hao Yan-Che carried Yuan Gungun to the bedroom, and he summoned a doctor. At 11:15 at night, the doctor arrived at the Hao mansion to examine Yuan Gungun. How is she? Hao Yan-Che asked. She has a fever. I gave her pills to help reduce her fever, she'll be okay, the doctor stammered. Get out. Hao Yan-Che ordered. Yes, young master, the doctor said and ran outside. Hao Yan-Che looked at Yuan Gungun's sick face, and asked himself if he felt regret for the first time in his life. He wanted to leave, but his body refused to leave her. He thought he had turned strange the moment she entered his life. Hao Yan-Che laid next to Yuan Gungun on the bed. He stroked her hair until he fell asleep. In the morning, Yuan Gungun woke up, stretched her body and walked to the bathroom. Are you young master? Yuan Gungun asked and rubbed her drowsy eyes. Hao Yan-Che was naked in the bathtub. What do you think? Hao Yen-che asked. A second later. Ah! Yuan Gun screamed.
Hao Yen-che calmly got out of the bathtub, picked up a towel, dried his body in front of Yuan Gun and put on a shirt.
Yuan Gun thought she was dreaming. Hao Yen-che touched Yuan Gun's forehead.
He thought she still had a fever because her forehead was hot.
Yuan Gun blushed and avoided Hao Yen-che's hand.
Go wash up and come outside, Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che left his little round ball standing in a daze in the bathroom.
Hao Yen-che waited a long time, but Yuan Gun refused to come out of the bathroom. He walked back to the bathroom and carried Yuan Gun to the bed.
Yuan Gun looked fearfully at the person wearing a white lab coat, and she hid under the bedsheet. Come out, Hao Yen-che said. I don't want to, Yuan Gun said. No needles. If you don't come out, I'll ask them to use the biggest needle to give you an injection, Hao Yen-che threatened. Yuan Gun sat up on the bed.
She stared at the needle and cried. Miss, give me your left arm and fist your hand, the doctor said.
Listen to the doctor, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gun slowly gave her left arm to the doctor and fisted her hand. Her right hand clutched Hao Yen-che's shirt while the doctor gave her an injection.
All done, the doctor said.
The doctor smiled at the pitiful Yuan Gun who had a fear of pain. The doctor wanted to squeeze Yuan Gun's cheeks and console her. But Hao Yen-che looked at the doctor like Hao Yen-che wouldn't hesitate to kill if the doctor touched Yuan Gun's face.
I'll leave, the doctor said. Hao Yen-che let the doctor leave without thanking the doctor. End of chapters 33 to 34.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 35, 36.
People say fat helps fight against the cold, Hao Yen-che said.
Looks like you're the exception. Yuan Gun ignored Hao Yen-che.
Your fat is useless, Hao Yen-che said.
You're right, Yuan Gun said. My fat can't fight against the cold. So what if my fat is useless and an eyesore to you?
My mom told me a cat who has fish to eat and a dog who has meat to eat are happy.
I love eating and I love being fat. You have no reason to be angry because I'm fat. Who are you talking to?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gun turned her head away from Hao Yen-che's face.
Are you a cat or a dog? Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che pinched Yuan Gun's face.
I'm a pet being mistreated by their owner, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yen-che continued to pinch Yuan Gun's face and he smiled warmly. She didn't know a cold person like Hao Yen-che knew how to smile warmly.
What are you looking at?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gun ignored Hao Yen-che again.
So he used his index finger to push her small nose up like a pig's snout. A while later, Hao Yen-che carried a tray with a hot bowl of congee on top to the bedroom for Yuan Gun to eat.
Sit up and eat, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gun shook her head.
Hao Yen-che put the tray on the bedside table, he pulled her up to sit against the bedhead and began feeding her congee. Hao Yen-che was surprised he had enough patience to slowly feed Yuan Gun a whole bowl of congee. Yuan Gun licked her lips, because she didn't expect Hao Yen-che would wipe her mouth.
Do you want to eat more?
Hao Yen-che asked. I'm full, Yuan Gun said.
Then why are you licking your lips?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Why can't I lick my lips just because you don't want to wipe my mouth? Yuan Gun asked.
What did you say? Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che roughly wiped Yuan Gun's mouth. Do you want to go home?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
Why? Hao Yen-che asked.
Don't you like living here?
I miss my family and I miss my small friends, Yuan Gun said.
Hao Yen-che didn't want to see Yuan Gun cry. Who is now Lu Tingdu?
Hao Yen-che asked.
My big brother, Yuan Gun said.
I'll let you go home, Hao Yen-che said.
What? Yuan Gun asked. At midnight I'll ask someone to take you to see your family, Hao Yen-che said. At midday tomorrow, I'll ask someone to take you back here. Why do I have to come back that soon? Yuan Gun asked. You don't want to go?
Hao Yen-che asked.
I want to go. Yuan Gun said.
She hugged Hao Yen-che's neck and smiled.
Thank you, young master. What happened yesterday?
Hao Yen-che asked.
I should be the one asking what happened yesterday, Yuan Gun said. Didn't you know I called you to come see me?
Hao Yen-che asked.
When did you call me to come see you? Yuan Gun asked. Big brother E2 came to visit me, and I asked him to play chess with me.
After the game of chess, he stood and accidentally fell on top of me. Then you came and ordered Auntie Chen to lock me in the cold dark room. You're not allowed to cry, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gun sniffed her nose.
Stay here, Hao Yin-che said.
Someone will take you to visit your family tonight. Hao Yin-che cursed too. Young master, are you leaving? Yuan Gun asked. Can't I leave?
Hao Yin-che asked and stormed out of the bedroom.
Yuan Gun turned on the TV to pass the time while waiting to go home. In the study room, Hao Yin-che interrogated E2. E2, lately do you have a lot of free time?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Young master, how can I have free time when I'm busy all the time? E2 asked.
E2, don't let it happen a second time, Hao Yin-che said.
You know the consequences.
Yes, young master, E2 said.
Hao Yin-che turned back to his laptop and worked.
In the middle of the night, Yuan Gun arrived at the Yuan mansion and ran to her parents' room.
Yuan Tinglu was in the middle of pleasuring Feng Dudu's body when the door opened.
He saw his little girl standing at the door and froze on top of Feng Dudu's body. Daddy, Mummy, do your best, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun smiled awkwardly, walked outside and closed the door. Yuan Gun. Yuan Tinglu yelled. Yuan Gun ran to Na Lu Tingdu's bedroom. Big brother Du, save me. Yuan Gun said.
Gun, Na Lu Tingdu said and hugged Yuan Gun.
Big brother Du, I missed you, Yuan Gun said. Why are you home?
Na Ling Tingdu asked and stroked Yuan Gun's long hair. Young master let me come home, Yuan Gun said.
He let you come home? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Yes,
Yuan Gun said. For how long? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
At midday tomorrow someone will take me back to him, Yuan Gun said and kissed Na Lu Tingdu's cheek.
That soon, Na Lu Tingdu said. He kissed Yuan Gun's cheek.
You've lost a lot of weight.
Really? Yuan Gun asked. Yes, Na Lu Tingdu said and squeezed Yuan Gun's nose.
Big brother Du, I want to see my small friends, Yuan Gun said. Na Lu Tingdu wrapped an arm around Yuan Gun's shoulder and walked with her to see her small friends.
Did you see Dad and Mum yet? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
Why are you blushing? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Daddy and Mummy are busy making a little sister or a little brother for me, Yuan Gun whispered in Na Lu Tingdu's ear. When they arrived in the garden, Yuan Gun's small friends jumped onto Yuan Gun's body. Xiao Bai, don't pull big sister's hair, Yuan Gun said.
Xiao Yuan, don't lick big sister's ear. Xiao Lu, your spines are tickling me. Xiao Chen, you're constricting my arm.
Most of the animals hid after they saw Na Lu Tingdu. A white snake coiled around Yuan Gun's arm, a puppy licked Yuan Gun's face and a chipmunk sat on top of Yuan Gun's head. Big sister missed everyone, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun sat in the middle of the garden, and she fed her small friends. Since everyone was good while I was away, I'll tell everyone funny stories, Yuan Gun said. Na Lu Tingdu went to get pillows and a bedsheet for Yuan Gun. He sat next to Yuan Gun on the ground, and listened to her tell funny stories to her small friends. He asked himself if he missed Yuan Gun as a brother or if he missed her because he loved her. End of chapters 35 to 36. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 37. Yuan Gun slept on Na Lu Tingdu's chest to 9 in the morning.
Then Yuan Gun spent time with her parents to 11 in the morning. Little treasure, give this to your handsome wolf, Feng Dudu said.
Mummy, what handsome wolf? Yuan Gun asked. Who else but your young master? Feng Dudu asked. Mummy saw him on TV.
Mummy, why? Yuan Gun said. It's to say thank you for letting you see us, Feng Dudu said. Yuan Gun accepted the 3-tier meal box. Gun, remember, Yuan Tinglu said.
Yes, Daddy, Yuan Gun said. She kissed Yuan Tinglu's cheek.
I'll remember to knock before I walk into a room. Yuan Tinglu rubbed Yuan Gun's head. Go safely and be good, Yuan Tinglu said. Bye Daddy, bye Mummy, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun sat in the car and she waved bye.
Little treasure, we're waiting for you to come back, Feng Dudu said.
Feng Dudu kept waving until she couldn't see the car.
Tinglu, I'm always worrying when Gun isn't with us, Feng Dudu said. Don't worry, Yuan Tinglu said.
Our daughter is a dummy like you.
She'll have her own happiness.
Yuan Tinglu took Feng Dudu back to their bedroom.
In the car, Yuan Gungun unzipped a big backpack and some of her small friends jumped onto her lap. Gungun, now I know why you took so long to pack, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Big brother do, don't tell daddy, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun hugged the white puppy, kissed the chipmunk, patted the snake and the baby hedgehog sat on the white puppy's head. Gungun, the How Mansion isn't your home, Na Lu Tingdu said.
He lifted Yuan Gungun onto his lap. It's not good to bring your small friends there. I know it's not my home, Yuan Gungun said. But I'm all alone there. I miss big brother do, daddy and mummy. Is it wrong for me to bring some of my small friends there so I wouldn't be lonely?
Do your best not to let anyone discover them, Na Lu Tingdu said. I promise I'll be careful, Yuan Gungun said and kissed Na Lu Tingdu's cheek. After the car parked in front of the How Mansion, Yuan Gungun waved bye to Na Lu Tingdu. She carried the big backpack on her back, held the 3-tier meal box in her hands and walked into the How Mansion.
Mrs. Chen, I'm back, Yuan Gungun said.
Young master is at Hao Yan's company, Mrs. Chen said.
You can go to your room and rest. Yes, Mrs. Chen, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun walked to the pink bedroom and closed the door.
She unzipped the backpack and her small friends snooped around the bedroom. She felt happy she brought them with her. Suddenly the door opened. Big Sister Tao, Yuan Gungun greeted. Gungun, Chang Jia Tao said.
Yuan Gungun looked at Xiao Yuan jumping at her feet. They were busted on the first day.
Big Sister Tao, Yuan Gungun said and held Xiao Yuan in her arms. Don't worry, Chang Jia Tao said. She rubbed Xiao Yuan's head.
I won't tell anyone.
Thank you Big Sister Tao, Yuan Gungun said. Chang Jia Tao sat on a chair, and Yuan Gungun poured Chang Jia Tao a glass of water.
Gungun, have you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Chang Jia Tao asked.
No, Yuan Gungun said. Gungun, if you keep them here, other servants will see them and tell young master, Chang Jia Tao said. Young master will kill them after he finds out.
Yuan Gungun held Xiao Yuan tightly.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
Usually no one comes into my bedroom.
Gungun, you're just a maid, Chang Jia Tao.
Anyone can come in here when you're not here. Where should I keep them? Yuan Gungun asked.
Young master's room, Chang Jia Tao suggested.
Yuan Gungun agreed Hao Yin Che's bedroom wasn't a place servants were allowed to enter without permission. What if young master finds out? Yuan Gungun asked.
Young master won't find out, Chang Jia Tao said. Look how big young master's room is.
He won't notice them if you hide them there.
Besides, he works or exercises most of the day. He's only in his room to sleep at night. You can take them to your room at night and bring them to his room before you wake him up. Big Sister Tao, you know young master's routine well, Yuan Gungun said. I was young master's maid before you came here, Chang Jia Tao said. But there is a maid who cleans young master's room during the day, Yuan Gungun said. Become friends with her and she'll keep them a secret from young master, Chang Jia Tao said. Thank you Big Sister Tao, Yuan Gungun said. You're a good person. We're friends, Chang Jia Tao said. Of course I would help you. Chang Jia Tao walked outside, and Xiao Yuan licked a paw while watching its mistress think about how to sneak everyone into Hao Yin Che's bedroom. End of chapter 37. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 38. Yuan Gungun snuck her small friends into Hao Yin Che's bedroom.
There was a big unused drawer beneath the bookshelf furthest from Hao Yin Che's bed. The drawer could fit 5 people. There were decorative holes outside the drawer. It was a perfect hiding spot for her small friends. She lined the bottom of the drawer with blankets for them to sleep on, and she put food and water inside the drawer for them to eat. Stay here, Yuan Gungun said.
At night, Big Sister will bring you back to my room. Don't let anyone see or hear you.
Yuan Gungun ran back to the pink bedroom before Qin Jiawen knocked on the door. Gungun, young master is back, Qin Jiawen said.
He wants to see you.
Young master is back early, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun wiped sweat off her forehead.
Let's go, Qin Jiawen said.
Wait, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun picked up the 3-tier meal box, and she followed Qin Jiawen to the study room. Young master, you're back, Yuan Gungun said and put the box on the desk.
What is this?
Hao Yin Che asked.
My mummy made it to bribe you.
I mean mummy wanted me to give this to young master as a gift, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun opened the box, and she took out a hot bun.
Hao Yin Che slapped her right hand away from the box, and he put the hot bun back in the box.
Ow, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
She rubbed her right sore hand.
Why did you hit my hand?
Go wash your hands, Hao Yin-che said.
Then why aren't you washing your hands? Yuan Gun asked.
Hao Yin-che scoffed, and Yuan Gun followed him to the bathroom. Yuan Gun washed her hands and ran back to the desk. She picked up the hot bun again, but Hao Yin-che was glaring at her. She smiled at him and held the bun in front of his lips. Young master, eat this, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yin-che bit the bun, chewed and swallowed. Your mom is a better cook than you, Hao Yin-che said. Of course my mummy is a better cook than me, Yuan Gun said softly.
Yuan Gun picked up another hot bun, and her white teeth chomped the bun into her mouth. Hao Yin-che thought she looked like she was eating her own kind.
You and the bun are cast from the same mold, Hao Yin-che said.
Why are you eating your own kind? E2 laughed at Hao Yin-che's joke. Yuan Gun didn't understand Hao Yin-che's words. She picked up a tier of food, and offered the food to Jia 2 and E2. Big brother Jia 2 and big brother E2, taste my mummy's cooking too, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yin-che knocked Yuan Gun's head. Ow, why did you hit my head? Yuan Gun asked.
Hao Yin-che grabbed the tier of food from Yuan Gun's hands, and ate it by himself.
Save some for me, Yuan Gun said. I want to eat too.
Hao Yin-che closed the box, and he gave Yuan Gun a warning look. She smiled at him, and patted his hand with her greasy fingers.
He.
I meant my mummy's dishes are for young master to eat, Yuan Gun said. Go wash your hands, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gun walked to the bathroom and mumbled she wanted to eat too. Why are you two giving me that look? Hao Yin-che asked Jia 2 and E2. Young master, how do you feel after eating a little round bun for the first time? E2 asked. Go outside, Hao Yin-che ordered.
Yes young master, Jia 2 and E2 said and left. Hao Yin-che ignored Jia 2 and E2's laughter from outside the door. He opened the box again and looked at the hot buns. He wondered if their big sister would taste delicious like them.
End of chapter 38.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 39, 40.
At the swimming pool, Yuan Gun held a towel in her hands and she watched Hao Yin-che swim laps. If he wasn't such a scary monster, many women would fall in love with his beauty. Like how Na Lu-ting-du had many women chasing after Na Lu-ting-du, she wondered why Hao Yin-che and Na Lu-ting-du didn't have fat on their bodies. She rubbed her stomach, it was soft, no signs of bones underneath her stomach. She was envious how Yin-che and Na Lu-ting-du ate more than her, but they weren't fat.
Yuan Gun looked at the clock on the wall, it was 11 at night.
Young master, Yuan Gun called.
I want to go to the bathroom. Hao Yin-che kept swimming.
Yuan Gun put the towel on a chair. She dashed to his bedroom to clean his bedroom and take her small friends back to her bedroom. By the time Yuan Gun returned to the swimming pool, Hao Yin-che was wiping his wet body with the towel. Then he flung the wet towel at her face. Ow, young master, it's wrong to throw your dirty towels at people, Yuan Gun said. Where did you go? Hao Yin-che asked. To the bathroom, Yuan Gun said.
She poked Hao Yin-che's chest. What's wrong? Hao Yin-che ignored her and walked to his bedroom.
The following night at 10, Yuan Gun used the same reason to sneak into Hao Yin-che's bedroom. But she got caught the moment she opened the drawer.
Yuan Gun. Hao Yin-che called. Hao Yin-che glared at the small animals clinging to Yuan Gun's body.
Young master, Yuan Gun said. She pointed at the white puppy on her lap.
He, meet Xiao Yuan, de Yuan's puppy.
She pointed at the white snake coiled on the white puppy's head. This is Xiao Chen, de Chen's child.
She pointed at the baby hedgehog in the pocket of her apron.
This is Xiao Gun, de Gun's baby. She pointed at the chipmunk on her shoulder.
And this is Xiao Bai, de Bai's child, Hao Yin-che said.
Young master, you're an incredible psychic, Yuan Gun praised.
Hao Yin-che smiled for 3 seconds. Yuan Gun. Hao Yin-che said. You dare raise animals in my room. I'm going to strangle you. Yuan Gun took steps back.
Young master, don't be angry, Yuan Gun said.
I'll take them outside. Hao Yin-che took a deep breath.
He raised his hand to knock Yuan Gun's head.
Wait, Yuan Gun said. I'll hit myself. Yuan Gun knocked her own head.
Hao Yin-che stared at her speechless while she rubbed the bump on her head.
It's late, Yuan Gun said. Good night, young master. Stop. Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun stood still.
Get rid of them, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun shook her head. Do you want me to get rid of them for you?
Hao Yen-che asked. Young master, look at Xiao Yuan's cute white hair, Yuan Gungun said.
Look at Xiao Bai's cute tail.
Look at Xiao Chen's smooth white skin, and Xiao Gun's cute spins.
Young master, let me keep them here.
No.
Hao Yen-che said.
Why?
Yuan Gungun said. I'm alone here in your home. I don't have my loving parents here.
I don't have my doting big brother Du here either.
Why won't you grant my small request? Yuan Gungun couldn't stop herself from crying.
I want to go home, Daddy, Mummy, Big Brother Du, Yuan Gungun called.
Yuan Gungun, your tears are useless, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun put her small friends on the floor.
She wrapped her arms around Hao Yen-che's neck and she kissed his cheek. He looked at the little ball's lips, and couldn't believe what happened.
Now can I raise them here? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che pushed Yuan Gungun off him.
No, Hao Yen-che said.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked. It always works on Big Brother Du. Yuan Gungun, be quiet. Hao Yen-che said. Who do you think you are? Do you think you'll get your way if you kiss someone's cheek? Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun didn't know why Hao Yen-che was angry to that extent.
She looked at her feet and wiped her tears.
You're right, Yuan Gungun said. Tomorrow I'll call Big Brother Du, he'll come pick them up. Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gungun.
He held her chin and kissed her apple red lips.
Young master.
I can't breathe, Yuan Gungun murmured.
Hao Yen-che bit Yuan Gungun's tongue, and he nibbled her numb lips.
Young master, we can't do this, Yuan Gungun said. My mummy told me, only two people who love each other can kiss on the lips. Hao Yen-che looked at Yuan Gungun's rosy cheeks, and he let go of her.
Do you think I want to kiss you? Hao Yen-che asked. It's because I don't want to lose. You took advantage of me by kissing me. I kissed you back so I won't lose to you.
In the future, you're not allowed to take advantage of me again.
Oh. I understand, Yuan Gungun said.
She picked up her small friends.
Good night, young master.
Wait, Hao Yen-che said. Take them outside to the garden.
In the future they are not allowed inside. Young master, are you saying I can raise them here? Yuan Gungun asked. Young master, you're a good person. Yuan Gungun stood on her toes to kiss Hao Yen-che's cheek.
But he looked coldly at her. She took a step back and smiled at him. Young master, don't worry, Yuan Gungun said.
I won't take advantage of you.
Go to sleep, Hao Yen-che said.
Yes, young master, Yuan Gungun said. Good night.
Yuan Gungun carried her small friends outside.
Hao Yen-che rubbed his cheek. He asked himself if he felt disappointed Yuan Gungun didn't kiss him again. At 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Gungun woke up Hao Yen-che. Young master, wake up. Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che opened his big violet eyes and looked at Yuan Gungun's face.
Good morning, young master, Yuan Gungun greeted. Hao Yen-che got out of bed, and Yuan Gungun followed him to the bathroom.
Young master, what do you want to eat for breakfast? Yuan Gungun asked.
Hao Yen-che brushed his teeth.
Did you take them to the garden? Hao Yen-che asked. Not yet, don't be angry, Yuan Gungun said.
She fiddled her fingers.
It was cold last night.
I was scared they would catch a cold.
Hao Yen-che silently walked to Yuan Gungun's bedroom.
After he opened the door, her small friends woke up on the pink bed.
Yuan Gungun held Hao Yen-che's wrists. Young master, don't hurt them, Yuan Gungun said.
The animals sat on the pink bed except Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan jumped off the bed, looked up at Hao Yen-che and barked at Hao Yen-che like Xiao Yuan was greeting Hao Yen-che.
Yuan Gungun hunched over Xiao Yuan to pick up Xiao Yuan. You're not allowed to hold it, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun listened to Hao Yen-che.
Hao Yen-che turned around and her small friends followed him like he was their young master.
End of chapters 39 to 40.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 41. Yuan Gungun followed Hao Yen-che to the garden.
It looked like paradise to her. There were luscious tall trees, a pond, sculptures and a small playground that included a slide. Young master, I want to go on the slide, Yuan Gungun said.
Can your bottom fit on the slide? Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gun rubbed her bottom.
You're right, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun lifted Xiao Yuan onto the slide, and she watched Xiao Yuan slide down.
Xiao Yuan, you're so cute, Yuan Gun said.
Everyone come here and slide too.
Let's go inside, Hao Yanqi said.
Young master, I want to play.
I mean, young master is hungry and we should go inside, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun held Hao Yanqi's hand, and they walked inside together.
Young master, when did you build the playground? Yuan Gun asked.
My small friends are happy to have somewhere to play, sleep, and eat.
Hao Yanqi didn't answer. Young master, don't you think I'm getting smarter by the day? Yuan Gun asked. Hao Yanqi didn't answer because he only wanted to hold Yuan Gun's soft hand forever.
After breakfast, Hao Yanqi stood in front of the study room window and watched Yuan Gun play with her small friends. He didn't know why he let her keep them in his home and built a playground for her small friends.
Was it because he didn't want to disappoint her? He only knew he was becoming stranger by the day. Hao Yanqi felt relaxed whenever he saw Yuan Gun smile.
What scared him was he dreamt of her at night. Before he met her, he didn't dream. Why was his first dream a dream about a rice ball like her? His rice ball was still playing happily with her small friends in the garden. She fell on the ground, her dress rode up her thighs and he could see her cartoon underwear. Hao Yanqi frowned when Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawen helped Yuan Gun stand up and pinched Yuan Gun's face. He sat back at his desk and stared at the reports. He thought about how everyone in his home loved Yuan Gun including Mrs. Chen and Jia Tuesday. He reminded himself that in 3 years, Yuan Gun would leave and he would gain freedom.
Did he want to take care of Yuan Gun for 3 years?
He shook his head. Yuan Gun was only his maid. The next morning, Yuan Gun woke up Hao Yanqi.
Young master, wake up. Yuan Gun said.
Hao Yanqi opened his eyes, he didn't look at her and silently walked to the bathroom.
Young master, do you want to eat fried dumplings and drink soybean milk this morning? Yuan Gun asked.
Hao Yanqi said and washed his face.
Yuan Gun smiled at Hao Yanqi and she went to tidy his bedroom. When Hao Yanqi walked into his bedroom, Yuan Gun was making his bed. Yuan Gun, did you bring them to your room last night?
Hao Yanqi asked. No, Yuan Gun said.
Because you told me not to. Are you sure?
Hao Yanqi asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said. If I'm lying then I'm a little worm.
Hao Yanqi smiled, but Yuan Gun felt that he was angry. At 1:15 in the morning, Hao Yanqi snuck into the pink bedroom. His night vision allowed him to see in the dark. There was no one sleeping on the pink bed. His rice ball dared to sleep in the garden with her small friends.
Hao Yanqi walked to the garden.
In a corner of the garden was a small tent and a lit torch. Inside the small tent, Yuan Gun hugged Xiao Yuan. She couldn't sleep because E2 told her a ghost story.
End of chapter 41.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 42. Yuan Gun heard footsteps approaching the tent and she shivered.
E2 told her a ghost story about a hungry dead ghost looking for people to eat at night, and asking them to come out of their bedrooms.
Come out, Hao Yanqi said. Yuan Gun held Xiao Yuan and cried because she was scared of being eaten. Hao Yanqi didn't hear Yuan Gun respond so he unzipped the tent. No. Yuan Gun said. You're not allowed to come in here. Hao Yanqi didn't want to hear Yuan Gun crying.
Don't come here, Yuan Gun said.
Don't eat me.
I'm an only child, I have elderly parents to take care of. I have a young master I need to serve, and my small friends need me. I have meat on my body, but I hate showering.
People say it's not good to eat fatty meat. You shouldn't eat a fatty meat body like mine.
You should go find my young master.
He has a lean masculine body, no fat. He's a beautiful man. He exercises every day, and he's a clean freak. The meat on his body would taste delicious. I'm not lying. Go and find him to eat.
You certainly think highly of me, Hao Yanqi said. Yuan Gun crawled out of the sleeping bag and clung onto Hao Yanqi's body. Young master, it's you, Yuan Gun said.
You scared me to death. Hao Yanqi's body disobeyed him.
His body sat down, held her on his lap and let her cry on his shirt.
I thought I was going to be eaten, Yuan Gun said. Be quiet, Hao Yanqi said. He patted Yuan Gun's back. You're so noisy. Yuan Gun's small friends looked at their pitiful young mistress. Only Xiao Yuan licked Yuan Gungun's feet. Yuan Gungun picked up Xiao Yuan.
She hugged Xiao Yuan, and Hao Yuan Che hugged her.
Have you cried enough?
Hao Yin Che asked.
Yuan Gungun rubbed her face on Hao Yin Che's shoulder. Put it down, Hao Yin Che said. Yuan Gungun put Xiao Yuan on the ground.
Young master, it's late, Yuan Gungun said.
Why did you come out here to scare me?
What did you say? Hao Yin Che asked.
Hao Yin Che threw his rice ball onto the sleeping bag. What are you doing here?
Hao Yin Che asked.
Sleeping, Yuan Gungun said. Isn't there a room for you to sleep in my home?
Hao Yin Che asked.
Why are you sleeping in the garden? Yuan Gungun hugged a pillow.
You said my small friends are not allowed to sleep inside, Yuan Gungun said. So I pitched a tent in the garden to sleep with them.
Who owns this tent?
Hao Yin Che asked.
Big Brother E2, Yuan Gungun said. Who does the torch belong to?
Hao Yin Che asked.
Big Sister Jiao 1, Yuan Gungun said.
Good.
Hao Yin Che said. Are you angry? Yuan Gungun asked. What do you think?
Hao Yin Che asked. You look angry, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin Che knocked Yuan Gungun's head.
Ow, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said. She rubbed her sore head.
Why did you hit my head?
Yuan Gungun laid on top of Hao Yin Che's body to stop him from leaving the tent. He didn't know what the strange feeling in his heart was.
Young master, don't leave, Yuan Gungun said.
Why shouldn't I leave? Hao Yin Che asked.
Don't leave, Yuan Gungun said. I'm scared. Stay here and sleep with me.
I'll be your pillow. I don't need you to be my pillow, Hao Yin Che said.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
She pinched her cheeks.
Look at the meat on my body.
I'll be a comfortable soft pillow for you.
End of chapter 42.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 43.
You hate showering, Hao Yin Che said.
Who said? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin Che silently looked at Yuan Gungun.
Oh. I was lying before because I didn't want to be eaten, Yuan Gungun said. I love showering. If you don't believe me, you can smell my fresh body.
Hao Yin Che opened his mouth and bit Yuan Gungun's face. Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yin Che's mouth released Yuan Gungun's face.
I didn't lie, Yuan Gungun said. I love showering.
Did your mum teach you to find a man to sleep with you?
Hao Yin Che asked coldly. Of course not, Yuan Gungun said softly.
But I'm scared of sleeping alone. Big Brother Du isn't here.
Young master, I'm begging you to sleep with me this one time.
What?
Hao Yin Che asked.
Since he's not here, you want me to sleep with you? Are you saying you usually sleep with him? Yuan Gungun looked sadly at Hao Yin Che. Get off me. Hao Yin Che said. Yuan Gungun sat up. How could she forget she was only Hao Yin Che's maid?
Why would he care if she was scared? She shouldn't have forgotten he was her young master, not her friend.
Yuan Gungun sat in a corner with her small friends. Hao Yin Che didn't want to see her cry. Young master.
I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said softly.
For a while it was tensed in the tent, only Yuan Gungun's soft cry was heard. Come here, Hao Yin Che said. Yuan Gungun moved to Hao Yin Che's side.
He pushed her onto the sleeping bag, laid on top of her and kissed her lips. He didn't hate her sweet taste. She moaned in his mouth. His hand slid under her nightgown and caressed her soft breasts. Young master, Yuan Gungun called softly.
Hao Yin Che let go of Yuan Gungun like she burned his body.
He looked at her messy hair and her nightgown that he wrinkled. He was captivated by her big round eyes.
Hao Yin Che took deep breaths to calm the other pitched tent in the garden.
He didn't know why he wanted to eat the rice ball. The rice ball's adorable face was beckoning him to bully her. Hao Yin Che pulled Yuan Gungun's dress down, pulled her to lie on his chest and he held her tightly. Young master, Yuan Gungun called softly.
Be quiet, Hao Yin Che said. Letting me kiss you is a fair exchange. Oh, are you saying you'll stay here with me? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin Che silently looked at Yuan Gungun's innocent eyes.
Young master, thank you, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun played with Hao Yin Che's shirt.
Young master, I want to ask you something, Yuan Gungun said.
How did you find out I hid my small friends in your room?
Their odor, Hao Yan-che said.
What odor? Yuan Gungun asked.
Hao Yan-che closed his eyes and ignored Yuan Gungun. But my parents' servants told me that I take good care of my small friends and they don't have an odor on them.
Yuan Gungun poked Hao Yan-che's chest.
Young master, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yan-che opened his eyes, and Yuan Gungun laughed awkwardly.
Young master, does your nose have a strong sense of smell? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yan-che didn't answer Yuan Gungun's question.
Young master, if it's true then you're really pitiful, Yuan Gungun said.
End of chapter 43. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 44. Why?
Hao Yan-che asked. My Shao-chi has a strong sense of smell like young master, Yuan Gungun said. One day, my parents ate expired food. She vomited, and Shao-chi fainted from the vomit odor.
Don't you think it's pitiful? Hao Yan-che didn't hesitate to knock Yuan Gungun's head.
Don't tell me, Shao-chi is Chi-chi's child, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun rubbed her head that was often sore since she met Hao Yan-che. He closed his eyes again, and she thought he was asleep. I'll kill you if you dare eat expired food and vomit, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gungun giggled.
Young master, don't worry, Yuan Gungun said.
I won't eat expired food and make you faint. Hao Yan-che knocked Yuan Gungun's head again. Ow, Yuan Gungun said.
The following day, the servants speculated Yuan Gungun was their future young mistress because their young master slept in the garden with Yuan Gungun last night. In the study room, Yuan Gungun smiled innocently at Hao Yan-che. Young master, Yuan Gungun said and smiled sweetly. Your tail is showing, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gungun rubbed her bottom.
No tail, Yuan Gungun said. Your apron, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gungun looked down at her apron.
Oh, it's not Xiao Bai's tail, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun. Hao Yan-che called. Yuan Gungun covered her ears.
I'm here, Yuan Gungun said.
Do you think I'll do nothing to you?
Hao Yan-che asked. Young master, Yuan Gungun said.
Be quiet, Hao Yan-che said. I don't want to hear your explanation.
Go wash up and get rid of that repulsive perfume on you. Young master, my mummy told me this perfume is a subtle smell, Yuan Gungun said.
It's not repulsive. Hao Yan-che knocked Yuan Gungun's head.
Go take a bath, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun rubbed her head, she walked outside and cursed the scary monster. Hao Yan-che grabbed a cold bottle of water from the fridge, he drank it in one gulp and cursed the oblivious rice ball. After a bath, Yuan Gungun massaged Hao Yan-che's back to soothe him.
Next time if you let me see them, Hao Yan-che said.
You'll hit me, Yuan Gungun said.
I remember. You say that to me all the time. Yuan Gungun, this is my final warning, Hao Yan-che said. Don't think I wouldn't do anything to you.
Yes, young master, Yuan Gungun said. Go get my watch I left at the swimming pool, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun let go of Hao Yan-che's shoulders and she walked toward the swimming pool. Hao Yan-che put the reports on the desk, and he grabbed a bottle of red wine from the bar. At the swimming pool, Yuan Gungun found Hao Yan-che's watch on a table.
Gungun, Chang Jiatao called.
Big sister Jiatao, Yuan Gungun greeted.
What are you doing here? Chang Jiatao asked.
Getting young master's watch, Yuan Gungun said. Let's go, Chang Jiatao said. Chang Jiatao linked arms with Yuan Gungun and made Yuan Gungun watch close to the edge of the swimming pool. Gungun, I'm sorry about last time, Chang Jiatao said. I shouldn't have suggested you hide your small friends in young master's room. Big sister Jiatao, it's not your fault, Yuan Gungun said. It wouldn't matter where I hide my small friends. Young master would still find them, because he has a strong sense of smell. I'm sorry, Chang Jiatao said.
I didn't know. End of chapter 44.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 45.
Everything is good now, Yuan Gungun said. Young master let me raise my small friends here.
Yes, young master is good to you, Xian Jiatao said. Good? Yuan Gungun asked. How is hitting me being good to me? Chang Jiatao tripped and pushed Yuan Gungun into the swimming pool.
Big sister. I don't know how to swim, help, Yuan Gungun said.
Chang Jiatao calmly watched Yuan Gungun slowly drown. Yuan Gungun felt water in her ears, nose, and mouth. She couldn't keep her head above the water surface.
The water slowly drowned her.
Help! Chang Jiatao said. Someone save Gungun! Gungun fell into the pool.
A long time later, Yuan Gungun felt someone pulled her out of the swimming pool.
Gungun, E2 called. Yuan Gungun heard E2 calling her name, but she couldn't open her mouth. E2 ripped Yuan Gungun's dress.
He pressed down on her chest and resuscitated her by mouth to mouth. She coughed out water from her mouth. She opened her eyes, and was relieved to be alive.
Big brother! E2, Yuan Gungun called. E2 hugged Yuan Gungun. Don't be scared, E2 said.
You're okay.
Yuan Gungun gripped E2's shirt.
She was scared of drowning.
Gungun, are you okay? Chang Jiatao asked.
She cried crocodile tears.
You scared me to death. I'm sorry, it was an accident. You can hit me. Yuan Gungun rubbed Chang Jiatao's face.
Big sister Jiatao, it's not your fault, Yuan Gungun said.
What happened?
Hao Yan-che asked coldly. Hao Yan-che glared at E2 who dared to hold Yuan Gungun.
Yuan Gungun looked up. She saw Hao Yan-che and Jiatu standing in front of her.
She stretched her arms toward Hao Yan-che. Young master, Yuan Gungun called.
Hao Yan-che didn't want everyone to see Yuan Gungun's white bra and cleavage.
He took off his jacket, wrapped it around Yuan Gungun's ripped dress, and he lifted her into his arms. Yuan Gungun wrapped her arms around Hao Yan-che's neck and cried on his shoulder. Young master, Yuan Gungun called.
Hao Yan-che patted Yuan Gungun's back.
He glared at E2 and Chang Jiatao before he carried Yuan Gungun to the living room.
Jiatu tossed a towel on E2's wet head.
Jiatu glanced at Chang Jiatao's insincere concerned face, and he helped E2 stand.
Let's go, Jiatu said.
Jiatu and E2 left Chang Jiatao to sit alone at the swimming pool.
Chang Jiatao dug her fingernails into her palms. She resented the swimming pool didn't drown Yuan Gungun fast enough. In the living room, Hao Yan-che looked around for Mrs. Chen. Auntie Chen! Hao Yan-che called. Mrs. Chen ran to Hao Yan-che.
She was worried to see Yuan Gungun's wet body and pale complexion. Help Yuan Gungun take a bath and change clothes, Hao Yan-che instructed.
Hao Yan-che wanted to put Yuan Gungun down on a chair, but she clung onto his neck.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
I don't want to take a bath. Let go of my neck, Hao Yan-che said. Hao Yan-che didn't want to hurt Yuan Gungun by forcibly pulling her arms away from his neck.
I'm not letting go, Yuan Gungun said.
I don't want to take a bath. Hao Yan-che looked at Yuan Gungun's shaky body.
He carried her to the bedroom instead of letting go of her, and Mrs. Chen quietly followed them.
End of chapter 45.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 46.
In the bedroom, Yuan Gungun refused to let go of Hao Yan-che. Let go of me and take a bath, Hao Yan-che said. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Mrs. Chen gently patted Yuan Gungun's back.
Gungun, listen to Auntie Chen, Mrs. Chen said.
Let me help you take a bath.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
If you don't let go of me, then I'll help you take a bath, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun finally let go of Hao Yan-che's neck, and he helped her stand on the floor.
Gungun, you're all wet, Mrs. Chen said.
Come with me to the bathroom. Yuan Gungun held onto Hao Yan-che's shirt.
He pulled her hands off his shirt and walked outside.
Mrs. Chen, Yuan Gungun called. Mrs. Chen rubbed Yuan Gungun's wet head.
Don't be scared, Mrs. Chen said. You're okay. Outside the pink bedroom, Hao Yan-che changed into dry clothes, and he interrogated E2 and Jiatu in the study room.
How did this happen?
Hao Yan-che asked. Young master, I don't know, E2 said. Jiatu and I came back from Hao Yan's company. We walked past the swimming pool, we heard Chang Jiatao calling for help, and we saw Gungun's head bobbing up and down in the pool. I told Jiatu to go get young master, and I jumped into the pool to save Gungun from drowning.
Did you rip her dress?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yes, E2 said.
Did you give her mouth to mouth?
Hao Yan-che asked. Yes, E2 said.
Hao Yan-che stood, he kicked down the door and left.
Jiatu, young master knows how to be destructive, E2 said. Since Gungun arrived here, this is the second door young master destroyed.
Go replace the door, Jiatu said.
Alright, E2 said and laughed. It's hard to be a good person in this world.
In the pink bedroom, Mrs. Chen helped Yuan Gungun take a bath and dried Yuan Gunguns until she looked like a clean fluffy little rabbit.
Yuan Gungun wore a cartoon nightshirt and she crawled onto the pink bed. Hao Yan-che walked into the pink bedroom and looked at Yuan Gungun's pitiful face.
"Auntie Chen, go outside," Hao Yan-che instructed. Mrs. Chen bowed and left the pink bedroom. Hao Yan-che sat on the pink bed next to Yuan Gungun. "You're a capable person," Hao Yan-che said sarcastically.
"I asked you to get my watch.
But you fell into the pool and nearly drowned."
Yuan Gungun bit her lips and looked down.
"I heard fat people can float on water so they wouldn't drown easily," Hao Yan-che said. "But I'm an exception," Yuan Gungun said.
"It's good you understand," Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che smiled and he looked at the warm glass of milk on the bedside table.
Yuan Gungun wiped her tears.
Hao Yan-che held her face, but she didn't say anything.
"Do you think crying can solve anything?"
Hao Yan-che asked.
Hao Yan-che reached for the glass of milk and he put it in Yuan Gungun's hands.
"Drink it all," Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun drank the glass of milk, and she gave the empty glass to Hao Yan-che. Hao Yan-che put the empty glass on the bedside table, and he smiled at Yuan Gungun's milk mustache.
"Why aren't you licking your lips?" Hao Yan-che teased.
Hao Yan-che used a tissue to roughly wipe milk off Yuan Gungun's mouth, and he tossed the dirty tissue into the small Hello Kitty bin. "Tell me how you fell into the pool," Hao Yan-che said. "I went to get your watch at the pool," Yuan Gungun said.
"Big sister Jia Tao saw me. We walked together and chatted. Big sister Jia Tao tripped, and she accidentally pushed me into the pool.
Then Big Brother E2 saved me." "Stop crying," Hao Yan-che said.
"There is nothing to cry about."
"You're right," Yuan Gungun said.
"I'm useless, your watch fell into the pool, it was an accident. Let me go home. I'll ask my daddy to replace your watch." Hao Yan-che wiped tears off Yuan Gungun's face.
"You're really ugly," Hao Yan-che said. He hugged Yuan Gungun.
"And you're really noisy."
End of chapter 46. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 47.
"Young master, the water was really cold," Yuan Gungun said.
"The water went into my ears, nose and mouth. I couldn't keep my head above the water."
"Young master, I was really scared I was going to die."
"I didn't want to die before having children. There are more delicious food I haven't tasted yet."
"I can't die without meeting the baby white fox and baby panda my daddy promised he'll get me when I return home."
Hao Yan-che silently hugged Yuan Gungun and let her talk.
A long time later, Yuan Gungun cried herself to sleep. Hao Yan-che helped her lie back down on the bed, he pulled the bedsheet over her body and watched her sleep. Yuan Gungun occasionally sniffed her nose in her sleep. Hao Yan-che caressed her soft face. "Young master," Yuan Gungun murmured.
Hao Yan-che gently kissed her lips.
"Young master is scary," Yuan Gungun murmured.
Hao Yan-che considered knocking Yuan Gungun's head. But he didn't want her to wake up and make a racket. Hao Yan-che watched Yuan Gungun sleep until the middle of the night. He carefully got out of bed and walked to his bedroom. The next day the servants gossiped about their future young mistress' near-death experience. They were certain their young master loved Yuan Gungun, because he was more worried about her health than his damaged watch that was more expensive than the swimming pool. Yuan Gungun quickly recovered from the swimming pool incident, but she didn't play with water again out of fear of drowning. Xiao Yuan resembled its young mistress.
Xiao Yuan loves to follow beautiful people, especially beautiful cooks. All the kitchen maids loved the adorable Xiao Yuan. Every day Xiao Yuan would stay in the kitchen during the day, and walk out with a bloated stomach at night. Xiao Bai was a glutton like its young mistress. Every day Xiao Bai would hide in Yuan Gungun's apron, and Hao Yan-che would toss Xiao Bai out to the garden, but Xiao Bai always remembered to hang on to the nuts in its hands.
Xiao Chen loved to watch TV in its mistress' bedroom. Xiao Chen didn't like being outside. Xiao Gun loved money. Xiao Gun used its spikes to collect money, and stored it under its mistress' pink bed.
Hao Yan-che pretended he couldn't see the animal's strange habits as long as they didn't go into his bedroom or cling onto Yuan Gungun's body.
If they dared to cling onto Yuan Gungun's body, Hao Yan-che would be angry at them.
Behind Hao Yan-che's back, E2 would say to Jia Tu that Hao Yan-che was displaying symptoms of jealousy. One day in the dining room, Hao Yan-che was displaying symptoms of jealousy again.
"Yuan Gungun!" Hao Yan-che called. He pinched Yuan Gungun's ears. "Does everything I say to you go in one ear and out the other?" Yuan Gungun rubbed her ears.
"No," Yuan Gungun said. "It's not my fault Xiao Bai likes to hide in my pockets."
Hao Yan-che tossed Xiaobai out the window. Xiaobai. Yuan Gun said.
Xiaobai closed its eyes and held onto the nuts. Luckily Qin Jiawen caught Xiaobai before Xiaobai fell onto the ground.
Young master, don't throw Xiaobai outside, Yuan Gun said.
You'll scare Xiaobai.
Next time I won't throw it, Hao Yan-che said. Really? Yuan Gun asked.
Yes, Hao Yan-che said.
Next time I'll strangle it to death.
Hao Yan-che strode to the study room.
Yuan Gun looked frustrated at his back. Why aren't you following me?
Hao Yan-che asked.
See, it's jealousy, E2 whispered to Jia2.
The following morning at 8:15, Hao Yan-che heard a piercing scream from Yuan Gun's bedroom. He ran to her bedroom and saw the look of devastation on her face. Someone slaughtered a chipmunk and left it at her bedroom door.
End of chapter 47.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 48. Yuan Gun grieved for Xiaobai.
Only a day ago, Xiaobai was eating nuts inside the pocket of her apron. But a day later, she was holding Xiaobai's dead body in her hands. Hao Yan-che couldn't stand Yuan Gun stroking the chipmunk's bloodied body in her hands.
Let go of it, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gun's bleach-white face looked at Hao Yan-che, but she didn't let go of the chipmunk. I said let go of it, Hao Yan-che said. Mrs. Chen was scared Hao Yan-che would hurt Yuan Gun if Yuan Gun refused to let go of the chipmunk. Yuan Gun put the dead chipmunk on the floor. She stood and glared at Hao Yan-che.
Did you do this? Yuan Gun asked in a trembling voice. Yes or no? Hao Yan-che looked coldly at Yuan Gun. Gun, don't say nonsense, Mrs. Chen said.
She held Yuan Gun's arm.
Come with Auntie Chen.
Yuan Gun pushed Mrs. Chen's hand off her arm, and she looked accusingly at Hao Yan-che.
Why? Yuan Gun asked.
You said you would strangle Xiaobai to death if you saw Xiaobai on me again. Why are you such a monster to use such a cruel way to kill Xiaobai?
Hao Yan-che silently let Yuan Gun pound his chest and cry.
You're a monster, Yuan Gun said.
I hate you. Give me back my Xiaobai, answer me, you're a killer. You'll receive your retribution.
Why? Why did you have to kill Xiaobai?
Yuan Gun, do you want to die?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Hao Yan-che's violet eyes slowly changed color.
Yes, I want to die, Yuan Gun said.
If you have the guts then kill me.
You should strangle me to death like how you strangled Xiaobai.
Killing me is nothing to you. Go ahead and kill me.
Mrs. Chen pulled Yuan Gun away from Hao Yan-che. She slapped Yuan Gun's face and Yuan Gun fell onto the floor. Don't forget your status, Mrs. Chen said.
You're only a maid.
How dare you be disrespectful toward young master? Yuan Gun was scared of Mrs. Chen's cold eyes looking at her.
Auntie Chen, Yuan Gun called.
He and I, lock her in her bedroom, Mrs. Chen said. No one is allowed to let her out without young master's permission. He and I picked up Yuan Gun off the floor. They took her to the pink bed, walked outside and locked her in the pink bedroom. Outside the pink bedroom, Mrs. Chen bowed in front of Hao Yan-che.
Young master, I'm sorry, Mrs. Chen said. I'm a bad trainer.
Hao Yan-che stared at Mrs. Chen for a while, then he walked back to the study room.
He and I, go bury the chipmunk in the garden, Mrs. Chen said.
In the study room, E2 and Jia2 reported to Hao Yan-che. Young master, all of Gun's small friends are playing in the garden but we couldn't find Xiaobai, E2 said.
Hao Yan-che flipped through the paperwork on the desk.
Keep looking for it until you find it, Hao Yan-che said. Young master, I heard this morning Xiaobai's dead body was left in front of Gun's bedroom door, E2 said. It's not the one that died, Hao Yan-che said. Young master, pardon me, E2 said.
How do you know it isn't Xiaobai? E2, can you and Jia2 die?
Hao Yan-che asked.
No, E2 said softly. It won't die either, Hao Yan-che said.
Young master, are you saying, Jia2 said.
Humans aren't the only species that can be turned into vampires, Hao Yan-che said. Hao Yan-che let them drink his blood.
They'll stay young forever.
No wonder why Gun's small friends behave strangely, young master, does that mean master gave them to Gun?
Jia2 asked. Go ask him yourself, Hao Yan-che said and left the study room. Jia2, young master looks like he's in a bad mood, E2 said.
You're right, Jia2 said. Do you know why the security cameras didn't capture who cruelly killed a chipmunk?
E2 asked.
Why?
Jia2 asked.
Because I erased the footage, E2 said. Why? Jia Tu asked.
I don't want young master to know the culprit's identity because that person is still useful, E2 said.
Useful in what way? Jia Tu asked.
Like bringing young master and Gun Gun closer together, E2 said.
What do you mean? Jia Tu asked.
Young master needs to go through storms to realize he loves Gun Gun, E2 said. Even when he realizes he loves Gun Gun, he won't admit it. So he needs a helping hand to push him until he accepts he loves Gun Gun. Young master is going to kill you, Jia Tu said.
I'm not scared, E2 said. When that stormy day comes, I'll go hide behind master's back. Chapter 48.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 49. Is Chang Jiatao the culprit? Jia Tu asked. No, E2 said. Tu Tuan the gardener. Why? Jia Tu asked. Tu Tuan has been secretly in love with Chang Jiatao for years, E2 said. Jia Tu looked out the window with E2 at the busy gardener.
In the pink bedroom, Yuan Gun Gun rubbed her swollen face. She didn't understand why Hao Yin Che killed Xiaobai in such a cruel way. 2 minutes to 9 in the morning, Mrs. Chen quietly walked into Yuan Gun Gun's bedroom. Mrs. Chen sat on the bed, and her heart ached while she gently rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's swollen face. Xiaobai jumped onto the bed, and pulled its mistress' hair. Yuan Gun Gun opened her eyes, and thought she saw Xiaobai on her bed holding nuts.
Xiaobai? Yuan Gun Gun asked. Xiaobai rubbed its head against Yuan Gun Gun's neck. Yuan Gun Gun sat up on the bed and hugged Xiaobai.
Gun Gun, this is your Xiaobai, Mrs. Chen said. Mrs. Chen smiled and rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's head.
Auntie Chen, Yuan Gun Gun called.
Gun Gun, forgive me for hitting you, Mrs. Chen said.
It's the only thing I could think of to protect you. No one knows what Hao Yin Che is capable of when someone pushes his patience limit. Auntie Chen, I understand, Yuan Gun Gun said.
This morning Xiaobai followed Lam Ling to buy food, Mrs. Chen said. The chipmunk you saw isn't Xiaobai. Mrs. Chen rubbed the gluttonous Xiaobai's head. Gun Gun, young master gave permission for you to leave your room, Mrs. Chen said. Remember, young master is the king in his home. No one dares to raise their finger or raise their voice at young master in his home.
Here, young master controls everyone's fate, including whether they live or die. Mrs. Chen gave Yuan Gun Gun a red apple. For the first time in Yuan Gun Gun's life, Yuan Gun Gun only held an apple instead of eating it.
Gun Gun, I know someone wants to cause discord between you and young master, Mrs. Chen said.
I don't know their motive.
All I know is that today you misunderstood young master. Xiaobai looked left and right, then Xiaobai bit the red apple in its mistress' hands. Mrs. Chen picked up Xiaobai and put Xiaobai in her apron. Gun Gun, I'll take Xiaobai outside and let you rest, Mrs. Chen said.
Yuan Gun Gun sat on her bed in shock. Xiaobai didn't die, she falsely accused Hao Yin Che.
A while later, Yuan Gun Gun jumped out of bed and she ran bare feet to Hao Yin Che's bedroom.
Yuan Gun Gun stared at the violet door.
She sat on the floor and deliberated for the whole day whether to knock on the violet door. She thought Hao Yin Che wouldn't want to see, because she said hurtful words to him. At 8:30 the next morning, Hao Yin Che woke up in a bad mood because he didn't see Yuan Gun Gun.
He got out of bed, brushed and washed in the bathroom.
Then he opened the violet door and saw his rice ball sleeping in front of the violet door.
Yuan Gun Gun, Hao Yin Che called. Yuan Gun Gun didn't wake up. Yuan Gun Gun. Hao Yin Che called. Yuan Gun Gun's eyes were firmly closed. Wake up and eat, Hao Yin Che said.
Eat where? Yuan Gun Gun murmured. Yuan Gun Gun opened her eyes and saw a long pair of legs. She looked up, the long pair of legs belonged to Hao Yin Che. Young master, Yuan Gun Gun called.
Hao Yin Che didn't want to look at Yuan Gun Gun.
He didn't want to see her swollen face, blood stains on her hands and her bare feet. He walked away from her. Young master, Yuan Gun Gun called and followed Hao Yin Che.
Hao Yin Che ignored Yuan Gun Gun, and he kept walking. Young master. Yuan Gun Gun called. End of chapter 49.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 50.
Yuan Gun Gun sat on the floor and cried on her knees. Hao Yin Che turned around, hunched over and knocked Yuan Gun Gun's head.
Who are you calling? Hao Yin Che asked. You won't pay attention to me, Yuan Gun Gun said. Who do you think you are? Hao Yin Che asked. Hao Yin Che kicked Yuan Gun Gun's bottom. Stand up, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun looked pitifully at Hao Yin-che. Stand up, Hao Yin-che said. My legs are numb, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yin-che didn't want to knock Yuan Gungun's head again. He pulled her up and helped her walk back to the pink bedroom. Go wash up, Hao Yin-che said. He held Yuan Gungun's chin. Can't you hear me? Yuan Gungun mumbled under her breath. What did you say? Hao Yin-che asked. I said if you don't leave, I'll go to the bathroom, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun saw Hao Yin-che's raised arm, she protected her head and ran to the bathroom. He took out the first aid kit from a drawer and waited for her on the pink bed. Yuan Gungun brushed, showered, and changed clothes. She ran out of the bathroom before drying her hair to see if Hao Yin-che was still in her bedroom. She was relieved to see he didn't leave. Go dry your hair, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun quickly dried her hair in front of the vanity table and sat next to Hao Yin-che on the pink bed. He pushed her on the bed, grabbed the first aid kit and gently rubbed cream on her swollen left cheek. Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yin-che packed the first aid kit, put it back in the drawer and stood to leave. Yuan Gungun held onto his shirt. Young master, where are you going? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che turned around and he looked coldly at Yuan Gungun. Young master, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have falsely accused you, Yuan Gungun said. I misunderstood you, because of what you said. Let go of my shirt, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun didn't know what to say or do. Hao Yin-che pushed Yuan Gungun's hand off his shirt. In the future, you're only responsible for cooking 3 meals a day, Hao Yin-che said. The rest of the time is your free time. Are you saying in the future I don't need to be with you? Yuan Gungun asked softly. Don't misunderstand, Hao Yin-che said. You'll always be just a maid. You don't have the right to be with me. Yuan Gungun's hand pressed against her chest, and she watched Hao Yin-che leave. She should be happy she didn't have to follow Hao Yin-che around all day and endure his mood swings. Her heart wouldn't listen, it felt like someone stabbed a needle through her heart. Hao Yin-che walked to the study room and poured a glass of red wine. He drank the red wine, and it passed down his hollow heart. He didn't want to have a weakness. He couldn't keep letting Yuan Gungun make him worry about her if he didn't see her, keep treating her like she was someone special and keep wanting to be with her. Hao Yin-che smashed the glass of wine onto the floor and covered his eyes. Why did he feel frustrated whenever he didn't see her? Little chub, why are you hateful? Hao Yin-che asked himself. Outside, Yuan Gungun sat in the garden and absent-mindedly stroked her small friends' little bodies. Gungun, Chang Jiatao called. She shook Yuan Gungun's shoulders. Gun. Oh, big sister Jiatao, Yuan Gungun said. End of chapter 50. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Chang Jiatao sat next to Yuan Gungun on the grass. What's wrong? Chang Jiatao asked. Are you disappointed to see me? No, Yuan Gungun said. Dummy, I'm only joking, Chang Jiatao said. Chang Jiatao rubbed Xiao Yuan's head. Why are you here? Chang Jiatao asked. Did young master give you free time? Yes, Yuan Gungun said. I only need to cook 3 meals a day. The rest of the time is my free time. Gungun, do you like young master? Chang Jiatao asked. Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Chang Jiatao didn't expect Yuan Gungun to be so honest. What do you like about young master? Chang Jiatao asked. He's temperamental but I don't hate him, Yuan Gungun said. If I'm unhappy, I want to see him. I like his body scent, I like his fingers and I like the warm way he holds me. I don't have enough fingers to list all the things I like about him. If you like him, it's a problem, Chang Jiatao said. Why? Yuan Gungun asked. Because it's a pity young master hates you, Chang Jiatao said. Yuan Gungun felt numb, Hao Yin-che hated her. Gungun, you're the young mistress of the Yuan household, Chang Jiatao said. Do you know why you're here? Yes, Yuan Gungun said. My daddy wants me to learn how to take care of myself and take care of other people. Do you know why you're here and not at another home? Chang Jiatao asked. No, Yuan Gungun said. Chang Jiatao plucked grass from the ground. Because your dad and young master's father made a promise with each other, Chang Jiatao said. Young master doesn't want you here, his father forced him to let you stay here. Since young master was a boy, he hates being forced to do things. In young master's eyes, you're an eyesore. Yuan Gungun was given another shock. She was an eyesore at the Hao mansion.
Gungun, don't feel hurt by the truth, Chang Jiatao said. Now that you know the truth, it's best for you and young master if you keep your distance from young master.
Yuan Gungun blinked back tears. Hao Yanqi hated her and saw her as an eyesore.
Don't cry, Chang Jiatao said.
I know you like young master. But he hates you.
I'm worried you'll be hurt if you follow young master around all day.
Big sister Jiatao, don't worry, Yuan Gungun said.
I won't follow him around all day.
Thank you for telling me the truth.
Of course I would worry about a little sister like you, Chang Jiatao said.
Big sister Jiatao, I want to go back to my room, Yuan Gungun said.
Go inside, Chang Jiatao said.
Bye, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun's small friends followed Yuan Gungun inside, and Chang Jiatao plucked more grass from the ground.
In the evening, Yuan Gungun cooked dinner and brought it to the dining table like usual. Except she didn't call Hao Yanqi to eat dinner, and walked straight to her room. A moment later, Hao Yanqi walked to the dining table and gracefully ate dinner. Mrs. Chen and the other servants felt the atmosphere was strained like the old days before Yuan Gungun arrived at the Hao mansion. 7 days passed. Hao Yanqi and Yuan Gungun avoided seeing each other for 7 days. The morning after the 7th day, Yuan Gungun knocked on the study room door and bowed in front of Hao Yanqi. Young master, Yuan Gungun greeted. Hao Yanqi said without looking up from the work papers on the desk. Young master, I wanted to inform you that tomorrow is the start of my new school term, Yuan Gungun said.
I won't be back in time to cook lunch. Young master, is this acceptable?
I know, Hao Yanqi said.
Thank you, young master, Yuan Gungun said, bowed and left.
Hao Yanqi pushed the work papers off the desk, stood, kicked down the door and walked to the garage. You need to replace another door, Jia Tu said.
I just replaced the last door yesterday, Yi Tu said. How many doors need to be sacrificed before they reconcile? End of chapter 51.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 52.
At 7 in the morning, Yuan Gungun woke up, dressed and prepared to wake up Hao Yanqi.
Then she remembered she didn't need to wake up Hao Yanqi anymore.
She changed out of her uniform into a pink dress, and cooked breakfast.
At 7:30 in the morning, Yuan Gungun walked outside to go to school.
She was happily surprised to see Na Lu Tingdu waiting for her in front of a Lincoln.
Big brother Du, Yuan Gungun greeted and kissed Na Lu Tingdu's cheek.
Na Lu Tingdu lifted Yuan Gungun into his arms, and kissed her cheek too. My Gungun is a lot lighter, Na Lu Tingdu said. Big brother Du, you're only saying that to make me feel better, Yuan Gungun said.
It's the truth, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Big brother Du is the best, Yuan Gungun said. Na Lu Tingdu opened the passenger door. Yuan Gungun sat in the back seat and he sat next to her.
Hello Uncle Zhang, Yuan Gungun greeted.
Hello young mistress, Mr. Zhang said. You're prettier by the day. Uncle Zhang is more handsome by the day, Yuan Gungun said.
Uncle Zhang, you can drive now, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Na Lu Tingdu hugged Yuan Gungun and Mr. Zhang drove to her school. No one in the Lincoln noticed Hao Yanqi standing in front of his bedroom window or how his violet eyes changed color.
In the Lincoln, Na Lu Tingdu opened a meal box. Gun, what's wrong? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Big brother Du, do you hate me?
Yuan Gungun asked.
You're hateful, Na Lu Tingdu teased.
Yuan Gungun looked down and didn't say anything.
Na Lu Tingdu held Yuan Gungun's soft face and smiled at her. Of course my Gungun is lovable, Na Lu Tingdu said.
I can look at your face forever. Really? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes,
Na Lu Tingdu said. What's wrong?
Big brother Du, Yuan Gungun said.
Na Lu Tingdu put the meal box to the side, and he patted Yuan Gungun's back. Don't cry, Na Lu Tingdu said. Did someone bully you?
No, Yuan Gungun asked.
Gun, when did you learn to lie to me? Na Lu Tingdu asked. Big brother Du, if I'm not daddy and mummy's daughter, would you still love me? Yuan Gungun asked. Why are you asking this out of the blue? Na Lu Tingdu asked. Did someone say something hurtful to you?
No, Yuan Gungun said.
Gun, don't you need me anymore? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Of course I need Big brother Du, Yuan Gungun said.
Then answer my question, Na Lu Tingdu said.
I don't know how to explain it, Yuan Gungun said.
There is someone who hates me and thinks I'm an eyesore. Hao Yanqi? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
Are you sad because he hates you? Na Lu Ting Du asked. Yes, Yuan Gun said. Why? Na Lu Ting Du asked. Big brother Du, wouldn't you be sad if someone hates you and thinks you're an eyesore? Yuan Gun asked.
Dummy, Na Lu Ting Du said affectionately.
Don't cry. Eat your breakfast. Rice balls? Yuan Gun asked. Na Lu Ting Du pinched Yuan Gun's nose.
Mum made it especially for you, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Are you happy? Yuan Gun nodded her head, smiled, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks.
Na Lu Ting Du put gloves on Yuan Gun in his hands. You'll spoil the rice balls if you cry on them, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Hurry and eat them.
Watching Yuan Gun heartily eat the rice balls put Na Lu Ting Du in a good mood. Gun, it doesn't matter what other people say, Na Lu Ting Du said. Dad, Mom, and I will always love you. In our hearts you're our little princess.
Yuan Gun choked on the rice balls from happiness.
Na Lu Ting Du took off his gloves and rubbed her head.
End of chapter 52.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 53.
For a month, Yuan Gun lived like her old days in the Yuan mansion. In the morning she woke up, cooked breakfast, and Na Lu Ting Du took her to school. In the evening she returned to the Hao mansion, cooked dinner, set the dining table, and walked straight to her bedroom.
Hao Yanqi and Yuan Gun avoided seeing each other that whole month. Yuan Gun was in her final year of high school at a prestigious private high school.
Only the students from the richest families and the smartest poor students were admitted into the school. All students were guaranteed to be accepted into college. There were 3 social groups at the school. The first were poor students, the second were students from average households, and the third were rich students.
Yuan Gun was a rich student.
But she had a handicap, her handsome adopted brother, Na Lu Ting Du.
Gun, are you sure you gave your big brother the love letters? The tall girl asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said. She packed her books into her bag.
I gave all our classmates love letters to big brother Du.
Good, the tall girl said.
Do you have to go now?
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
I need to go home after school.
A group of beautiful female students surrounded Yuan Gun. Let's go to the bathroom first, then we can all go home together, the group leader said.
Okay, Yuan Gun said and followed the leader.
5 girls walked behind Yuan Gun to the bathroom.
In the bathroom the leader pushed Yuan Gun's head against a wall.
Ah, Yuan Gun cried out and felt dizzy. Gun, tell the truth, the short-hair girl said. Did you give the love letters to your big brother or not?
Yes, Yuan Gun said. The leader slapped Yuan Gun's face hard.
Yuan Gun held her swollen face. You're lying, a half-caste girl said. If you gave your big brother the love letters, why hasn't he replied to us?
I don't know, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun didn't understand how such beautiful girls could be so vicious. Of course you know, the leader said.
You love your big brother, so you hid the love letters from him.
We've seen you kiss your big brother. Big brother Du is my big brother, Yuan Gun said.
Of course I love my big brother. I only kiss big brother Du's face.
Stop acting innocent, the leader said. Look at your face and your body. Stop dreaming.
You should go kill yourself. The group of girls threw buckets of water onto Yuan Gun's body. Then they hit and scratched Yuan Gun's face.
Yuan Gun wasn't smart, but she respected herself.
She didn't let herself cry in front of the vicious girls.
In that moment, a doll-like girl walked into the bathroom.
You hateful bitches, if you're going to gang up on a defenseless person, then at least remember to lock the door, Zhou Lili said sarcastically.
Indeed, all the bad deeds happen in the bathroom after school. An attractive sassy girl walked into the bathroom after Zhou Lili. Is there a problem here? Luo Chengqing asked. *****. End of chapter 53.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 54.
Yes, Yuan Gun said to Luo Chengqing. Luo Chengqing, mind your own business, the leader said.
My darling Lili, does it look like these bitches are insulting our intelligence? Luo Cheng asked.
Yes, my darling Luo Cheng, Zhou Lili said and smiled coldly at the group of girls surrounding Yuan Gun.
Luo Chengqing looked at the leader up and down.
Lili, I heard makeup enhances a person's looks, Luo Chengqing said.
But why does makeup on this girl works the opposite way? You. The leader said.
Your face is falling, Xiao Lili said. Your family can save money on flour. Xiao Lili, watch your mouth, the leader said.
Don't you like people praising you?
Xiao Lili asked sarcastically.
Don't think just because you two are famous, you can insult other people, the leader said. Insult people? Luo Chengqing asked.
Which one of your ears heard us insult people?
FKU, the half-caste girl said. She flipped a bird at Luo Chengqing and Xiao Lili. Don't think we're scared of you too. We can take you two down in a fight.
Luo Chengqing laughed coldly and clapped her hands.
Another female student, Su Chuan, walked into the bathroom, and behind her were another group of female students.
Xiao Lili ran to Su Chuan's side and acted scared. Chuan, these girls want to hit me and Ching, Xiao Lili said. Su Chuan held Xiao Lili back, and Luo Chengqing helped Yuan Gun walk to Su Chuan's side. The girls behind Su Chuan took out their weapons to defend against vicious girls.
What do you girls want?
The half-caste girl asked.
To attack your own classmates?
Unlike you girls, we're honorable fighters, Luo Chengqing said.
We fight one-on-one. Who wants to fight first?
The half-caste girl closed her mouth.
No one? Luo Chengqing asked.
I'll be generous, I'll only counteract your attacks.
Luo Chengqing didn't wait for a reply.
For 10 minutes, pitiful cries of pain from the vicious girls' mouths echoed in the bathroom. Luo Chengqing ended the fight by throwing buckets of cold water over the vicious girls. I hope getting a taste of your own medicine will wake up your brains up, Luo Chengqing said. Luo Chengqing turned around and smiled at her friends.
My darling friends, let's go eat ice cream, Luo Chengqing said. Luo Chengqing, we'll report you, the leader said.
Go ahead if you girls don't want to move your arms and legs again and want to offend the captain, Luo Chengqing said. Luo Chengqing supported Yuan Gun outside the bathroom, and Su Chuan followed the captain Xiao Lili. Outside the bathroom, Yuan Gun smiled weakly at the girls who saved her. Thank you for saving me, Yuan Gun said.
Are you Yuan Gun? Luo Chengqing asked. Look at how weak you are.
Of course we need to protect people who are weaker than us.
Where do you live? We'll take you home.
Thank you, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun hugged Luo Chengqing and cried the tears she held back in the bathroom.
Luo Chengqing patted Yuan Gun's back. Don't be scared, Luo Chengqing said. You're safe now.
It hurts everywhere, Yuan Gun said.
Gun? Now Lu Tingdu asked. Now Lu Tingdu wanted to kill the person who hit Yuan Gun's body.
Big brother Du, Yuan Gun called. Now Lu Tingdu ran to Yuan Gun and pulled her out of Luo Chengqing's arms.
Who did this to you? Now Lu Tingdu asked.
A group of girls hit me, Yuan Gun said. Qing Chang and her friends saved me.
Who hit you? Now Lu Tingdu asked. ****. End of chapter 54.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 55. Now Lu Tingdu squeezed Yuan Gun's waist.
There is nothing wrong with having meat on your body, Now Lu Tingdu said. You're not allowed to diet.
It hurts, Yuan Gun said. Where does it hurt?
Now Lu Tingdu asked and rubbed Yuan Gun's waist.
Yuan Gun ate another chocolate. Gun, do you like Big Brother Du? Now Lu Tingdu asked.
Yes,
Yuan Gun said. Do you like how Yen Che? Now Lu Tingdu asked. Yuan Gun didn't answer.
Now Lu Tingdu turned her face around and looked into her eyes.
He was sad to see the truth. No, Yuan Gun denied. Big Brother Du, it's 9. I have to go home. Home? Now Lu Tingdu asked. Do you see the Hao mansion as your home?
Now Lu Tingdu rubbed cream onto the bruises on Yuan Gun's face.
Yuan Gun didn't know what to say.
She followed Now Lu Tingdu to the bathroom and watched him wash his hands. She didn't know how provocative she looked in his shirt, and how her exposed legs affected him.
Big Brother Du, I'm hungry, Yuan Gun said. What do you want to eat? Now Lu Tingdu asked. I'll ask someone to deliver food for you. Big Brother Du, can I cook for you? Yuan Gun asked. Now Lu Tingdu showed Yuan Gun the kitchen.
Gun, be careful, Now Lu Tingdu said.
Don't hurt yourself. I'm going to shower. Okay, Yuan Gun said. At midnight, Now Lu Tingdu drove Yuan Gun back to the Hao mansion.
Gun Gun, remember to rub cream on your bruises every day, Na Lu Ting Du said. I'll remember, Yuan Gun Gun said.
Big brother Do, don't forget to call my school and ask permission for me to take sick leave.
I will, Na Lu Ting Du said and rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's head. I'm going inside, Yuan Gun Gun said and kissed Na Lu Ting Du's cheek.
Go inside, Na Lu Ting Du said and gently kissed Yuan Gun Gun's cheek.
Na Lu Ting Du held the cheek Yuan Gun Gun kissed and smiled while he watched her walk into the Hao mansion.
When Yuan Gun Gun walked into the Hao mansion, Mrs. Chen and a group of servants were waiting anxiously for her. Gun Gun's home. Chen Jiawen said happily. Gun Gun, what happened? Mrs. Chen asked. Who injured you? Yuan Gun Gun smiled awkwardly and covered her face. How can you smile at a time like this? Mrs. Chen asked.
She held Yuan Gun Gun's hand, and her heart ached to see the bruises on Yuan Gun Gun's face.
Young master is really angry. Why? Yuan Gun Gun asked. Is he angry at me? Who else can make young master angry? Chen Jiawen asked.
Gun Gun, change your clothes before you see young master, Mrs. Chen advised. Mrs. Chen was worried what Hao Yanche would do if he saw Yuan Gun Gun wear another man's shirt.
Yuan Gun Gun, Hao Yanche called. Mrs. Chen and Yuan Gun Gun turned around.
It was too late, Hao Yanche was standing upstairs.
Hello young master, Yuan Gun Gun greeted and bowed. Hao Yanche's violet eyes changed color the moment he saw the bruises and another man's shirt on Yuan Gun Gun's body. Yuan Gun Gun took steps back.
She knew if Hao Yanche's violet eyes changed color, it meant he was seriously angry.
Young master.
I didn't mean to come home this late, Yuan Gun Gun said.
What time is it? Hao Yanche asked. Past midnight, Yuan Gun Gun said.
Come upstairs, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gun Gun followed Hao Yanche to the study room, and the servants prayed for Yuan Gun Gun's life. Minutes later, in the study room, Yuan Gun Gun fiddled her fingers anxiously.
Do you know about the curfew here?
Hao Yanche asked. Yes, Yuan Gun Gun said softly.
Good, Hao Yanche said.
He sipped a glass of red wine.
Then you know about the consequence of breaking curfew. End of chapter 56.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 56. Na Lu Ting Du squeezed Yuan Gun Gun's waist.
There is nothing wrong with having meat on your body, Na Lu Ting Du said. You're not allowed to diet.
It hurts, Yuan Gun Gun said. Where does it hurt?
Na Lu Ting Du asked and rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's waist.
Yuan Gun Gun ate another chocolate. Gun Gun, do you like Big Brother Do? Na Lu Ting Du asked. Yes, Yuan Gun Gun said. Do you like Hao Yanche? Na Lu Ting Du asked. Yuan Gun Gun didn't answer.
Na Lu Ting Du turned her face around and looked into her eyes.
He was sad to see the truth. No, Yuan Gun Gun denied. Big Brother Do, it's 9. I have to go home. Home? Na Lu Ting Du asked. Do you see the Hao mansion as your home?
Na Lu Ting Du rubbed cream onto the bruises on Yuan Gun Gun's face.
Yuan Gun Gun didn't know what to say.
She followed Na Lu Ting Du to the bathroom and watched him wash his hands. She didn't know how provocative she looked in his shirt, and how her exposed legs affected him.
Big Brother Do, I'm hungry, Yuan Gun Gun said. What do you want to eat? Na Lu Ting Du asked. I'll ask someone to deliver food for you. Big Brother Do, can I cook for you? Yuan Gun Gun asked. Na Lu Ting Du showed Yuan Gun Gun the kitchen.
Gun Gun, be careful, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Don't hurt yourself. I'm going to shower. Okay, Yuan Gun Gun said. At midnight, Na Lu Ting Du drove Yuan Gun Gun back to the Hao mansion.
Gun Gun, remember to rub cream on your bruises every day, Na Lu Ting Du said. I'll remember, Yuan Gun Gun said.
Big Brother Do, don't forget to call my school and ask permission for me to take sick leave.
I will, Na Lu Ting Du said and rubbed Yuan Gun Gun's head. I'm going inside, Yuan Gun Gun said and kissed Na Lu Ting Du's cheek.
Go inside, Na Lu Ting Du said and gently kissed Yuan Gun Gun's cheek.
Na Lu Ting Du held the cheek Yuan Gun Gun kissed and smiled while he watched her walk into the Hao mansion.
When Yuan Gun Gun walked into the Hao mansion, Mrs. Chen and a group of servants were waiting anxiously for her. Gun Gun's home. Chen Jiawen said happily. Gun Gun, what happened? Mrs. Chen asked. Who injured you? Yuan Gun Gun smiled awkwardly and covered her face. How can you smile at a time like this? Mrs. Chen asked.
She held Yuan Gungun's hand, and her heart ached to see the bruises on Yuan Gungun's face.
Young master is really angry. Why? Yuan Gungun asked. Is he angry at me? Who else can make young master angry? Chen Jiawan asked.
Gungun, change your clothes before you see young master, Mrs. Chen advised. Mrs. Chen was worried what Hao Yen-che would do if he saw Yuan Gungun wear another man's shirt.
Yuan Gungun, Hao Yen-che called. Mrs. Chen and Yuan Gungun turned around.
It was too late, Hao Yen-che was standing upstairs.
Hello young master, Yuan Gungun greeted and bowed. Hao Yen-che's violet eyes changed color the moment he saw the bruises and another man's shirt on Yuan Gungun's body. Yuan Gungun took steps back.
She knew if Hao Yen-che's violet eyes changed color, it meant he was seriously angry.
Young master.
I didn't mean to come home this late, Yuan Gungun said.
What time is it?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Past midnight, Yuan Gungun said.
Come upstairs, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun followed Hao Yen-che to the study room, and the servants prayed for Yuan Gungun's life. Minutes later, in the study room, Yuan Gungun fiddled her fingers anxiously.
Do you know about the curfew here?
Hao Yen-che asked. Yes, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Good, Hao Yen-che said.
He sipped a glass of red wine.
Then you know about the consequence of breaking curfew. End of chapter 56.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 57. Are you going to hit me? Yuan Gungun asked. Are you different to other people who break the rules here?
Hao Yen-che asked. I'm sorry I'm home late, Yuan Gungun said. But something happened, which is why I'm home late. What happened to you is your business, Hao Yen-che said.
You breaking the rules is my business.
You're right, Yuan Gungun said.
You're young master.
You don't need to listen to reason before punishing someone.
Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's chin. You don't agree with the rules?
Hao Yen-che asked. I didn't mean to come home late, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che let go of Yuan Gungun's chin. He held back his anger because home came out of her mouth. Yuan Gungun rubbed her sore chin.
Suddenly Hao Yen-che pulled her to the bedroom and pushed her onto the bed.
What are you doing? Yuan Gungun asked.
Hao Yen-che ripped Na Lu Tingdu's shirt to pieces.
Yuan Gungun sat in a fetal position to cover her body. Who hit you?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che threw a bedsheet at Yuan Gungun's feet, and she quickly wrapped it around her body. Tell me who hit you, Hao Yen-che said. My classmates, Yuan Gungun said.
You deserve it, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun regretted she couldn't walk through walls.
In the future if you wear another man's clothes home then I'll kill you in an ugly way, Hao Yen-che warned. Hao Yen-che kicked the door down, and he walked out of the bedroom.
Yuan Gungun looked at the shirt pieces on the floor, wiped sweat off her forehead and felt grateful he didn't hit her. Hao Yen-che exercised, took a bath and laid in his bed.
He thought about Yuan Gungun's sweet smile, her scared face, her sleepy face, the bruises on her body and her wearing another man's shirt.
He punched a wall. Didn't she know how to take the initiative to make up with him? Why didn't she come wake him up? Why didn't she look for him?
Hao Yen-che got out of bed, and he stared at his phone for a long time. He thought about breaking the phone, but in the end he picked it up and called Jia Tu.
Young master? Jia Tu asked.
Find out who hit Yuan Gungun, Hao Yen-che said.
Yes young master, Jia Tu said.
Hao Yen-che hung up and threw the phone on the floor. Then he quietly walked to the pink bedroom to check that his rice ball was sleeping on the pink bed. The next day, the servants gossiped about how their young master punished their future young mistress. The maids who helped clean Yuan Gungun's bedroom saw the sacrificed shirt on the floor, and Yuan Gungun naked on the pink bed. The maids were shocked their young master would punish Yuan Gungun in that way when Yuan Gungun was injured. So most of the servants cooked nutritious food to nourish Yuan Gungun's body. During the period Yuan Gungun took leave from school, she was responsible for cooking 3 meals a day again. The servants advised Yuan Gungun not to bow to Hao Yen-che, and to watch Hao Yen-che eat instead of running to her bedroom. But Yuan Gungun refused. One early morning, a person snuck into the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, walked outside the kitchen and closed the kitchen door. At 8 in the morning, Yuan Gungun fed her small friends and Xiao Yuan followed her to the kitchen.
End of chapter 57.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 58. Yuan Gungun thought it was strange the kitchen door was closed.
Xiao Yuan sniffed the closed kitchen door, then Xiao Yuan bit its mistress' dress and pulled its mistress' dress away from the door. Yuan Gungun squatted and she rubbed Xiao Yuan's head.
Xiao Yuan, be good and tonight I'll cook a delicious dinner for you, Yuan Gungun said.
Suddenly a loud explosion was heard from the kitchen, and everyone in the Hao mansion woke up. Mrs. Chen was the first to run to the kitchen. The kitchen was on fire. She panicked when she saw two bodies lying outside the kitchen door. A little boy was protecting Yuan Gungun's body, but she didn't recognize the little boy. Hao Yanshe ran to the kitchen, and he felt like the blood in his body was drained out the moment he saw Yuan Gungun lying in front of the burning kitchen. He pushed the little boy off Yuan Gungun's body, and he hugged Yuan Gungun. Gungun, Gungun, Hao Yanshe called.
Gungun, talk to me.
Young master, take Gungun to the hospital, Mrs. Chen said. I'll take care of the fire. Hao Yanshe carried Yuan Gungun, and Jia Tu carried the little boy to the car.
Yi2 noticed Chang Jia Tao crying in a corner.
He slapped her face and blood dripped out the corner of her mouth.
You're going to die a painful death, Yi2 said. Chang Jia Tao silently wiped blood off her mouth. At the hospital, Hao Yanshe sat outside the operating room.
It was the first time in his life he felt like his body was cut into pieces. He knew his body would break down if he lost Yuan Gungun. The operating room door opened, a doctor pushed Yuan Gungun's stretcher outside. Hao Yanshe leapt to Yuan Gungun's side, and he held her hand. Hao Yanshe looked at the doctor to say if anything happened to Yuan Gungun, he would bury the doctor with Yuan Gungun. The patient is stable, but unconscious, the doctor stammered.
When will she wake up?
Hao Yanshe asked.
Perhaps tonight or tomorrow morning, the doctor said.
If she doesn't wake up tomorrow morning, I'll kill you, Hao Yanshe said.
Hao Yanshe carried Yuan Gungun to a VIP hospital room. Yuan Gungun wasn't injured, another person was injured.
In another VIP room, the little boy woke up with 15 stitches on his head. I knew my head would be shaved, the little boy said.
How else are the doctors going to stitch up your head? Yi2 asked. Where's my Gungun? The little boy asked. Is she okay? Your Gungun? Yi2 asked. Don't let a certain someone hear you say that.
She's okay and she's staying in the room next to your room, Jia Tu said. Young master is taking care of her.
Can I visit big sister? The little boy asked. After you change back, Jia Tu said.
Seconds later, Yi2, Jia Tu and a dog with a shaved head walked toward Yuan Gungun's hospital room. In Yuan Gungun's hospital room, Hao Yanshe stroked Yuan Gungun's hair. He laughed at his foolish self.
She had his heart yet he didn't want to admit it.
Gungun, you belong with me, Hao Yanshe whispered.
3 years later, I'll give up my freedom to be with you.
Hao Yanshe heard a knock on the door, but he didn't take his eyes off Yuan Gungun. Come in, Hao Yanshe said.
Yi2, Jia Tu, and Xiao Yuan walked into the room. Xiao Yuan wanted to jump onto the bed. Hao Yanshe's deadly gaze made Xiao Yuan obediently sit on the floor.
Xiao Yuan barked softly like Xiao Yuan was begging Hao Yanshe to let Xiao Yuan lie next to Yuan Gungun on the bed. Hao Yanshe ignored Xiao Yuan, and kept stroking Yuan Gungun's hair.
Young master, I deserve to be punished, Yi2 said. This time I'm partly responsible for endangering Gungun's life. Hao Yanshe silently looked at Yi2.
Also, I hid something from young master about the swimming pool incident, Yi2 confessed.
I knew who the culprit was.
But I wanted that person to help bring young master and Gungun together.
I didn't think this would happen. A second later, Hao Yanshe kicked Yi2 onto the floor. Even Xiao Yuan didn't anticipate Hao Yanshe's movements.
Yi2 stayed on the floor and wiped blood off his face. Young master, Jia Tu said. Yi2, you're still alive but it doesn't mean you won't suffer, Hao Yanshe said coldly.
When did you start thinking you can scheme against me? End of chapter 58.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 59.
I only hope that young master will be happy like master, Yi2 said.
If you knew, why didn't you protect her life?
Hao Yanshe asked. Young master, it's my fault, Yi2 said. He closed his eyes. I deserve to be punished. Luckily for Yi2, Yuan Gungun chose that moment to wake up. Hao Yanshe ran to the bed and stroked her face.
Gungun, Hao Yanshe called. Don't be noisy, Yuan Gungun said. Usually Hao Yanshe would knock Yuan Gungun's head, but he resisted. He turned around and glared at Yi2. E2, you know what you should do, Hao Yen-che said coldly. There won't be a next time.
Yes, young master, E2 said.
Go outside, Hao Yen-che ordered.
Jia-tu pulled E2 up from the floor, and he helped E2 walk outside the room.
Xiao Yuan looked at its mistress lying on the bed, then Xiao Yuan looked outside the door. Xiao Yuan debated whether to go or not to go.
Hao Yen-che's glare helped Xiao Yuan's brain decide. To go was the right answer, and Xiao Yuan ran after Jia-tu and E2's. Hao Yen-che closed the door, and he laid in bed face to face with Yuan Gungun. She hugged his waist to sleep and he stroked her hair. When he heard her sleeping, he kissed her lips. At 11 at night, Yuan Gungun woke up again. She felt like someone had beaten up her whole body.
You're awake, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun thought she was dreaming.
She poked Hao Yen-che's hard chest.
Are you taking advantage of me?
Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun retrieved her hand, and Hao Yen-che frowned.
Young master, is it you? Yuan Gungun asked. Who did you want to see?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun covered her face.
She didn't want Hao Yen-che to hate seeing her, and she wanted to move away from him. But he held her waist tightly.
Where do you want to go?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun avoided looking at Hao Yen-che's face. Are you deaf?
Hao Yen-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Did I do something wrong? Hao Yen-che tucked Yuan Gungun's hair behind her ears.
No, Hao Yen-che said. I remembered I heard a loud explosion, Yuan Gungun said. The gas stove exploded, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun vaguely remembered the fire. Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gungun tighter.
You're safe, Hao Yen-che said. Young master, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che looked at Yuan Gungun's teary eyes.
Let me go home, Yuan Gungun said.
No, Hao Yen-che said.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked. I know your father is forcing you to let me stay in your home.
I'll talk to my daddy, and I'll ask my daddy to let me learn how to take care of myself at another person's home.
It's the best solution for everyone.
No, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun turned around, her back faced Hao Yen-che, and she cried softly. He turned her around to face him again.
Crying is useless, Hao Yen-che said. Why won't you let me go home if you hate me? Yuan Gungun asked. Does it make you happy to bully me? Yuan Gungun covered her face.
Hao Yen-che pulled her hands away from her face. He rolled her over, laid on top of her, and kissed her lips. He slipped his tongue into her mouth before she decided whether to push him away or hold onto him. He held her hands above her head, and he didn't let her escape his kiss. Later, Hao Yen-che released Yuan Gungun's lips to let her breathe. He stroked her rosy cheeks and licked her lips.
Yuan Gungun, you're mine, Hao Yen-che said. End of chapter 59.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 60. Hao Yen-che poked Yuan Gungun's embarrassed face. Do you know why I want to kiss you?
Hao Yen-che asked. Because I took advantage of you, Yuan Gungun said.
Wrong, Hao Yen-che said. Because you're mine. I can kiss you whenever I want to. Hao Yen-che slowly kissed Yuan Gungun's lips.
I don't hate you, Hao Yen-che whispered in Yuan Gungun's ear. Yuan Gungun looked at Hao Yen-che's usual cold face. She didn't believe him.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun shook her head.
Tell me, Hao Yen-che said.
Why are you lying? Yuan Gungun asked. Why do you curse me and hit me if you don't hate me? I'm lying?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun didn't answer, and Hao Yen-che took a deep breath.
You're smart and right, Hao Yen-che said.
I hate you. It's not an ordinary hate. What can you do if I curse you, hit you, and bully you? Yuan Gungun's eyes reddened.
Hao Yen-che bit her ear hard.
Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che looked at Yuan Gungun's angry eyes. Do you want to say something?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun shook her head. Do you have nothing to say?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun nodded her head. Hao Yen-che bit Yuan Gungun's other ear.
He was in a good mood to see her resisting to curse him.
Whether you have an opinion or not, it doesn't matter, Hao Yen-che said. Because you're mine. You can only accept me bullying you. Your body is mine.
He put his hand over Yuan Gungun's heart.
And this place is mine too. Understand? Yuan Gungun's big eyes looked at Hao Yen-che like she didn't believe him. Don't you understand?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che bit the left side of Yuan Gungun's face and left teeth marks. Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun covered her face and cried. Do you understand or don't understand?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che stroked Yuan Gungun's hair. I understand, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che smiled, and he bit Yuan Gungun's right cheek so that she would have two matching teeth marks on her right cheek and left cheek.
Yuan Gungun held her bitten cheeks. Don't be noisy, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun covered her mouth and cried softer. Hao Yen-che looked at his two teeth marks on her lovable cheeks and laughed. While she thought he truly hated her and couldn't stop crying. He rubbed her cheeks. You're not allowed to cry, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun bit her lips so she wouldn't make a noise.
Hao Yen-che laughed after he heard her make another noise. Her stomach rumbled.
Are you hungry?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun nodded her head.
Hao Yen-che sat up and held her on his lap.
If you want to eat, speak, Hao Yen-che said.
I want to eat, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's face, kissed her breathless and made her stomach rumble again.
It looks like saliva can't make you full, Hao Yen-che teased.
Hao Yen-che ordered food to be delivered to the hospital room.
Yuan Gungun laid on his chest and waited for food delivery. She believed one thing he said, saliva didn't make her full. End of chapter 60. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 61.
Where does it hurt? Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun stole a glance at Hao Yen-che.
It hurts everywhere like someone hit my whole body, Yuan Gungun said.
Did you look at me like I was the person who hit you?
Hao Yen-che asked.
No, Yuan Gungun denied. Hao Yen-che pinched Yuan Gungun's rosy face. Young master, where are we? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che tickled Yuan Gungun's soft stomach and waist. Hospital, Hao Yen-che said.
It tickles, hee, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun wiggled her bottom to avoid being tickled. She didn't know it made Hao Yen-che's body tickle in a different way. Hao Yen-che patted her provocative bottom. Don't move, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che noticed how Yuan Gungun's body tensed when his hands touched her bottom.
He smiled at her blushing face. She sat rigid while he caressed her bottom. When her ears turned red, he pinched her bottom and she gasped. Young master, you shouldn't, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Why can't I? Hao Yen-che teased. Yuan Gungun was embarrassed to say why. Hao Yen-che thought her shyness was adorable.
He kissed her lips, because he loved seeing her rosy complexion turn red.
Yuan Gungun's bottom jumped after she heard a knock on the door. She wanted to get off Hao Yen-che's lap.
He felt her bottom move, and gripped her waist. Come in, Hao Yen-che said coldly.
Hao Yen-che was displeased his private time with Yuan Gungun was interrupted. Jia Tu pushed a trolley of food into the hospital room. Young master, Jia Tu greeted. Hao Yen-che said.
Big brother Jia Tu, Yuan Gungun greeted and waved her hand. Jia Tu smiled at Yuan Gungun and pushed the trolley to the dining table.
Go outside, Hao Yen-che ordered. Yes, young master, Jia Tu said.
Jia Tu walked outside the room and closed the door. Hao Yen-che carried Yuan Gungun to the dining table. He sat on a chair and she sat on his lap. Hao Yen-che set the food on the dining table, and he regretted wasting time not having her by his side. Yuan Gungun felt Hao Yen-che was looking at her strangely. The moment he held a spoonful of food to her mouth, she forgot about the strange way he looked at her and happily ate.
Tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun praised. Hao Yen-che silently fed Yuan Gungun. He was happy she liked eating the food he ordered. Young master, why aren't you eating? Yuan Gungun asked.
It's really delicious. I'm waiting for you to taste every dish before I eat, Hao Yen-che said and stuffed another spoonful of food into Yuan Gungun's mouth.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
I want to see if there is poison in the food, Hao Yen-che teased.
Yuan Gungun stopped chewing.
She was scared she was poisoned.
What's wrong?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Are you poisoned?
Yuan Gungun swallowed the food in her mouth and licked her lips. Hao Yen-che smiled at her and tasted the food.
It tastes better than your cooking, Hao Yen-che said.
You're right, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che held another spoonful of food in front of Yuan Gungun's mouth. She hesitated and ate.
Young master, I'm full, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che rubbed Yuan Gungun's stomach and passed her the spoon. Feed me, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun fed Hao Yen-che and watched him eat. Young master, did I cause the gas explosion? Yuan Gungun asked.
No, Hao Yen-che said.
Was anyone injured? Yuan Gungun asked. Young master, do you feel sick?
No, Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che felt happy to see Yuan Gungun worried about him. If you're not sick, why are you at the hospital? Yuan Gungun asked.
You don't need to worry, Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che was right, Yuan Gungun was a dummy. Why would he be at the hospital if she wasn't staying at the hospital? Hao Yen-che and Yuan Gungun ate in a comfortable silence until she remembered who followed her to the kitchen. Xiao Yuan. Yuan Gungun said. Where's Xiao Yuan? End of chapter 61.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 62. Dead, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun dropped the spoon on the ground. Dead, Yuan Gungun said.
It'll be strange if it is dead, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che picked up a clean spoon and fed himself.
How can you joke like this? Yuan Gungun asked. Yuan Gungun cried and was too angry to sit on Hao Yen-che's lap.
Sit still, Hao Yen-che said. He slammed the spoon on the table.
Be quiet. Hao Yen-che hated Yuan Gungun crying because of another person.
He was the only person in the world who was allowed to make her cry. You're in the wrong, you shouldn't raise your voice, Yuan Gungun protested.
What are you going to do?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom.
It hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
Don't pinch.
Kiss me, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun pouted her lips and kissed Hao Yen-che's cheek.
He wasn't satisfied and pointed at his lips. She shook her head. Kiss me, Hao Yen-che said. The closer Yuan Gungun's lips inched toward Hao Yen-che's lips, the louder her heart pounded. When their lips were about to touch, she thought his violet eyes extraordinarily beautiful. Young master, you're really beautiful, Yuan Gungun whispered.
Hao Yen-che knocked Yuan Gungun's head. Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che dropped Yuan Gungun on the bed, and he walked to the bathroom.
After Hao Yen-che showered, he got into bed and hugged Yuan Gungun.
You won't be going to school anymore, Hao Yen-che said. Why? Yuan Gungun asked and protected her head.
No reason, Hao Yen-che said and played with Yuan Gungun's hair.
Will my daddy agree? Yuan Gungun asked.
You don't need to worry, Hao Yen-che said.
Big brother do, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che pulled Yuan Gungun's hair.
You're not allowed to mention him, Hao Yen-che said. It hurts, Yuan Gungun said. She held onto Hao Yen-che's shirt.
Don't pull.
Hao Yen-che scoffed, and Yuan Gungun let him play with her hair to appease him.
Thank you, young master, Yuan Gungun said.
You don't need to thank me for bullying you, Hao Yen-che said. That is not why I'm thankful, Yuan Gungun said. She rubbed the scratches on her arms.
After the bathroom incident at school, I don't want to go to school anymore. Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun close to his chest, and he pulled the bedsheet over their bodies. Young master, are you sleeping with me tonight? Yuan Gungun asked. Be quiet and sleep, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun slept soundly on Hao Yen-che's chest.
She didn't see him smiling while watching her sleep. Early in the morning, Hao Yen-che drove Yuan Gungun back to the Hao mansion and carried her to the bedroom. When Yuan Gungun woke up, she didn't see Hao Yen-che lying next to her. She looked at the pink walls and wondered how she got home. She looked at the clock on the wall, it was time for her to cook breakfast. She got out of bed, washed, dressed and opened the door. Her small friends were waiting outside the door for her.
Xiao Yuan, why is your head shaved? Yuan Gungun asked. Xiao Yuan barked pitifully. Yuan Gungun picked up Xiao Yuan and carried Xiao Yuan to the study room. End of chapter 62.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 63.
In the study room, Jia Tu reported to Hao Yen-che.
Where's the person who harmed Gungun?
Hao Yen-che asked. She's gone, Jia Tu said.
Gone?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Jia Tu said.
Young master, I deserve to be punished.
Jia Tu,
you and E2 don't age, but you two are becoming useless, Hao Yen-che said.
Jia Tu was saved by Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun barged into the room and ran to Hao Yen-che.
Young master, look at Xiao Yuan, Yuan Gungun said.
Xiao Yuan is molting. Do you think Xiao Yuan is sick? Don't you need to knock?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun turned around and carried Xiao Yuan back to the door.
Stop, Hao Yen-che said.
Where are you going?
To knock on the door, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che took a deep breath. Let go of it, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun put Xiao Yuan on the floor and fiddled her fingers anxiously.
Come here, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun protected her head and walked to Hao Yen-che. Don't hit me, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che pulled Yuan Gungun onto his lap and he pinched her bottom.
You shouldn't, big brother Jia Tu is here, Yuan Gungun said softly.
She looked at Jia Tu, but she didn't see E2 standing next to Jia Tuesday. Where's big brother E2? None of your business, Hao Yen-che said. Can I even ask one question? Yuan Gungun asked softly. No, Hao Yen-che said and pinched Yuan Gungun's face.
Ow, be gentle, Yuan Gungun said. Jia Tu was grateful Yuan Gungun was in the room to diffuse Hao Yen-che's anger. Young master, Xiao Yuan, Yuan Gungun said.
Won't die, Hao Yen-che said.
He played with Yuan Gungun's wet hair.
Why is your hair wet? I just showered, Yuan Gungun said. She nuzzled Hao Yen-che's neck. Don't I smell lovely? Hao Yen-che nibbled Yuan Gungun's neck.
Go dry your hair, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun was embarrassed. Jia Tu saw Hao Yen-che nibbled her neck.
I need to go and cook, Yuan Gungun said.
You don't need to cook, Hao Yen-che said. Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
Your cooking isn't edible, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun looked at the floor.
She didn't know why she felt hurt to hear Hao Yen-che reject her cooking.
Cooking was her only talent. Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's chin.
In the future you're not allowed to go into the kitchen, Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che didn't want to see Yuan Gungun look sad.
He pulled her up, held her hand and they walked to the door together. Jia Tu, make sure you find it, Hao Yen-che said.
Yes young master, Jia Tu said. Hao Yen-che dismissed Jia Tu and took Yuan Gungun back to the bedroom.
Hao Yen-che blow-dried her hair, and she looked dreamily at his long slender fingers. Hao Yen-che turned off the hairdryer and knocked her head. Brush your hair, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun picked up the hairbrush and brushed her long hair. Starting from tomorrow, someone will come here to homeschool you, Hao Yen-che said.
Study what? Yuan Gungun asked. Learning to be a secretary, Hao Yen-che said. Be a secretary? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che said. Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
No reason, Hao Yen-che said and played with Yuan Gungun's hair.
What happens after I finish my studies? Yuan Gungun asked. You work as a secretary, Hao Yen-che said exasperatedly. Hao Yen-che's suspicion was right, Yuan Gungun's IQ was from the bottom spectrum. Work as a secretary for who?
Yuan Gungun asked and pouted her lips, because Hao Yen-che looked down on her.
Hao Yen-che didn't want to answer another one Yuan Gungun's endless dummy questions. Your secretary? Yuan Gungun asked.
If you ask another nonsense question, I'll bite you and you can bleed to death, Hao Yen-che said.
What happens if I don't pass my studies? Yuan Gungun asked. What do you think?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun protected her face and neck. End of chapter 63.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 64.
Don't let me hear your teacher report you're a bad student, Hao Yen-che said. If I do hear a bad report about your studies, you'll suffer.
Hao Yen-che caressed Yuan Gungun's bottom, and she sat rigid on his lap. Understand? Hao Yen-che asked and patted Yuan Gungun's bottom. Yuan Gungun gulped and nodded her head.
Hao Yen-che held her face and kissed her irresistible lips. He let go of her when she stopped breathing.
What do you use your nose for?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Breathing, Yuan Gungun said. Then why aren't you using your nose to breathe? Hao Yen-che teased. I forgot, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun thought it was impossible for her to remember to breathe whenever Hao Yen-che kissed her.
Hao Yen-che caressed Yuan Gungun's face.
She wasn't an eloquent speaker, but he loved her being herself.
Was it a symptom of love?
He contemplated whether he would be charmed by another woman like her, and felt repulsed. The only woman he wanted to be intimate with was Yuan Gungun. Young master, we shouldn't do this together, Yuan Gungun said.
My mom told me.
Who do you belong to? Hao Yen-che asked.
Have you forgotten? Yuan Gungun remembered what happened at the hospital.
She covered her face and ears. I'm yours, Yuan Gungun said.
Good, Han Yen-che said. Between me and your mom, who can make decisions for you? Me?
I mean young master, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che scoffed and looked around the pink bedroom. Your room is messy, Hao Yen-che said.
Pack up your belongings. Are you saying I can go home? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che knocked Yuan Gungun's head. Do you want to see what happens if you mention going home again?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Then why do I need to pack? Yuan Gungun asked.
You're moving rooms, Hao Yen-che said.
To where? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yuan Gungun was attached to the pink bedroom, she didn't want to move bedrooms.
Master bedroom, Hao Yen-che said. Ha? Yuan Gungun asked. Master bedroom?
But the master bedroom belongs to you.
Hao Yen-che silently looked at the dummy in the pink bedroom. Are you saying you want to swap rooms with me? Yuan Gungun asked.
Hao Yen-che's patience was running out.
Am I wrong? Yuan Gungun asked. We're sharing a room together, Hao Yen-che said. You and me, sharing a room together? Yuan Gungun asked.
I don't mind sharing a room with a dummy, Hao Yen-che said and pinched Yuan Gungun's face.
Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Hurry up and pack, Hao Yen-che said. Seconds later, Hao Yen-che got a headache watching Yuan Gungun make the pink bedroom messier.
Now I know why a dummy shouldn't pack, Hao Yen-che said.
I'll ask someone to pack for you. Chen Jiating knocked on the door.
Come in, Hao Yen-che said. Young master, the meals are cooked, Chen Jiating said.
Hao Yen-che said. Help Yuan Gungun pack her belongings. Then ask someone to help you move her belongings to the master bedroom.
Yes, young master, Chen Jiating said. Chen Jiating bowed and smiled at Yuan Gungun.
Let me pack, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's hand. You'll only make the room messier, Hao Yen-che said. Let's go.
Chen Jiating happily watched Yuan Gungun and Hao Yen-che walk outside together. Unlike Yuan Gungun, Chen Jiating understood why Hao Yen-che wanted Yuan Gungun to move to the master bedroom. In the dining room, Yuan Gungun looked sadly at the food on the dining table. She was going to be used as guinea pig to test if there was poison in the food again.
Everyone go outside, Hao Yen-che ordered. Hao Yen-che pulled Yuan Gungun onto his lap.
She didn't know why he liked to hug her to eat. But she loved his body scent and his warm embrace. Most importantly, when he hugged her, she didn't feel he hated her.
End of chapter 64.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 65. Hao Yen-che didn't want Yuan Gungun to think about anyone except him when they were together.
He picked up a bowl of soup to feed Yuan Gungun.
Open your mouth, Hao Yen-che said. Too hot, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che blew on the spoon, then he fed Yuan Gungun.
A while later, Yuan Gungun rubbed her satisfied stomach. Hao Yen-che put down another half-empty plate and picked up another plate of food to feed her. Young master, I'm full, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che rubbed Yuan Gungun's stomach. Why didn't you say it sooner? Hao Yen-che asked. Didn't you say you wanted me to test the food for poison? Yuan Gungun asked.
I did my best to taste most of the dishes.
Hao Yen-che didn't want to respond to Yuan Gungun's way of thinking. Do you want me to feed you? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che gave the spoon to Yuan Gungun.
Then he silently watched his dummy rice ball focus her attention on remembering what dishes she tasted to feed him. Later in the study room, Yuan Gungun fell asleep on Hao Yen-che's lap while he worked. He poked her lovable face and realized how she trained her body to turn into a rice ball.
At midday, Yuan Gungun woke up from her nap.
Young master, Yuan Gungun called. You know how to live a good life, Hao Yen-che said and kept his eyes on the laptop. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said. Go find Auntie Chen to teach you how to tidy a room properly, Hao Yen-che said and patted Yuan Gungun's bottom.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
In Yuan Gungun's drowsy state, she walked toward the bathroom instead of the door.
Come back, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun walked back to Hao Yen-che, and he pinched her adorable bottom.
Ow, Yuan Gungun said.
The door is that way, Hao Yen-che said and smiled. At 11 at night, Yuan Gungun followed Hao Yen-che from the exercise room to the master bedroom. She felt awkward sharing the master bedroom with Hao Yen-che for the first time. I want to take a bath, Hao Yen-che said.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
I said I want to take a bath, Hao Yen-che said.
Go take a bath, Yuan Gungun said. I promise I won't peep on you while you're taking a bath. Hao Yen-che knocked Yuan Gungun's head. Go prepare the water in the bathtub, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun rubbed her head and ran to the bathroom. She knelt on the bathroom floor, turned on the tap and waited for the bathtub to fill. Then she tested the water and was satisfied it was warm enough. She stood and turned around to call the scary beautiful monster to come inside.
Ah, Yuan Gungun screamed. Be quiet, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun turned around and covered her eyes. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Yuan Gungun asked. Do you take a bath with clothes on?
Hao Yen-che asked. 10 seconds later, Hao Yen-che got into the bathtub and his rice ball was still frozen in the same spot.
Yuan Gungun heard Hao Yen-che got into the bathtub and snapped out of her shock.
She ran toward the door.
Come back here, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun walked back to the bathtub, and she looked everywhere except at Hao Yen-che.
Massage me, Hao Yen-che said.
End of chapter 65.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 66. Note, chapter 66 contains mature content. Readers not of a mature age, skip chapter 66.
Yuan Gungun knelt on the bathroom floor and diligently massaged Hao Yen-che's body from his neck to his lower back.
A long time later, Hao Yen-che's body felt relaxed. Enough, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun let go of Hao Yen-che's back, and she remembered to breathe before she suffocated. Hao Yen-che got out of the bathtub, grabbed a towel, dried his body and put on a nightshirt.
Then he knelt in front of Yuan Gungun and caressed her hot face.
Do you want me to help you take a bath?
Hao Yen-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Are you sure? Hao Yen-che teased.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said and pressed her hand against her chest to calm her racing heart.
Hao Yen-che let Yuan Gungun off the hook. He stood and walked outside to the bed.
If he turned around, he would have saw her collapsed because of her stiff muscles, especially her tightened heart.
In the bedroom, Hao Yen-che sat on the bed and he turned on the TV. Remembering Yuan Gungun's rosy shy face in the bathroom made him smile.
Seconds later, Yuan Gungun ran to the bedroom to blindly grab her underwear and nightshirt from a drawer. Then she ran back to the bathroom and hit her head on a wall.
Ah, Yuan Gungun cried out.
Yuan Gungun heard Hao Yen-che got out of bed. She suppressed her pain and ran back to the bathroom. On the bed, Hao Yen-che smiled, because he felt his rice ball was amusing. 1 hour later, the rice ball didn't come out of the bathroom. 2 hours later, the rice ball still didn't come out of the bathroom. 3 hours later, Hao Yen-che walked to the bathroom. Hao Yen-che didn't know what Yuan Gungun was thinking sitting on the bathroom floor. He pulled her up. Do you intend to sleep here? Hao Yen-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che carried Yuan Gungun to the bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. Ow, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che pounced onto Yuan Gungun's body and kissed her lips. Yuan Gungun moaned. Hao Yen-che caressed Yuan Gungun's soft body under her nightshirt, and his whole body lit on fire. His lips trailed kiss down to her neck.
Yuan Gungun's body tensed when she felt Hao Yen-che's hand move below her stomach, and she gripped his shoulders.
Young master, you can't, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Hao Yen-che continued to nibble Yuan Gungun's neck, and his fingers caressed the honeypot between her legs.
Young master, can't, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun bit her lips and shook her head. She couldn't stop the tingling sensation in her body.
You don't need to, Yuan Gungun said. Tears of pleasure and pain flowed slowly out of Yuan Gungun's eyes.
Hao Yen-che's violet eyes looked unsatisfied at Yuan Gungun. Be quiet, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che unbuttoned Yuan Gungun's nightshirt and tossed it on the floor.
Her hands covered her breasts. He pulled her hands up and pinned her hands above her head. He breathed heavily. It was the first time he experienced a painful erection.
Can't, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che caressed Yuan Gungun's soft breasts and suckled her nipples. Yuan Gungun moaned. Yuan Gungun didn't know why her body felt strange. Young master.
I don't want to, not like this, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun cried.
She didn't want to give herself to Hao Yin-che, because he didn't love her. Hao Yin-che's heart tightened to see fear in Yuan Gungun's eyes. He endured his painful desire and let go of Yuan Gungun.
Be quiet and sleep, Hao Yin-che said.
Hao Yin-che jumped out of bed, strode stiffly to the bathroom and slammed the bathroom door closed. Yuan Gungun wiped her tears and stared at the closed bathroom door. Hao Yin-che was angry. She put her nightshirt back on and buttoned her nightshirt. She remembered her mummy told her that two people could only be intimate with each other if they loved each other. There was no reason for Hao Yin-che to be angry, because he didn't love her. Yuan Gungun got out of bed and walked back to the pink bedroom. She laid on the comfortable pink bed and thought about the way Hao Yin-che touched and kissed her body. When she rubbed his kiss marks on her neck, she felt her body turn hot. In the master bedroom, Hao Yin-che's body was still stiff after coming out of the bathroom. He didn't see his rice ball on the bed and stiffly strode to the pink bedroom.
End of chapter 66.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 67. Yuan Gungun. Hao Yin-che called. Hao Yin-che's roar brought Yuan Gungun's soul back to her body.
She sat up on the pink bed and looked at the murderous look on his face. I'm here, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Who let you leave?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Hao Yin-che sat on the pink bed and pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom. Ow, don't pinch, Yuan Gungun said.
There are purple bruises there. Then I'll help you color the places that aren't purple, Hao Yin-che said.
Hao Yin-che pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom left and right. Ow, young master.
I was wrong, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin-che pulled Yuan Gungun back to the master bedroom. She didn't think she did anything wrong.
If she could protect her bottom, she would have stayed in the pink bedroom.
Why aren't you on the bed? Han Yin-che asked. Are you waiting for me to serve you? Yuan Gungun got into the bed and laid close to the edge. Come closer, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun inched a little away from the edge of the bed.
Hao Yin-che lost his patience. He pulled her to his chest. If you lie close to the edge again, I'll kick you out of bed, Hao Yin-che warned.
He pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom again. Sleep.
It's my bottom, Yuan Gungun mumbled.
What?
Hao Yin-che asked. It's yours, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin-che was satisfied and patted Yuan Gungun's head.
Young master, I can't sleep, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun nuzzled her face on Hao Yin-che's chest. Young master, can we talk for a bit? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che hugged Yuan Gungun tighter.
I like having someone to sleep with, Yuan Gungun said.
Young master, what about you? Sleeping alone, Hao Yin-che said. Then why do you want me to move here? Yuan Gungun asked.
Hao Yin-che looked at his rice ball's innocent eyes. When I was a little girl, I loved sleeping with my mummy, Yuan Gungun said.
But when my daddy found mummy and me, daddy took us back home. Daddy didn't let me sleep with mummy anymore.
So I climbed onto Big Brother Do's bed to sleep. Big Brother Do used to pat my back and tell me bedtime stories. When I turned 15, Big Brother Do didn't let me sleep with him anymore. If I snuck into Big Brother Do's bed at night, he would carry me back to my room. Young master, what's wrong?
Yuan Gungun protected her head. Roll over to the floor, Hao Yin-che said.
Young master, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun didn't know why Hao Yin-che was suddenly angry. Roll over, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gungun got out off bed, and Hao Yin-che turned off the lights. She stood in the dark until her legs were numb, then she laid on the floor.
Hao Yin-che's night vision let him see clearly in the dark.
He saw his dummy rice ball's confused expression.
He was still angry from the moment Na Lu Tingdu's name came out of Yuan Gungun's mouth.
In the middle of the night, Hao Yin-che laid sleepless on the bed while Yuan Gungun slept peacefully on the floor. He looked at his rice ball curled up against the bed, and didn't know if she was good at adapting to any environment or if her naivety was a blessing. If she had bribed him, he would have let her sleep on the bed immediately. But she didn't bribe him, so he let her sleep on the floor. Early morning, Yuan Gungun felt someone kicked her bottom and she woke up. Young master, good morning, Yuan Gungun greeted.
Yuan Gungun stretched her body and got up from the floor. Hao Yin-che ignored her and walked to the bathroom.
She rubbed her eyes and made his bed. A while later, Yuan Gungun brushed her teeth in the bathroom and secretly glanced at Hao Yin-che shaving his chin stubble.
End of chapter 67.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 68.
Yuan Gungun pulled Hao Yin-che's shirt sleeve.
Young master, are you still angry? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che didn't answer. Don't be angry, Yuan Gungun said. I was wrong. How?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Wrong, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun honestly didn't know what she did wrong.
Hao Yin-che scoffed and pushed Yuan Gungun's hand off his shirt. I shouldn't have been noisy and disturbed your sleep, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin-che waited for Yuan Gungun's light bulb to turn on. No? Yuan Gungun asked. Then I shouldn't have slept close to the bottom of the bed without your permission. Hao Yin-che knocked Yuan Gungun's head.
You're not allowed to eat breakfast as your punishment, Hao Yin-che said.
Go to room 15 right now.
Yuan Gungun rubbed her head and ran outside. At 11 in the morning in the study room, a conservatively dressed woman with glasses reported to Hao Yin-che. My only request is that you're not allowed to curse or hit her, Hao Yin-che said.
Yes, Mr. Hao, Tan Tan said. I promise I'll be gentle with her.
Jia Tu, take her teacher to room 15, Hao Yin-che said. Room 15 is converted into her classroom. Yes, young master, Jia Tu said and turned to Tan Tan.
Miss Tan, follow me to room 15. In room 15, Yuan Gungun sat on the sofa and watched TV.
She still couldn't think of why Hao Yin-che was angry at her.
Yuan Gungun jumped off the sofa after she heard the knock on the door.
Gungun, Jia Tu greeted. Big brother Jia Tu, Yuan Gungun greeted. Gungun, this is your teacher Miss Tan, Jia Tu said. Miss Tan, this is your student, Gungun. Young master converted this room into a classroom for your teacher to educate you.
Hello big sister Tan, Yuan Gungun greeted. Tan Tan thought Yuan Gungun was an adorable young woman. Hello Gungun, Tan Tan greeted.
Gungun, do your best, Jia Tu encouraged.
Thank you big brother Jia Tu, Yuan Gungun said and waved bye to Jia Tu.
Let's begin your first lesson, Tan Tan said.
Big sister Tan, I'm a slow learner, Yuan Gungun said. Don't be angry if I don't understand some lessons. Tan Tan rubbed Yuan Gungun's head.
Don't worry, Tan Tan said. I'll teach you slowly, and you'll eventually understand all the lessons I planned for you. Yuan Gungun thought Tan Tan was a better teacher than she pictured how Yin-che would find for her. At 5 in the afternoon, Tan Tan packed the textbooks. Gungun, we'll end your first lesson here, Tan Tan said. Thank you big sister Tan, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, what's wrong? Tan Tan asked. Do you feel sick?
Yuan Gungun's stomach rumbled, and she smiled awkwardly. No, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm hungry.
Tan Tan smiled, took out a wrapped chocolate and gave it to Yuan Gungun.
For you, Tan Tan said.
Thank you big sister Tan, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun unwrapped the chocolate and ate it.
I'll see you tomorrow, Tan Tan said. Yuan Gungun walked Tan Tan to the car, and went to see Hao Yin-che in the study room.
Young master, are you still angry? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che ignored Yuan Gungun.
Young master, if you stay angry then I'll starve to death, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun's stomach rumbled and proved she was telling the truth. Come here, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun walked to Hao Yin-che and sat on his lap.
He rubbed her sunken stomach and frowned.
Why didn't you eat if you're hungry? Hao Yin-che asked. You said I'm not allowed to eat, Yuan Gungun said. When did I say you're not allowed to eat? Hao Yin-che asked and pinched Yuan Gungun's left ear.
This morning you said I'm not allowed to eat, Yuan Gungun said.
End of chapter 68.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 69.
I only said you're not allowed to eat breakfast, Hao Yin-che said.
I didn't say you're not allowed to eat lunch.
If you're all meat and no brain then you deserve to starve to death.
Ow, my ear is falling off, Yuan Gungun said. Go eat, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun protected her ears. Don't be angry, Yuan Gungun said. I'll wait for you to eat dinner. Hao Yin-che pushed Yuan Gungun off his lap.
I don't need you to wait for me, Hao Yin-che said.
Go eat. Yuan Gungun walked dejectedly out of the study room. At 11 at night, Hao Yin-che was reviewing at work papers in bed.
Young master, I'm going to get something, Yuan Gungun said.
I'll come back soon. Hao Yin-che ignored Yuan Gungun.
She went to the pink bedroom and returned to the master bedroom with a bed cover, a bedsheet and a pillow. He immediately put the work papers on the bedside table. Then he watched her spread the bed cover on the floor near the bed, pulled the bedsheet over her body and laid her head on the pillow. "Good night, young master," Yuan Gungun said and closed her eyes.
Hao Yen-che was frustrated. Yuan Gungun couldn't figure out why he was angry with her. "Did I say you can sleep?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun opened her eyes and stood to look at Hao Yen-che. "Aren't you scared I'll kill you by stepping on you in the middle of the night?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun looked at the distance between the bedsheet and the bed.
She moved her night belongings far away from the bed and smiled at Hao Yen-che. "Thank you for reminding me," Yuan Gungun said.
"Young master is a smart person." Hao Yen-che felt like his head was going to explode from anger. "Come here," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun froze on the spot.
Hao Yen-che got out of bed, carried her to the bed and tossed her onto the bed. "You're the dumbest girl I've met," Hao Yen-che said. "Young master," Yuan Gungun said and rubbed her dizzy head.
Hao Yen-che laid on top of Yuan Gungun's body and kissed her lips until her lips swell. "Dummy, use your nose to breathe," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun breathed through her nose again.
Hao Yen-che let go of her, he closed his eyes, turned over and his back faced her. Seconds later, she pulled the back of his shirt. "Young master," Yuan Gungun called.
"Tell me what I did wrong. I promise I won't do it again."
Hao Yen-che turned around and looked coldly at Yuan Gungun.
"Don't let me hear Na Lu Ting Du coming out of your mouth again," Hao Yen-che said. "Big brother do?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Why?" Hao Yen-che pinched Yuan Gungun's face.
"You're not allowed to say his name," Hao Yen-che said.
"It hurts," Yuan Gungun said. "Remember not to say his name," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun nodded her head. Hao Yen-che wasn't satisfied and he pinched her bottom.
She rubbed her face and her bottom while looking pitifully at Hao Yen-che.
"What are you looking at?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun turned around and closed her mouth.
Hao Yen-che turned her around and was angry to see her cry.
"What is there to cry about?" Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun couldn't wipe her tears fast enough.
"You're not allowed to cry," Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun covered her eyes.
"You're always bullying me," Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gungun.
"Even if it's true, you're not allowed to cry," Hao Yen-che said. "It hurts when you pinch me," Yuan Gungun said.
"You deserve it," Hao Yen-che said and rubbed Yuan Gungun's bottom. Yuan Gungun was used to Hao Yen-che's mood swings.
"You're not allowed to mention him again," Hao Yen-che said.
"Who?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Na Lu Ting Du," Hao Yen-che said. "Why?" Yuan Gungun asked.
"All you need to know is you're not allowed to mention his name," Hao Yen-che said.
"Did you hear me?" Yuan Gungun nodded her head even though she disagreed with Hao Yen-che. End of chapter 69.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70.
Hao Yen-che was satisfied Yuan Gungun agreed not to mention Na Lu Ting Du's name again.
"Do you like your new teacher?" Hao Yen-che asked. "Yes," Yuan Gungun said.
She sniffed her nose and smiled at Hao Yen-che.
"She gave me chocolate. Will you like her if she doesn't give you chocolate?" Hao Yen-che asked. "Yes," Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che stroked his dummy rice ball's long hair.
"Young master, can I sleep now?" Yuan Gungun asked and yawned. Hao Yen-che said.
He turned off the light and caressed Yuan Gungun's face. "Go to sleep." Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yen-che's waist and quickly fell asleep. He kissed her forehead and looked lovingly at her sleeping face. Several days passed. The servants were used to seeing their young master being affectionate toward their future young mistress outside of her home school hours. Occasionally, the servants heard Yuan Gungun cry out in pain and Hao Yen-che raising his voice. The servants were happy their young master and future young mistress reconciled. One day at 5 in the afternoon, Yuan Gungun walked into the study room as usual. She pulled Hao Yen-che's shirt sleeve and smiled at him. "Young master, it's time to eat dessert," Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gungun. "What's the rush?" Hao Yen-che asked.
"I want to eat," Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's face and kissed her lips. Yuan Gungun moaned. Yuan Gungun was embarrassed. Hao Yen-che kissed her deeply in front of Jiatu.
The only dessert Hao Yen-che wanted to eat was Yuan Gungun's sweet lips. He licked her swollen lips and she moaned on his tongue. "I let you eat dessert already," Hao Yen-che said. I don't want to eat your saliva, Yuan Gungun said.
I want to eat dessert. Hao Yan-che frowned and held Yuan Gungun's face.
You're not allowed to eat dessert, Hao Yan-che said.
It was Yuan Gungun's turn to frown. She quietly opened a drawer from the desk and took out a chocolate from the chocolate box.
Hao Yan-che slapped her hand. Ow, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said and rubbed her red hand. You have guts if you dare to steal, Hao Yan-che said.
This box of chocolates belongs to me, Yuan Gungun said. Auntie Chen gave it to me. From the top of your head to the bottom of your feet, what doesn't belong to me?
Hao Yan-che asked.
I'm yours, Yuan Gungun said. The box of chocolates is mine.
You don't have the right to negotiate with me, Hao Yan-che said.
I want to eat, Yuan Gungun said. Auntie Chen gave it to me. Yuan Gungun was too scared to take the box of chocolates.
You're not allowed to eat it, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che closed the drawer and disappointed Yuan Gungun.
I want to eat dessert, Yuan Gungun said.
No, Hao Yan-che said.
You broke your promise, Yuan Gungun said.
You said after class, I can eat dessert. You dare raise your voice at me?
Hao Yan-che asked. Yuan Gungun covered her face, and Hao Yan-che ignored her. Suddenly her stomach ached, she hunched over and held her stomach.
What's wrong?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Are you experiencing withdrawal symptoms because you can't eat dessert?
No, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yan-che was startled to see Yuan Gungun's complexion paled. What's wrong? Hao Yan-che asked sincerely. Yuan Gungun felt something drip onto her underwear. Tell me what's wrong, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun didn't know what to say. Jia Tu, go call the doctor. Hao Yan-che ordered. Jia Tu ran outside to call a doctor. You don't have to, Yuan Gungun said. Don't say anything, Hao Yan-che said and carried Yuan Gungun to their bedroom.
In the master bedroom, Hao Yan-che began taking off Yuan Gungun's clothes because he wanted to find out why there was fresh blood on her body.
Young master, what are you doing? Yuan Gungun asked and curled herself into a ball. Where are you injured?
Hao Yan-che asked. I'm not injured, Yuan Gungun said and blushed.
End of chapter 70.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 71. How can you say you're not injured?
Hao Yan-che asked.
I can smell fresh blood on your body. Yuan Gungun didn't know what to say.
Hao Yan-che slammed the bed. Tell me, Hao Yan-che said. I have my period, Yuan Gungun said.
It was Hao Yan-che's turn to be speechless. Yuan Gungun curled into a ball of pain on the bed. What happens now?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Call Auntie Chen to come here, Yuan Gungun said. A second later, Hao Yan-che disappeared and came back with Mrs. Chen.
Gungun, take 2 of these pills, Mrs. Chen instructed. Yuan Gungun swallowed the pills and drank the glass of water Mrs. Chen gave her.
Auntie Chen, Yuan Gungun called. Yuan Gungun's forehead and lower back were sweaty. Gungun, I'll take you to have a bath, Mrs. Chen said. Hao Yan-che paced back and forth in the bedroom worrying about Yuan Gungun.
Later Mrs. Chen and Yuan Gungun came out of the bathroom, and Hao Yan-che helped Yuan Gungun lie in bed.
Little chub, how do you feel?
Hao Yan-che asked. It hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
Auntie Chen, she's in pain, Hao Yan-che said. She's okay, Mrs. Chen said.
I'll get her a hot water bottle.
Hao Yan-che rubbed Yuan Gungun's stomach. He didn't know women's periods were painful. Wait a bit, Hao Yan-che said. It won't hurt later. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yan-che's waist.
Young master, put this hot water bottle on her lower stomach, Mrs. Chen said.
Hao Yan-che listened to Mrs. Chen and put the hot water bottle on Yuan Gungun's lower stomach.
Gungun, drink this ginger chicken broth, Mrs. Chen said. I'll feed her, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che blew on the hot bowl of ginger chicken broth and slowly fed Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun's wasn't as pale after she drank the broth. Auntie Chen, what happens next?
Hao Yan-che asked. Keep her warm and let her sleep, Mrs. Chen said.
Hao Yan-che said. Auntie Chen, you can go.
Young master, your uncle and aunt are here, Mrs. Chen said.
Do you want me to escort them here?
No, Hao Yan-che said.
Tell them to leave.
Yes, young master, Mrs. Chen said.
Mrs. Chen left and closed the door.
Hao Yan-che turned off the light and hugged Yuan Gungun on the bed. Young master, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said weakly. In the past, Mrs. Chen stayed with Yuan Gungun when she had period pain at the Hao mansion. But Yuan Gungun preferred being comforted by Hao Yen-che. When Hao Yen-che doted on Yuan Gungun, she felt he cared about her.
Hao Yen-che rubbed Yuan Gungun's sweaty lower back. In a bit, it won't hurt, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun felt comforted in Hao Yen-che's chest, and she slowly drifted to sleep.
Hao Yen-che was relieved when he heard Yuan Gungun sleeping.
He hated seeing her in pain. Hao Yen-che's violet eyes turned color after he saw Hao Yen-ke and Xiaoli Luo standing in the dark master bedroom. "Why are you two here?" Hao Yen-che asked.
"Gungun," Xiaoli Luo called.
"Auntie Xiao Gungun." Yuan Gungun murmured in her sleep like she heard a familiar voice.
Hao Yen-che patted Yuan Gungun's back.
"Don't wake her up," Hao Yen-che said. "Go outside first."
"Gungun is mummy's," Xiaoli Luo said.
Xiaoli Luo wanted to wake Yuan Gungun up, but Hao Yen-ke pulled her outside the master bedroom. Hao Yen-che patted Yuan Gungun's back and waited for her to sleep deeply. Then he walked outside to talk to his parents. In the study room, Xiaoli Luo protested.
"Gungun is mine," Xiaoli Luo said. "I want to go inside."
"Xiao Luo, Gungun isn't yours," Hao Yen-ke said.
"Gungun is mine," Xiaoli Luo said. "She's my daughter-in-law."
Hao Yen-che walked into the study room and looked coldly at his parents.
"Why do you two want to see me?"
Hao Yen-che asked.
"Xiao Che, is mummy's daughter-in-law lovable?"
Xiaoli Luo asked. Hao Yen-che didn't respond to Xiaoli Luo's proud tone of voice that showed Xiaoli Luo was proud of Yuan Gungun.
"You sleep together with her in your room?" Hao Yao-ke teased. "Aren't I allowed to?"
Hao Yen-che asked. Xiaoli Luo had a revelation.
"How come Gungun can touch you freely?"
Xiaoli Luo asked. "Mom, keep your voice down," Hao Yen-che said. Xiaoli Luo pouted her lips.
"Now that you have a wife, you don't need mummy," Xiaoli Luo said. "When did I ever need mom in the past?" Hao Yen-che teased.
Hao Yen-che ran a hand through his white hair that was exactly like Xiaoli Luo's white hair if he didn't dye his hair for work. Hao Yen-ke hugged Xiaoli Luo, comforted her, and he looked triumphantly at Hao Yen-che.
"You lose," Hao Yen-ke said. End of chapter 71.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 72. Hao Yen-che slitted his violet eyes at Hao Yen-ke. "Xiao Che, mummy wants a baby," Xiaoli Luo said. "When will you give mummy a baby?"
"Mum, if you want a baby, Dad can give you a baby," Hao Yen-che teased.
Xiaoli Luo blushed. "Xiao Luo, we should go," Hao Yen-ke said. Someone's tail got stepped on.
"I want to spend time with Gungun," Xiaoli Luo said.
Hao Yen-che guarded the door.
"Mum, she's sick," Hao Yen-che said. "Don't disturb her sleep."
"Is Gungun okay?"
Xiaoli Luo asked.
"Yes," Hao Yen-che said.
"Xiao Che, your daddy and I heard about Jia Tao," Xiaoli Luo said.
"We came here to ask you to spare Jia Tao."
"She made a wrong judgment."
"No," Hao Yen-che said.
"Xiao Che, mummy watched Jia Tao grow up," Xiaoli Luo said.
"Can you spare Jia Tao because of me?"
"No," Hao Yen-che said.
"Then can you spare Jia Tao because mummy brought Gungun into your life?"
Xiaoli Luo asked. "It can't happen a second time," Hao Yen-che said.
"Mummy promise it won't happen a second time," Xiaoli Luo said.
"Xiao Luo, let's go," Hao Yen-ke said. Xiaoli Luo looked back and forth at Hao Yen-ke and Hao Yen-che.
"Xiao Che, can mummy hug you?"
Xiaoli Luo asked.
Hao Yen-che said.
Xiaoli Luo hugged Hao Yen-che and smiled at him. "Xiao Che, be good to Gungun and you'll be happy like mummy," Xiaoli Luo said. Out of consideration, Xiaoli Luo was Hao Yen-che's mom. Hao Yen-che suppressed his displeasure being hugged by Xiaoli Luo. Hao Yen-ke couldn't stand seeing another person hug Xiaoli Luo, including his sons. He pulled Xiaoli Luo away from Hao Yen-che and disappeared with her. Hao Yen-che returned to the master bedroom. He laid on the bed next to Yuan Gungun, held her to his chest and kissed her forehead. "Gungun, I gave up my freedom for you," Hao Yen-che whispered.
"You'll always be mine. I won't let you escape me."
Early morning, Yuan Gungun woke up. She was used to waking up having Hao Yen-che's hardness rubbing between her thighs. "Young master, your little brother is rubbing on my body again," Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che opened his dissatisfied eyes. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yen-che's neck and her face nuzzled his chest.
"Your little brother is really hard," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che endured his frustrations.
Does it still hurt?
Hao Yen-che asked. It hurts a little, Yuan Gungun said.
If you give me chocolate, it won't hurt anymore. Hao Yen-che hit Yuan Gungun's bottom. Do you want to eat chocolate?
Hao Yen-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said and rubbed her bottom.
Hao Yen-che got out of bed and used the bathroom first. Yuan Gungun lazily stayed in bed.
After he brushed and washed, he carried her to the bathroom for her to brush and wash.
Young master, do I have to study today? Yuan Gungun asked.
No, Hao Yen-che said and carried Yuan Gungun back to the bed.
Can I stay in bed today? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes, Hao Yen-che said and turned on the TV for Yuan Gungun.
Can I eat junk food today? Yuan Gungun asked. What do you think?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Congratulations, Hao Yen-che said sarcastically. He got out of bed and walked the door.
You can close your eyes and keep dreaming.
Young master, where are you going? Yuan Gungun asked. Stay in bed, Hao Yen-che said. If you take a step away from your bed, I'll strangle you to death.
Yuan Gungun stayed in bed and looked sadly at Hao Yen-che leaving the master bedroom.
Seconds later, Hao Yen-che returned with a tray of a hot bowl of broth and a warm glass of milk. Young master, Yuan Gungun called happily.
Hao Yen-che put the tray on the bedside table, sat on the bed and passed Yuan Gungun the glass of milk. She drank all the milk, and he blew on the hot bowl of broth.
Young master, what's inside the bowl? Yuan Gungun asked. Pig's fodder, Hao Yen-che teased. Yuan Gungun looked blankly at Hao Yen-che. Open your mouth, Hao Yen-che said. End of chapter 72.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 73. Yuan Gungun kept her mouth firmly shut.
Han Yen-che gave her a warning look, and she opened her mouth.
He fed her the broth, and her eyes lit up.
Young master, it tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che silently fed Yuan Gungun the whole bowl of broth, spoon by spoon. Afterward he wiped her mouth, took the tray away and returned with a box of chocolates. Yuan Gungun's eyes turned into love hearts at the sight of chocolates. Hao Yen-che put the box of chocolates in Yuan Gungun's hands. You're only allowed to eat 3 chocolates, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun hugged the box of chocolates. Hao Yen-che's brows creased and he walked to the door. Young master, where are you going? Yuan Gungun asked. To the study room, Hao Yen-che said. If you need anything, call Auntie Chen. After Hao Yen-che left, Yuan Gungun opened the box of chocolates. She unwrapped a chocolate, put it in her mouth and it melted deliciously in her mouth. She couldn't resist unwrapping another chocolate. Moments later, she felt like she was struck by lightning. An image of Hao Yen-che's violet eyes looking at the empty box of chocolates in her hands made her whole body shiver. Yuan Gungun wiped her hands to get rid of the evidence. Then she carefully rewrapped the wrappers and put them inside the empty box. She was thankful her mummy taught her what to do if she accidentally ate too many chocolates. Suddenly the phone rang, and startled Yuan Gungun. Hello, Big Brother Du. Yuan Gungun greeted. Yes, it's me, Na Lu Ting Du said. Have you been well? Not bad, Yuan Gungun said. What about everyone? Everyone is healthy, Na Lu Ting Du said. Are you sure you don't want to go to school? Is it because of what happened? Do you want me to change schools for you? Young master won't let me go to school, Yuan Gungun said. Na Lu Ting Du was unhappy to hear Yuan Gungun mention Hao Yen-che. Big Brother Du, are you there? Yuan Gungun asked. I'm here, Na Lu Ting Du said. What do you do now? Young master hired a teacher to homeschool me, Yuan Gungun said. My teacher is training me how to be a secretary. Really? Na Lu Ting Du asked. He gripped the phone. How are your studies? Good, Yuan Gungun said. My teacher praises me. She said I'm a good student. Of course my Gungun is a good student, Na Lu Ting Du said. Big Brother Du, if you're free come here to see me, Yuan Gungun said. I get to escort my teacher to her car at 5 every afternoon. I really miss Big Brother Du. Alright, Na Lu Ting Du said. In 2 days I'll come and see you. Big Brother Du, do you have to go now? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, Na Lu Ting Du said. He pictured Yuan Gungun's sad puppy eyes and smiled. I have work to do. Remember to come to see me, Yuan Gungun said. I will, Na Lu Ting Du said. Big brother do, hang up first, Yuan Gungun said.
Na Lu Ting Du chuckled and hung up the phone.
Yuan Gungun was excited she would get to see Na Lu Ting Du soon. She laid on the bed and watched TV. Hao Yen-che returned to the master bedroom at 10 at night. His brows creased at the sight of Yuan Gungun's teary eyes staring at the TV.
Why are you crying? Hao Yen-che asked. Young master, you're back, Yuan Gungun said. Stop crying, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun stretched her arms toward Hao Yen-che. Yuan Gungun wanting him to hug her made his anger disappear. He laid on the bed and hugged her.
Why are you crying?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Do you have a stomach ache?
No, Yuan Gungun said. I'm watching a movie called 10 Rules Between Dog and Me.
It's a really moving sad story. Hao Yen-che inwardly sighed. His rice ball cried over a movie.
The dog and the owner have 10 rules with each other, Yuan Gungun said.
It's really sad when the dog died. What rules?
Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gungun recited the 10 rules to Hao Yen-che.
End of chapter 73.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 74.
You're not allowed to cry, Hao Yen-che said.
It makes you really ugly. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yen-che's neck.
Young master, animals are all like that, Yuan Gungun said. If you treat them well, they'll protect you, listen to you, and they'll be with you whether you're happy or sad. But their lives are short. I'm scared of losing Xiao Yuan when Xiao Yuan dies. If all my small friends die in front of me like in the movie, I'll be heartbroken.
Hao Yen-che patted Yuan Gungun's back. What will happen if my family dies before me? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che didn't know how Yuan Gungun's brain jumped from animals to humans.
You must have a lot of free time to sit here and think about hypothetical situations, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun was lost in her sad thoughts. If I die, will you be sad?
Hao Yen-che asked. Of course I'll be sad, Yuan Gungun asked.
Why? Are you dying? You can't die. Why are you dying?
Hao Yen-che heard Yuan Gungun cry like he died in front of her.
Be quiet, Hao Yen-che said. Are you sick? Yuan Gungun asked. Is that why you're dying and ask me if I'll be sad if you die? You can't die.
If you die, I'll be heartbroken like the dog's owner on TV.
Hao Yen-che didn't want Yuan Gungun to cry. He knocked her head, opened the drawer and took out a chocolate from the chocolate box.
Yuan Gungun immediately stopped crying and jumped out of the bed.
I'm
going to prepare your bath, Yuan Gungun said.
Stop, Hao Yen-che said. Where are the chocolates?
In here, Yuan Gungun said and rubbed her stomach.
All the chocolates?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gungun took steps back. Looks like it, Yuan Gungun said. Good, Hao Yen-che said sarcastically and clapped his hands. Yuan Gungun turned around and ran.
Hao Yen-che caught her and carried her back to the bed.
That night she knew she couldn't escape punishment.
A couple of days later Yuan Gungun's period left, and scheduled another visit for the following month. On a sunny day Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's hand and they walked to the dining room. She let go of her hand after she saw Tuesday. She ran to E2, shook E2's arms, and Hao Yen-che's good mood soured. Big brother E2, Yuan Gungun greeted.
Gungun, E2 greeted. Where have you been? Yuan Gungun asked. Did you go on a trip? Yes, E2 lied. Was it fun? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, E2 said. Hao Yen-che gripped Yuan Gungun's waist and pulled her to his side.
Young master, my waist hurts, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che scoffed and Yuan Gungun sat on Hao Yen-che's lap at the dining table. She tasted the dishes before feeding Hao Yen-che. The servants believed miracles existed after they witnessed their icy young master being tamed by their warm future young mistress.
Young master, what happened to big sister Jia Tao? Yuan Gungun asked.
I haven't seen her for a long time. Gungun, the truth is she, E2 interrupted.
Resigned, Hao Yen-che said.
Why did big sister Jia Tao resign?
Yuan Gungun asked.
Yun Gungun bit half a spring roll, and fed Hao Yen-che the other half. You don't need to know, Hao Yen-che said and chewed the spring roll Yuan Gungun fed him. Yuan Gungun remembered Chang Jia Tao told her that Chang Jia Tao used to be Hao Yen-che's maid.
Yuan Gungun wondered if in 3 years' time Hao Yen-che would be as nonchalant after she returned to her family.
She looked at Hao Yanchei's cold eyes, and it made her sad thinking he wouldn't care if she was gone.
What's wrong?
Hao Yanchei asked. Nothing, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun put half a random dish in her mouth, fed the other half to Hao Yanchei, and he didn't ask her about why she looked sad again. After the meal, Yuan Gungun waved bye to Hao Yanchei. Young master, I'm going to class, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yanchei said. E2 waited until Yuan Gungun left before opening his mouth again. Young master, do you want to hide the truth about Chang Jiatao from Gungun? E2 asked.
Hao Yanchei said. Chang Jiatao is in hiding, E2 said.
What happens if she comes back here and harms Gungun?
Young master, you should tell Gungun the truth so Gungun will keep her guard up against Chang Jiatao. It looks like you care too much about Gungun, Hao Yanchei said.
End of 74. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 75.
Young master, everyone wants to protect Gungun, E2 said. I'll protect Gungun, Hao Yanchei said. You don't need to worry.
Yes, young master, E2 said.
E2 was satisfied he provoked Hao Yanchei to show Hao Yanchei's true feelings. At 5 in the afternoon, Tan Tan packed the textbooks in room 15. Gungun, you're a bright student, Tan Tan praised. Big sister Yen, it's because you're a gentle and a patient teacher, Yuan Gungun said.
I love having you as my teacher. Why wouldn't I be gentle with a lovable student like you? Tan Tan asked.
Tan Tan was usually indifferent to her colleagues and students, Yuan Gungun was the exception. Yuan Gungun escorted Tan Tan to the car, and in the distance she saw Na Lu Tingdu's car.
See you tomorrow, big sister Tan, Yuan Gungun said.
See you tomorrow, Gungun, Tan Tan said and rubbed Yuan Gungun's head. After Tan Tan's car disappeared, Yuan Gungun ran to Na Lu Tingdu.
Big brother Du. Yuan Gungun called.
Na Lu Tingdu's arms lifted Yuan Gungun and spun her around.
Big brother Du, you're making me dizzy, Yuan Gungun said. Na Lu Tingdu held Yuan Gungun still in his arms.
She kissed his cheek and he gave her an Eskimo kiss.
Did you miss me? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Yes,
Yuan Gungun said. I missed you too, Na Lu Tingdu said. Then why didn't Big Brother Du come visit me sooner? Yuan Gungun asked.
Dad wants to spend more time with Mom, Na Lu Tingdu said. It means I'm busier at work. When Na Lu Tingdu kissed Yuan Gungun's cheek, he didn't notice how Yanchei's reflection disappeared from the study room window.
Big Brother Du must be tired, Yuan Gungun said. Let me massage you. Na Lu Tingdu put Yuan Gungun on the ground.
My little princess Gungun knows how to care about others, Na Lu Tingdu said. Na Lu Tingdu opened the driver's door, picked up the box of chocolates and gave it to Yuan Gungun.
Same rule, Na Lu Tingdu said. You can't eat too many chocolates in one go.
Yuan Gungun hugged the box of chocolates and smiled at Na Lu Tingdu. Big Brother Du is the best, Yuan Gungun said.
You give me everything I want. How are you going to thank me? Na Lu Tingdu asked. Yuan Gungun kissed Na Lu Tingdu's cheek again.
She didn't see Hao Yanchei standing behind her, he looked like he wanted to kill Na Lu Tingdu.
Gungun, what about the other cheek?
Na Lu Tingdu asked and looked directly at Hao Yanchei's murderous eyes. Yuan Gungun kissed Na Lu Tingdu's other cheek, Hao Yanchei's violet eyes changed color and Na Lu Tingdu thought he was seeing things.
Yuan Gungun. Hao Yanchei called. Yuan Gungun turned around, and Hao Yanchei's cold glare made her body shiver.
Young master, Yuan Gungun said.
Are you having a good time?
Hao Yanchei asked.
Yuan Gungun was too scared to open her mouth.
Na Lu Tingdu exchanged another death glare with Hao Yanchei.
Come here, Hao Yanchei said.
Yuan Gungun took a step back, and Hao Yanchei smiled coldly.
Do you want me to come over there?
Hao Yanchei asked.
Yuan Gungun walked to Hao Yanchei's side.
He knocked her head, but not softly like usual. Ah, Yuan Gungun cried out in pain.
Gungun. Na Lu Tingdu called. Do you know what you did wrong?
Hao Yanchei asked. Hao Yanchei held up Yuan Gungun's chin and her teary eyes were leveled with his cold eyes. Na Lu Tingdu wanted to kill Hao Yanchei for hurting Yuan Gungun. Na Lu Tingdu walked to Hao Yanchei, but Hao Yanchei kicked Na Lu Tingdu to the ground. Even though Na Lu Tingdu had his guard up, he didn't expect Hao Yanchei's fighting instincts to be that fast.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. End of chapter 75.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 76. Big Brother Do. Yuan Gun called. She couldn't escape Hao Yin-che's death grip. Let go of me. How can you hit someone? You're hurting me. Na Lu Ting-du wiped blood off his lips. Let go of Gun, Na Lu Ting-du said. Why should I?
Hao Yin-che asked. Na Lu Ting-du got off the ground, held Yuan Gun's arm, and Hao Yin-che held Yuan Gun's other arm. I don't mind pulling off her arm, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gun stared in disbelief at Hao Yin-che.
Na Lu Ting-du aimed a punch at Hao Yin-che's face. Hao Yin-che dodged the punch and pushed Yuan Gun out of the way. Yuan Gun stumbled back, fell down and scraped her arms and legs. She looked up and saw Hao Yin-che and Na Lu Ting-du's fierce fight.
Don't fight, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun stood up.
She couldn't watch Hao Yin-che use full force to attack Na Lu Ting-du. She ran to them and stood in front of Na Lu Ting-du to protect Na Lu Ting-du's face from Hao Yin-che's punch. Ah! Yuan Gun cried out and spat out blood.
Gun! Na Lu Ting-du called and braced Yuan Gun's fall.
Hao Yin-che saw Yuan Gun spat out blood and fisted his hands. She chose to risk her life to protect Na Lu Ting-du.
Gun, can you hear me? Na Lu Ting-du asked. Gun, open your eyes. Na Lu Ting-du looked at Hao Yin-che's cold eyes.
If anything happens to Gun, I'll bury you with her, Na Lu Ting-du said.
I'll be waiting, Hao Yin-che said.
You. Na Lu Ting-du said.
Na Lu Ting-du let Yuan Gun lie on the ground to punch Hao Yin-che's hateful face. In that moment Yuan Gun's eyes were closed, but her hand reached for Na Lu Ting-du's arm. Big Brother Do, don't hit him, Yuan Gun said weakly.
Yuan Gun's words made Hao Yin-che freeze. Gun, Na Lu Ting-du called.
Big Brother Do, it's painful, take me home, Yuan Gun said.
Na Lu Ting-du carried Yuan Gun to the car.
Gun, don't be scared,
Na Lu Ting-du said. I'll take you home. Yuan Gun, do you want to see what happens if you leave? Hao Yin-che threatened.
Na Lu Ting-du kept walking to the car.
Big Brother Do, put me down, Yuan Gun said.
Na Lu Ting-du's eyes darkened, and he carefully put Yuan Gun back on the ground.
Hao Yin-che stepped toward Yuan Gun. Give me your hand, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gun forced herself to open her eyes, and stretched out her arm. Hao Yin-che held her hand, pulled her to his chest and carried her in his arms.
Gun, do you want to go with him? Na Lu Ting-du asked. Big Brother Do, he's my young master, Yuan Gun said. Gun, what if he's not your young master? Na Lu Ting-du asked.
But he is, Yuan Gun said. Na Lu Ting-du lost a part of Yuan Gun's heart. He couldn't turn back time. Yuan Gun gave a part of her heart to Hao Yin-che.
Big Brother Do, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun couldn't say anything else to Na Lu Ting-du because Hao Yin-che carried her to the Hao mansion faster than the wind. Na Lu Ting-du sat in the car. He had wanted to ask Yuan Gun if his place in her heart gave him a chance to be with her.
Gun, why didn't you wait for me? Na Lu Ting-du asked himself. Why did you let someone else in your heart when I finally accepted I love you? Gun, am I too late? Will I always be your big brother in your heart? In the Hao mansion, Mrs. Chen was frightened to see Yuan Gun's injured face. Young master.
Gun's face, Mrs. Chen said.
She brought it upon herself, Hao Yin-che said. Mrs. Chen was startled by Hao Yin-che's iciness.
Yuan Gun's body tensed. She was hurt by Hao Yin-che's words. Auntie Chen, bring an ice pack and a towel to my room, Hao Yin-che ordered. Hao Yin-che carried Yuan Gun straight to the master bedroom, and laid her on the bed. Seconds later, Mrs. Chen brought an ice pack wrapped in a towel to the master bedroom and gave it to Hao Yuan-che. Yuan Gun moved her head side to side, but she couldn't stop Hao Yin-che applying the ice pack on Yuan Gun's swollen cheek.
No, it hurts, Yuan Gun said.
I dare you to move your head again, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gun laid still on the bed, and the tears she held back flowed down her cheeks.
Hold it yourself, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gun held the ice pack on her swollen cheek. Hao Yin-che opened the first aid kit, and began disinfecting the scratches on her arms and legs. No, it hurts, Yuan Gun said.
Hao Yin-che ignored Yuan Gun's plea, and applied iodine on her arms and legs. ****. End of chapter 76.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 77. What is there to cry about? Hao Yen-che asked. Aren't I allowed to cry if I'm in pain? Yuan Gungun asked bravely. What did you say? Hao Yen-che asked.
I said I'm in pain, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Yuan Gungun, you have guts, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's neck.
He didn't use force, but his coldness made her suffocate.
You dare to see him, Hao Yen-che said.
Have you forgotten your status?
No, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm your maid, but it has nothing to do with me seeing my family.
Why do you have to be this angry? Yuan Gungun put down the ice pack.
Hao Yen-che let go of her neck. He picked up the ice pack and pressed it hard against her swollen cheek.
Ah, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
Next time if you protect him again, I'll hammer your mouth to pieces, Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che pressed the ice pack harder on Yuan Gungun's swollen cheek. If you know what's good for you then remember you're mine, Hao Yen-che said. You can't see him if you don't have my permission. Don't you know how to say sorry for hitting my big brother do? Yuan Gungun asked.
What?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Even if you're my young master, you can't hit my big brother do, Yuan Gungun said. What are you going to do if I hit him?
Hao Yen-che asked. He threw the ice pack on the floor.
Do you want to take revenge for him?
Young master is a dummy, Yuan Gungun said softly.
You don't know right from wrong. Yuan Gungun sensed the cold tension between her and Hao Yen-che. A moment later, Yuan Gungun heard Hao Yen-che kick down another door.
At the Yuan mansion, Feng Dudu was frightened to see her adoptive son's bloodied face.
Ting Du, what happened? Feng Dudu asked. Did you get into a fight? Mom, I'm okay, Nalu Ting Du said.
Tell Mummy what happened, Feng Dudu said.
Come here, Mummy will clean your wound.
Ting Du, come with Dad, Yuan Ting Lu said. Ting Du, let Mummy clean your wound before you talk with your daddy, Feng Dudu said.
I'm hungry, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Cook a meal for me, and bring it to the study room. Do I look like I'm your maid? Feng Dudu asked.
I'm hungry, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Yuan Ting Lu kissed Feng Dudu's forehead, and she walked to the kitchen.
Now Lu Ting Du followed Yuan Ting Lu to the study room, and Yuan Ting Lu poured 2 glasses of red wine.
If I'm not mistaken, today you went to see Gun Gun, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Yes Dad, Na Lu Ting Du said. How were you injured? Yuan Ting Lu asked.
Yuan Ting Lu passed a glass of wine to Na Lu Ting Du, and carried the other glass of wine to the sofa.
Hao Yen-che, Na Lu Ting Du said and sat opposite Yuan Ting Lu.
Because of Gun Gun? Yuan Ting Lu asked. Yes, Na Lu Ting Du said. Ting Du, do you know who you are in my eyes? Yuan Ting Lu asked. A friend's son, Na Lu Ting Du said.
No, Yuan Ting Lu said. In my eyes, you're my son.
Na Lu Ting Du drank a sip of wine.
Ting Du, with your intelligence, you know what I hoped would happen in the future, Yuan Ting Lu said. If Gun Gun wasn't saved by Hao Yen-che's mom, I wanted you to become my son-in-law. In the past I knew you loved Gun Gun more than a brother loves a sister. I wanted to wait for you to find out yourself. But now it's too late, Hao Yen-che is in the picture. Dad, I can't get past the fact that if I strip away everything you gave me, I only have 2 empty hands, Na Lu Ting Du said. I didn't feel I was worthy to give Yuan Gun Gun a future she deserves.
Yuan Ting Lu listened to Na Lu Ting Du's firm voice. Dad, let me return your company to you, Na Lu Ting Du said.
I want to build my own company, and be worthy to fight for Gun Gun.
End of chapter 77.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 78. Alright, Yuan Ting Lu said. I'm sorry Dad, Na Lu Ting Du said.
I have one condition, Yuan Ting Lu said.
No matter what happens, Yuan's company will belong to you. Ting Du, you're someone who has good foresight. Thank you Dad, Na Lu Ting Du said. Dad, is Hao Yen-che an ordinary person? What makes you think he isn't an ordinary person? Yuan Ting Lu asked. Na Lu Ting Du took another sip of wine. Yuan Ting Lu said. If he's an ordinary person then you wouldn't be injured.
I thought it was an evenly matched fight, Na Lu Ting Du said and rubbed his mouth wound. Feng Dudu carried a tray of food to the study room, and she was displeased with Yuan Ting Lu and Na Lu Ting Du. If you're injured, you need to take care of your wound, Feng Dudu chastised. You two don't know how to take care of yourselves. Feng Dudu dragged Na Lu Ting Du to the living room to clean Na Lu Ting Du's wound. Yuan Ting Lu stayed in the study room, and ate Feng Dudu's cooked meal even though he wasn't hungry.
Yuan Ting Lu thought Yuan Gungun was like Fong Du Du, they were happy simpletons.
In the master bedroom at the Hao mansion, Mrs. Chen visited Yuan Gungun, who stared blankly at the ceiling.
Gungun, Mrs. Chen called. Auntie Chen, Yuan Gungun greeted. Mrs. Chen sat on the bed and inspected Yuan Gungun's swollen cheek.
Tell me what happened, Mrs. Chen said. Today Big Brother Du came to visit me, Yuan Gungun said. I don't know why young master came out or why he was angry.
He hit my head. Big Brother Du wanted to take me away from him. He kicked Big Brother Du to the ground. Then they fought.
I protected Big Brother Du, and my face became like this.
Gungun, how is Na Lu Ting Du related to you? Mrs. Chen asked. Why does everyone ask me the same question? Yuan Gungun asked. He's my big brother. Is he adopted by your parents? Mrs. Chen asked. Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, you're 18, Mrs. Chen said. You need to be aware of keeping a respectable distance between you and men. Even if he's your big brother, you shouldn't kiss and hug each other so freely.
If you take away his big brother title, he's a man and you're a woman. If you two aren't together, then you should keep your distance from him.
You're not a 5 or a 10-year-old girl anymore.
What about young master? Yuan Gungun said. He kisses my lips.
It's not the same, Mrs. Chen said. Because you'll be young master's wife, and the future young mistress of the Hao household.
Who said? Yuan Gungun asked. How come I didn't know?
Gungun, tell me if you like young master, Mrs. Chen asked.
Yes or no? Yuan Gungun puffed her cheeks.
If he says sorry, then I'll like him, Yuan Gungun said.
If he doesn't, then I won't like him.
If Yuan Gungun's face wasn't like a balloon, Mrs. Chen wanted to pinch her cheeks.
Gungun, why do you want young master to say sorry? Mrs. Chen asked. He hit my big brother Du, Yuan Gungun said. Have you forgotten? Mrs. Chen asked.
Young master's body doesn't let people touch him. His body automatically attacked your big brother, because your big brother touched him.
I thought that was a joke, Yuan Gungun said. If it's true, how come young master hasn't kicked me out the window for touching him? Can't you see young master gives you special treatment? Mrs. Chen asked. Sometimes too special. But can't you feel young master likes you?
Mrs. Chen thought the answer was clear on Yuan Gungun's face. Yuan Gungun looked happy to hear how Yenche liked Yuan Gungun. I'm here to put soothing cream on your face, Mrs. Chen said.
Yuan Gungun was too happy to hear or feel Mrs. Chen applying cream on her face.
By the time Mrs. Chen left, Yuan Gungun forgot what else she wanted to ask Mrs. Chen.
End of chapter 78.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 79.
At night, Hao Yenche opened the new master bedroom door. His rice ball was lying on the bed. She had kicked the bedsheet below her feet, and looked like she was in a good mood. Yuan Gungun heard the door open. She sat up on the bed and anticipated Hao Yenche coming to bed. But he ignored her and walked to the bathroom.
Yuan Gungun got out of bed, and went to stand in front of the closed bathroom door. She didn't know what she wanted to say.
Hao Yenche sensed Yuan Gungun was standing behind the bathroom door. He opened it and looked coldly at her.
Do you want to be a peeping Tom? Hao Yenche asked. Yuan Gungun shook her head.
She was disappointed how Yenche looked at her coldly. Her shoulders slumped. She turned around and walked back to the bed.
Go ask someone to boil eggs, Hao Yenche said, and closed the bathroom door. Yuan Gungun walked back to the bathroom door. Do you want to eat boiled eggs or fried eggs? Yuan Gungun asked. How many eggs do you want to eat?
Hao Yenche opened the bathroom door again.
Boil eggs, Hao Yenche said. Yuan Gungun was startled, and she ran outside to find someone to boil eggs.
After she left, he slammed the bathroom door closed. When Yuan Gungun returned to the master bedroom, Hao Yenche was drying his hair with a towel on the bed.
Come here, Hao Yenche said. Yuan Gungun held a bowl of boiled eggs and walked to the bed.
Hao Yenche pulled her onto the bed. He put the bowl of boiled eggs on the bedside table and rolled a boiled egg on her swollen cheek. Yuan Gungun looked at Hao Yenche's beautiful face, and thought about Mrs. Chen's words.
Did the beautiful man in front of her truly like her? Was she someone special to him?
She smiled like a fool at him.
What are you smiling about? Hao Yenche asked. Young master, am I someone special to you? Yuan Gungun asked.
You're the most special person in the world, Hao Yenche said.
Really? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes, Hao Yin-che said. You're a special dummy. Other dummies can't compare to your low intelligence.
Yuan Gungun became a deflated balloon.
Hao Yin-che rolled the egg on her cheek until it turned cold. Then he put another egg in her hands. Your reward, Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gungun absent-mindedly put the egg in her mouth.
Hao Yin-che reached for the soothing cream and applied it on her face. Yuan Gungun bit half the egg and gave the other half to Hao Yin-che. Tastes bad, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin-che looked at her like he was asking her if he looked like a rubbish bin.
She quickly put the other half of the egg in her mouth. Hao Yin-che put the cream away and went to the bathroom to wash his hands.
Yuan Gungun took out the egg in her mouth, put it in the bin and used a tissue to hide the egg.
Hao Yin-che returned to the bed, turned off the light and laid next to Yuan Gungun.
Seconds later, Yuan Gungun poked Hao Yin-che's waist. Young master, why aren't you hugging me? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yin-che ignored Yuan Gungun. Hug me, Yuan Gungun said.
No, Hao Yin-che said.
Are you going to hug me or not? Yuan Gungun asked.
No, Hao Yin-che said. Then I'll hug you, Yuan Gungun said and hugged Hao Yin-che.
Yuan Gungun couldn't see Hao Yin-che smile in the dark. Don't you want to take revenge for him?
Hao Yin-che asked. Auntie Chen explained your body doesn't let other people touch you, Yuan Gungun said.
Now I know you didn't mean to hit Big Brother do.
Hao Yin-che scoffed. Young master, I'm special to you because I can touch you, Yuan Gungun said proudly.
Do you know who else can touch me besides you?
Hao Yin-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Animals, Hao Yin-che said. Do you know what this implies?
What?
Yuan Gungun asked. You're no different from an animal, Hao Yin-che said. End of chapter 79.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 80. Yuan Gungun pouted her lips. Was she an animal? Do you know what animal you are?
Hao Yin-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Pig, Hao Yin-che said. I don't want to be a pig. Yuan Gungun protested. All right, Hao Yin-che said. You can be a dog.
Okay, Yuan Gungun said.
A pug, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun let go of Hao Yin-che's waist and turned away from him.
What like her? She was a rice ball to him, he didn't like her. Hao Yin-che turned around and hugged Yuan Gungun.
You're not allowed to see now Lu Ting do, Hao Yin-che said.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
No?
Hao Yin-che asked.
He's my big brother, Yuan Gungun said. Of course I want to see my big brother. How would you feel if someone told you you couldn't see your family? I don't mind, Hao Yin-che said. I mind, Yuan Gungun said. My family and small friends are everything to me.
In this world only they love me and treat me good.
Hao Yin-che frowned.
And young master too, Yuan Gungun said. Even though you're temperamental and like to bully me, I'll be sad when that day comes and I can't see you anymore. Yuan Gungun rubbed her teary eyes on Hao Yin-che's chest. The thought of leaving him in 3 years made her sad. Yuan Gungun waited a long time for Hao Yin-che to say something. But sleep won over her before he said anything.
Hao Yin-che sniffed Yuan Gungun's neck.
He loved her body scent, it soothed him and helped him sleep. In the morning, Yuan Gungun opened her eyes and immediately looked for Hao Yin-che. She was disappointed he wasn't lying next to her. At 5 that day Yuan Gungun only walked Tan to the front door, because Mrs. Chen guarded the front door and told Yuan Gungun that Hao Yin-che didn't let her go outside. Mrs. Chen led Yuan Gungun to the dining room and served Yuan Gungun a meal.
Auntie Chen, this French cheesecake tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun said.
Young master hired a French chef just to make French desserts for you, Mrs. Chen said.
Where's young master? Yuan Gungun asked. How come I didn't see him today?
Young master is at Hao Yan's company, Mrs. Chen said.
Why? Do you miss him? Auntie Chen, your smile is scary, Yuan Gungun said. Mrs. Chen looked stern again. Yuan Gungun finished eating the small slice of French cheesecake, looked at her surroundings and smiled at Mrs. Chen. Auntie Chen, I want to eat more desserts, Yuan Gungun said.
No, Mrs. Chen said. Young master said you're only allowed to eat this much.
Auntie Chen, young master isn't here, Yuan Gungun said. He won't know if you let me eat more desserts. I want to eat pudding. Mrs. Chen felt like she was under Yuan Gungun's spell. When Mrs. Chen was about to cave, Hao Yin-che walked into the dining room. Do you want to eat pudding?
Hao Yin-che asked. Young master, Yuan Gun greeted sweetly. Hao Yin-che walked past Mrs. Che, sat down on a chair and held Yuan Gun on his lap. Young master, Mrs. Che said and bowed.
Hao Yin-che said.
Yuan Gun looked at Hao Yin-che like there was something different about him that day while he looked at her cheeks that weren't swollen anymore.
Ah! Yuan Gun cried out. What's wrong?
Hao Yin-che asked. Young master, your hair, Yuan Gun said. She pulled Hao Yin-che's hair. Why did you dye your hair? I love your white hair. Hao Yin-che let Yuan Gun pull his hair, and he carried her to the spa room.
Where are we going? Yuan Gun asked.
To wash hair, Hao Yin-che said. In the spa room, Yuan Gun washed the dye out of Hao Yin-che's hair.
Young master, why did you dye your hair black? Yuan Gun asked.
Hao Yin-che closed his eyes and enjoyed the relaxing sensation of Yuan Gun massaging his head. Young master, it looks like you stopped having headaches, Yuan Gun said.
End of chapter 80. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 81.
Hao Yin-che opened his eyes. Yuan Gun smiled sweetly at him and massaged his head for half an hour before rinsing his hair. Afterward she blow-dried his hair. Suddenly Hao Yin-che pulled her onto the massage bed.
Young master, how can I reach your hair? Yuan Gun asked. Hao Yin-che nibbled Yuan Gun's chin. Starting tomorrow you'll come with me to Hao Yan's company and be my secretary, Hao Yin-che said. Young master, can't I stay at home and keep learning how to do housework? Yuan Gun asked. Are you sure there is work you can do at home?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
My mummy said that in the ancient times, tasting food for poison was a job.
Hao Yin-che looked at Yuan Gun holding a hand over her heart. It's true, Yuan Gun said. Mummy said that eunuchs were paid to taste food for the emperor. Are you a eunuch?
Hao Yin-che asked. No, Yuan Gun said.
But eunuchs and I don't have little brothers. A vein popped up on Hao Yin-che's forehead. I can cook too, Yuan Gun said. But you won't let me into the kitchen.
Hao Yin-che looked at Yuan Gun's puffy cheeks, and he resisted knocking her head.
Talk less nonsense, Hao Yin-che said.
But Big Sister Tan hasn't finished teaching me everything about being a secretary yet, Yuan Gun said. Someone will give you on-the-job training at work, Hao Yin-che said.
Does that mean I won't be homeschooled anymore? Yuan Gun asked.
Yes, Hao Yin-che said.
What about dessert? Yuan Gun asked. Will you let me eat dessert after work like after school?
Hao Yin-che thought Yuan Gun looked like she had droopy puppy dog ears while she begged him to let her eat dessert.
Depends on your performance, Hao Yin-che said. Hao Yin-che wasn't a eunuch.
He promptly sat up and let Yuan Gun stand on the floor before he wouldn't let her leave the massage bed. Young master is the best, Yuan Gun praised and continued to dry Hao Yin-che's hair.
Hao Yin-che watched Yuan Gun move her apple-red lips.
He thought the heavens punished him by giving his heart to the dummy woman in front of him.
The following morning, Hao Yin-che deposited Yuan Gun in the bathroom.
You have 10 minutes to prepare for work, Hao Yin-che said. If you take longer than 10 minutes to get ready, you won't get to eat dessert. Yuan Gun was motivated to brush, wash and change clothes in 9 minutes.
Did I take longer than 10 minutes? Yuan Gun asked.
No, Hao Yin-che said. Hee, my dessert is safe, Yuan Gun said and rubbed her stomach.
Hao Yin-che had a hallucination. He pictured Yuan Gun was protecting their baby instead of her dessert.
Yuan Gun held Hao Yin-che's hand and pulled him toward the dining room.
Wait, Hao Yin-che said.
You haven't brushed your hair.
I don't need to, Yuan Gun said.
She ran a hand through her smooth long black hair and smiled proudly at Hao Yin-che.
My hair isn't naughty. Hao Yin-che chose not to say anything and let Yuan Gun take him to the dining room.
After breakfast, Hao Yin-che drove a satisfied Yuan Gun to Hao Yan's company. The moment Yuan Gun stepped out of the car, her thoughts were visible on her face.
Let's go inside, Hao Yin-che said. Young master, how many floors does your company have? Yuan Gun asked. 100 floors, Hao Yin-che said. What happens if the building collapses? Yuan Gun asked. Wouldn't it kill a lot of people?
Yuan Gun looked at the employees around her. She was worried for their lives. Jia Tu and Yi Tu were walking behind Hao Yanche and Yuan Gungun.
Jia Tu and Yi Tu couldn't help but laugh at Yuan Gungun's backward way of thinking.
Hao Yanche scoffed, held Yuan Gungun's hand and led her to the elevator. Unlike Yuan Gungun, the employees were worried about their boss life because it was the first time they witnessed their boss holding a person's hand.
The elevator doors opened to the 100th floor.
Hao Yanche walked together with Yuan Gungun to his office. She thought his employees looked like beautiful immortals.
CEO Hao, the secretaries greeted.
Hao Yanche said. Inside Hao Yanche's office, Hao Yanche took off his jacket, hung it on his chair and sat.
Young master, are the people outside your secretaries? Yuan Gungun asked. End of chapter 81.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 82. Hao Yanche held Yuan Gungun on his lap.
Yes, Hao Yanche said.
Aren't you supposed to only have one secretary? Yuan Gungun asked.
Is that what you decided? Hao Yanche asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
It's what I've seen on TV.
Hao Yanche gently touched Yuan Gungun's cheeks.
Does it hurt?
Hao Yanche asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
You deserve it, Hao Yanche said. You're being mean to me again, Yuan Gungun said.
Get off my lap, Hao Yanche said and patted Yuan Gungun's bottom.
Why?
Yuan Gungun asked. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yanche's waist.
He raised an eyebrow, and she slid off his lap. Answer the phone calls, Hao Yanche said.
Make appointments, file work papers and give out reports. Your teacher said you know how to do all that.
If you perform well, I'll let you eat dessert.
Okay, Yuan Gungun said.
Your desk is over there, Hao Yanche said. Hao Yanche pointed to the desk in front of his desk. Yuan Gungun sat at her desk and applied what Tan Tan taught her. He was happy she did her best.
At 5 in the afternoon, Yuan Gungun looked excitedly at Hao Yanche.
Young master, dessert, Yuan Gungun said.
In the fridge, Hao Yanche said without looking away from the work papers. Yuan Gungun walked around Hao Yanche's office looking for the fridge. Yi Tu pointed at the pig fridge and smiled at Yuan Gungun. Thank you, big brother Yi Tu, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun opened the pig fridge and her eyes lit up. Pudding, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun took out 4 pudding serves. She turned around and met Hao Yanche's disapproving violet eyes.
1, Hao Yanche said.
Yuan Gungun put 3 precious pudding serves back in the fridge and walked back to her desk with 1 lonely pudding serve. Days later, Yuan Gungun became a popular topic of conversation at Hao Yan's company.
The employees knew she loved eating sweets, and if she greeted them, they would secretly give her a chocolate.
Most of the male employees were infatuated with Yuan Gungun, but they knew she was off limits because she was Hao Yanche's woman. In every crowd there was always a Lancelot type in the crowd.
Ning San Yuan was the Lancelot of Hao Yan's company.
Big brother San Yuan, this is yours, Yuan Gungun said and gave a report to Ning San Yuan. Thank you Gungun, Ning San Yuan said. You're a diligent worker. Big brother San Yuan is too kind, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun turned around to walk to Hao Yanche's office. Wait, Ning San Yuan said.
This is for you. Ning San Yuan took out a bouquet of orchids and gave it to Yuan Gungun.
For me? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, Ning San Yuan said. Do you like them? Yuan Gungun sniffed the orchids.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
They smell lovely.
Don't breathe the pollen in deeply, Ning San Yuan said.
It's not good for the body.
Oh, Yuan Gungun said.
I didn't know. Gungun, what do you know? Ning San Yuan asked.
Everything about food, Yuan Gungun said proudly. Gungun, you're lovable, Ning San Yuan said.
Thank you big brother San Yuan for the orchids, Yuan Gungun said. I need to go back to my desk.
Bye Gungun, Ning San Yuan said.
Bye, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun carried the orchids to the 100th floor, and she ran to look for Hao Yanche in his office. Young master, don't you think they smell lovely? Yuan Gungun asked and showed Hao Yanche the orchids. Where did you find them?
Hao Yanche asked. Big brother San Yuan gave them to me, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun walked around Hao Yanche's office to look for a vase. Did you take a long time to give out reports because of these orchids?
Hao Yanche asked. No, Yuan Gungun said. Big brother Lu was carrying a stack of files. I helped Big Brother Lou to carry them to his desk before I gave the reports out.
Throw the orchids away, Hao Yan-che asked. Why? Yuan Gun asked. *****. End of chapter 82.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 83.
Don't make me say it a second time, Hao Yan-che said.
But, it's a waste, Yuan Gun mumbled.
Hao Yan-che stood and walked to Yuan Gun.
She gave him the orchids, and he tossed them in the bin. Today you're not allowed to eat dessert, Hao Yan-che said.
Why? Yuan Gun asked.
Hao Yan-che sat back in his chair. You're being unreasonable, Yuan Gun said. Tomorrow you're not allowed to eat dessert either, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gun mumbled. What?
Hao Yan-che asked. Yuan Gun stomped a foot, and sat at her desk. At the Hao Mansion study room at 10 that night, E2 gave Ning San Yuan's file to Hao Yan-che.
Young master, here is Ning San Yuan's file, E2 said.
Hao Yan-che opened the file, and read Ning San Yuan's work duties.
Tomorrow transfer him to Canberra, Australia's ACT, midway between Sydney and Melbourne, Hao Yan-che said. Promote him and give him a $5,000 bonus.
Hao Yan-che threw the file on the desk, stood and walked to the master bedroom. Young master knows how to give out punishments and rewards, E2 said to Jia Tuesday. Young master is jealous, but he got rid of a love rival under a guise of a promotion.
Jia Tu silently agreed. In the master bedroom, Yuan Gun was too upset to watch TV.
The door opened, she turned her back to Hao Yan-che and pulled the bedsheet over her head. He ignored her childish antics, and walked to the bathroom. Later Yuan Gun felt Hao Yan-che got into bed, and she moved close to the edge of the bed.
Do you want me to kick you out of bed?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yuan Gun moved away from the edge of the bed.
Hao Yan-che hugged her.
You dare act like a mistress in front of me?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yuan Gun didn't open her mouth. Are you mute?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Hao Yan-che nibbled and kissed Yuan Gun's lips.
You're not allowed to receive flowers from another man, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che nibbled Yuan Gun's neck. Did you hear me?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yan-che bit Yuan Gun's neck, and left his teeth mark on her neck. What about my dessert? Yuan Gun asked. You want to eat dessert?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yan-che unbuttoned Yuan Gun's nightshirt and he cupped Yuan Gun's breasts.
If you bend your head you'll get to eat sweet buns, Hao Yan-che teased.
Yuan Gun blushed.
Look at the appetizing pink peaks on the sweet buns, Hao Yan-che whispered in Yuan Gun's ear.
Hao Yan-che massaged Yuan Gun's breasts until her nipples hardened.
I don't want to eat, Yuan Gun said.
You don't want to eat dessert?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Hao Yan-che looked at Yuan Gun's rosy face in the dark.
Little chub, I'm hungry, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gun wiggled her body under Hao Yan-che's body, but she couldn't escape. You can bend your head and eat sausage, Yuan Gun said.
Hao Yan-che was surprised to hear dirty talk from Yuan Gun's mouth.
He let go of her breasts and pinched her bottom.
Who taught you?
Hao Yan-che asked. I don't need someone to teach me, Yuan Gun said.
I'm not smart. But at least I know the difference between a man's body and a woman's body.
I know two people should only kiss on the lips if they love each other. I know in the mornings how hard and excited your little brother is when your little brother is rubbing against my body.
Hao Yan-che laughed and kissed Yuan Gun's cheek.
You're not a total dummy, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gun thought Hao Yan-che was in a good mood.
She held his face and smiled at him in the dark. Young master, tomorrow I want to eat dessert, Yuan Gun said. No, Hao Yan-che said and kissed Yuan Gun's nose.
Why? Yuan Gun asked. No reason, Hao Yan-che said. What about the day after tomorrow? Yuan Gun asked.
I'll think about it, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gun found a comfortable spot on Hao Yan-che's chest and closed her eyes. If she could see in the dark, she would see his violet eyes looking at her face lovingly.
End of chapter 83.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 84. At midday in Hao Yan-che's office, Yuan Gun ran to his chair and he lifted her onto his lap.
She held his hands to rub her stomach. Young master, it's lunchtime, Yuan Gun said.
Feel how flat my stomach is. Hao Yanche said. It's round. What do you mean? Yuan Gungun asked.
It's round, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gungun let go of Hao Yanche's hands, slid off his lap and walked to her desk. Hao Yanche walked to the pig fridge.
He took out a platter of food and put it on Yuan Gungun's desk. Go reheat it and you can eat, Hao Yanche said.
Yuan Gungun's sadness disappeared after she saw the delicious food on the platter. Young master, you're the best, Yuan Gungun said.
Wait here. I'll go reheat it.
Today you're eating on your own, Hao Yanche said. Hao Yanche walked back to his chair, picked up his jacket and wore it.
He walked to Yuan Gungun's desk and pinched her sad face. Where are you going? Yuan Gungun asked. To sign a contract, Hao Yanche said. Don't eat dessert behind my back. You know what happens if you do.
Oh, Yuan Gungun said.
Come back soon.
Hao Yanche said and kissed Yuan Gungun's forehead. Yuan Gungun heard the door closed, looked down at the platter of food and lost her appetite. At 20 past midday, Yuan Gungun slowly ate and occasionally glancing at the door.
She wondered why Hao Yanche wasn't back yet. Yuan Gungun's phone rang, and she was happy to see who called her. Big brother Du. Yuan Gungun greeted. Gungun, it's always good to hear your voice, Na Lu Tingdu said. Big brother Du, how come you're free to call me today? Yuan Gungun asked. Aren't you busy at work? Do you miss me? Na Lu Tingdu asked. Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Then come downstairs, Na Lu Tingdu said. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Wait for me, Yuan Gungun said. She ran to the elevators. I'll be right there.
I'll be waiting for you, Na Lu Tingdu said. A minute later, Yuan Gungun ran outside Hao Yan's company and jumped into Na Lu Tingdu's arms.
Big brother Du, Yuan Gungun called. I'm taking you to eat, Na Lu Tingdu said. I have something to tell you too. Okay, Yuan Gungun said. But I need to get back to work soon. Let's eat at the cafe near here. The egg tarts there are delicious. Yuan Gungun held Na Lu Tingdu's hand and took him to Ting's cafe. Yuan Gungun and Na Lu Tingdu sat at a table for two inside Ting's cafe.
Big brother Du, I'm sorry about what happened last time, Yuan Gungun said. Young master has a fear of people touching him.
He'll kick anyone who touches him. Big brother Du, does your body still hurt? Gungun, who is he to you? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Why are you saying sorry on behalf of him? Yuan Gungun smiled at Na Lu Tingdu's cup of coffee on the table.
If he doesn't let anyone touch him, why can you touch him? Na Lu Tingdu asked.
Hee, because I'm special, Yuan Gungun said. Gungun, in my eyes you're special too, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Na Lu Tingdu kissed Yuan Gungun's lips while she was distracted by his confession.
She was stunned frozen. His tongue parted her lips and he lightly bit her tongue. She could taste the coffee he drank.
Really sweet, Na Lu Tingdu said. Yuan Gungun looked blankly at Na Lu Tingdu like he was a different person.
The egg tart here is sweet, Yuan Gungun said.
End of chapter 84.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 85.
Gungun, I'm building a castle for you using my own hands, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Will you be my queen? Queen? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, Na Lu Tingdu said. Are you willing to be my wife? Wife? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, Na Lu Tingdu said. You'll be my wife and I'll be your husband. That way we'll always be together.
Impossible, Yuan Gungun said.
It's not practical if we're always together. What happens when you want to eat, but I want to go to the bathroom? Na Lu Tingdu laughed. Yuan Gungun's backward way of thinking dispelled the romantic atmosphere he weaved. Gungun, you're amazing, Na Lu Tingdu said. What should I do with you? What are you saying? Yuan Gungun asked.
Gungun, forget I'm your big brother, Na Lu Tingdu said.
I'm Na Lu Tingdu, and you're Yuan Gungun. I'm a man, and you're a woman. In your heart, I don't want to be your big brother. I want to be your husband. Are you saying you want to take me? Yuan Gungun asked.
I want to marry you, Na Lu Tingdu said.
Not take you. I understand, Yuan Gungun said. Like how if you take mummy away from daddy, daddy will kill you.
Na Lu Tingdu was lost for words.
But big brother Du, you can't marry me, Yuan Gungun said.
You're my big brother. Starting from today, don't think of me as your big brother, Na Lu Ting Du said.
But, Yuan Gun said.
Gun, you don't need to give me an answer today, Na Lu Ting Du said. I'll wait 3 years to hear your answer.
Yuan Gun sat in silence.
She didn't know what to say or think. At 1:30, Hao Yan-che returned to his office but he didn't see his rice ball.
He immediately called her phone. Hello, Na Lu Ting Du greeted. Are you looking for Gun? Where is she?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Does she need your permission to see me? Na Lu Ting Du asked.
Don't provoke me, Hao Yan-che said.
If you do, you'll only make her suffer. You dare? Na Lu Ting Du asked.
Why don't you ask her if I dare or not?
Hao Yan-che asked. Don't be delusional, Na Lu Ting Du said.
You only have 3 years with her. I get to decide whether I'm with her for 3 years, 30 years, or 300 years, Hao Yan-che said.
You're the delusional one. Na Lu Ting Du saw Yuan Gun coming back from the bathroom.
He hung up and put the phone in its original spot. On the other end, Hao Yan-che smashed the phone against a wall.
E2, Jia2, go find her and bring her back here, Hao Yan-che ordered. E2 and Jia2 didn't want to end up like the broken phone. They quickly left Hao Yan-che's office to look for Yuan Gun.
At Ting's cafe, Yuan Gun looked at the clock above the counter and panicked. Big brother Du, I need to get back to work, Yuan Gun said.
Eat your meal first, Na Lu Ting Du said.
But I need to go, Yuan Gun said. I said eat your meal, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Yuan Gun was shocked.
She didn't know when Na Lu Ting Du turned temperamental like Hao Yan-che.
You shouldn't waste food, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Yuan Gun heard Na Lu Ting Du's usual gentle tone, and felt like she was seeing things before. Yuan Gun ate her meal and occasionally looked at Na Lu Ting Du's face to be certain it was Na Lu Ting Du. Na Lu Ting Du broke the pair of glasses in his hands, and vowed to be himself.
At 10:02 in the afternoon, Yuan Gun ate a plate of egg tarts, a sundae, and drank milk tea. Big brother Du, I'm done eating, Yuan Gun said. Let's go. Alright, Na Lu Ting Du said.
I'll take you back to work.
End of chapter 85.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 86. Note, chapter 86 has mature content. Readers not of a mature age, skip chapter 86. Na Lu Ting Du escorted Yuan Gun back to Hao Yan's company.
Yuan Gun's habit was to kiss Na Lu Ting Du's cheek bye. But she remembered how he suddenly kissed her in Ting's cafe, and decided to only wave bye to him.
By big brother Du, Yuan Ting said. Don't overwork yourself. Na Lu Ting Du pecked Yuan Gun's lips while she waved to him. Gun, don't forget what I said, Na Lu Ting Du said. I wasn't joking.
Yuan Gun covered her lips, and nodded her head. You should go, Na Lu Ting Du said and rubbed Yuan Gun's head.
By big brother Du, Yuan Gun said. Na Lu Ting Du watched Yuan Gun walk into the building.
He thought about Hao Yan-che's words, wanting to be with someone for 300 years was a long time.
If Hao Yan-che loved Yuan Gun and she loved Hao Yan-che, did it mean everything he was doing for Yuan Gun was meaningless? On the 100th floor, Yuan Gun ran out of the elevator and ran into Hao Yan-che's office. She prayed to the heavens that Hao Yan-che wasn't inside his office. Unfortunately, her prayer wasn't answered. Hao Yan-che opened his office door, and saw his rice ball gasping for air. Young master, you're back, Yuan Gun said. You're dead, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gun took one step back, and Hao Yan-che pulled her into his office. The employees who saw the pitiful Yuan Gun being captured by their icy boss had wanted to save her but didn't dare. They silently said a prayer for her life. Behind closed doors, Yuan Gun protected her head and begged for mercy. Young master.
I'm sorry, Yuan Gun said.
I was wrong. Don't hit me.
Where did you go? Hao Yan-che asked.
I, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun wanted to say she went to eat desserts, but she remembered how Yan-che made her promise not to eat desserts behind his back.
Where?
Hao Yan-che asked.
I went for a walk, Yuan Gun said. I didn't eat anything.
A walk? Hao Yan-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
She raised her left hand.
I didn't eat anything.
Hao Yan-che held Yuan Gun's hair and pulled her to the connecting bedroom. He pushed her onto the bed, laid on top of her and bit her lower lip until he tasted her blood.
Ah! Yuan Gun cried out. Hao Yan-che ripped Yuan Gungun's dress.
Young master, you can't, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun was scared Hao Yan-che would rip her underwear too.
He held her wrists in one hand and unhooked her bra with his other hand.
No. Yuan Gungun said, and her face turned red. Hao Yan-che gripped Yuan Gungun's breasts.
Young master, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yan-che ripped Yuan Gungun's underwear off. Young master. Yuan Gungun said. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I didn't go for a walk. I went to eat desserts.
Hao Yan-che saw the fear in Yuan Gungun's teary eyes and he stopped moving on top of her body. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
Big Brother Du came to ask me to eat a meal.
I didn't want to come back to work late, so I took Big Brother Du to Ting's cafe nearby.
All the desserts at Ting's cafe are delicious.
I'm sorry I ate desserts behind young master's back. Hao Yan-che didn't know what to think. Yuan Gungun lied to him because she was scared he would find out she ate desserts.
Yuan Gungun covered her chest and cried. Be quiet, Hao Yan-che said.
I told you that you're not allowed to see now Lu Ting do.
But
I didn't agree, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Cold steam came out of Hao Yan-che's nose and mouth.
I shouldn't have eaten desserts behind your back, Yuan Gungun said.
But you shouldn't bully me. If you bully me again,
I'll tell my daddy.
End of chapter 86.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 87.
If you want to tell your dad, I'll take you to see him, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che got out of bed and pulled Yuan Gungun up. I'm not wearing clothes, Yuan Gungun said.
You don't need to wear clothes, Hao Yan-che said.
This can be your evidence. Yuan Gungun pushed Hao Yan-che's hand away and covered her chest. Young master is a hateful monster, Yuan Gungun said. I hate you. Why do you have to bully me like this? Even if I'm your maid, I have self-respect too. I hate you.
Although Yuan Gungun covered her chest, her ripped underwear barely covered her honeypot. Hao Yan-che thought if someone saw them together in that moment, then that person would misunderstand he forced himself on Yuan Gungun. The bedroom door opened. Hao Yan-che immediately hugged his rice ball to shield her body.
E2, get out. Hao Yan-che ordered.
E2 closed the door and prayed for his life.
Ah! Yuan Gungun cried out. It's all your fault. They saw everything. Hao Yan-che, I hate you. Yuan Gungun ran to the bathroom. You monster, I hate you. Yuan Gungun said and slammed the bathroom door close. Hao Yan-che punched a bedroom wall.
1 hour later, Hao Yan-che sat at his desk, held a report in his hand but couldn't read a single word. 2 hours later, Hao Yan-che held a pen, but he couldn't write a single word. 3 hours later, Hao Yan-che picked up the bedroom key and walked to the bedroom.
Yuan Gungun opened the door, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun didn't answer. Yuan Gungun, don't test my patience, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che was worried something happened to Yuan Gungun. He unlocked the door and stood in front of the sleeping Yuan Gungun. She was huddled on the bed, she sucked a finger in her mouth, she was still crying in her sleep and a bedsheet covered below her waist.
He thought she looked like an angel that fell from heaven. Hao Yan-che laughed at himself. How could he think his rice ball looked like an angel? At the most, Yuan Gungun was a rice ball angel. He pictured his rice ball angel attempting to fly and fail because of gravity. It made him smile. If his rice ball angel fell, she would beg him for dessert.
Little chub, Hao Yan-che called.
He patted Yuan Gungun's forehead. Wake up. Hao Yan-che shook Yuan Gungun's shoulders.
Little chub, wake up and go to work, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun mumbled something against the pillow, but she didn't wake up.
Yuan Gungun, wake up, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che laid on the bed next to Yuan Gungun. It was like she could sense his presence in her sleep. She hugged his waist and moved around to find a comfortable spot on his chest.
Hao Yan-che watched Yuan Gungun sleep.
He finally understood why Hao Yan-che hated anyone hugging Xiao Li Luo, even their sons. Yuan Gungun, my rice ball angel, Hao Yan-che whispered.
Accept your fate, you'll always be with me.
At 6:28 in the evening, Yuan Gungun woke up and pushed Hao Yan-che away from her.
Stay away. Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun didn't want to see Hao Yan-che. She turned around, and her back faced him.
Hao Yan-che turned Yuan Gungun around, and his brows creased. If you cry, I'll take you outside right now, Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun covered her face, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her.
Crying isn't going to change anything, Hao Yanche said. It's your fault. Yuan Gungun said. How am I going to look at everyone in the face? Hao Yanche caressed Yuan Gungun's back. Don't cry, Hao Yanche said. I'll fire all of them.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
How about I poke their eyes out?
Hao Yanche asked. You're crazy, Yuan Gungun said.
End of chapter 87.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 88. What did you say? Hao Yanche asked and pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom.
It's your fault, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yanche let go of Yuan Gungun.
He went to the pig fridge to get pudding and returned to the bed.
Don't cry, Hao Yanche said. Put on clothes and eat pudding.
What clothes?
Yuan Gungun asked. You ripped my clothes.
Hao Yanche opened the wardrobe and chose one of his black shirts for Yuan Gungun. I can't see my, Yuan Gungun said and covered her chest.
What?
Hao Yanche asked.
Hao Yanche let Yuan Gungun off the hook. He looked all over the bed. Finally he found Yuan Gungun's black bra under her bottom. It's flattened, Yuan Gungun said. You flattened it, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gungun frowned.
Hao Yanche took a deep breath to stay calm. If you put it on, it won't be flat anymore, Hao Yanche said.
Yuan Gungun blushed. Hurry and put on clothes, Hao Yanche said.
After Hao Yanche turned around, Yuan Gungun put on her black bra and his black shirt.
It's too big, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yanche turned around. Yuan Gungun sniffed her pink nose and her small hands were flapping his black shirt sleeves at him. It was like she was tempting him to come tease her. Young master, Yuan Gungun called.
Hao Yanche sat on the bed and held Yuan Gungun on his lap.
He caressed her bottom and felt she was wearing the bottom half of the dress he ripped under his black shirt. He pulled the ripped dress down her milky smooth legs.
Yuan Gungun wiggled her bottom on Hao Yanche's lap. My bottom is cold, Yuan Gungun said. I want to wear underwear.
Hao Yanche grabbed the pudding and put it in Yuan Gungun's hand.
Be quiet, Hao Yanche said.
With pudding in Yuan Gungun's hands, she forgot about her cold bare bottom. She slowly ate the pudding bite by bite.
Hao Yanche thought the hearty way Yuan Gungun ate the pudding made him suspect she would betray him for dessert.
But he didn't mind keeping her by his side, he considered it as doing a good deed. I want more, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun licked her lips and gave the empty box to Hao Yanche.
He didn't say anything, and she pouted her lips.
Tell me, how am I going to face everyone again? Yuan Gungun asked. It's your fault. Hao Yanche rolled Yuan Gungun onto the bed.
You can stay here and cry all night, Hao Yanche said.
Where are you going? Yuan Gungun asked.
Home, Hao Yanche said.
I want to go home too, Yuan Gungun said.
I don't want to stay here by myself. Yuan Gungun jumped off the bed, ran to Hao Yanche and held onto his arm. You can stay here, Hao Yanche said and freed his arm.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
You're too noisy, Hao Yanche said. I want to go home with you, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yanche's waist like he could only choose to take her home or choose to stay with her. If you don't cry, I'll take you home, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gungun didn't see Hao Yanche smile when she said she wanted to go home with him, because she was hugging his waist from behind.
Yuan Gungun let go of Hao Yanche.
But I don't want to go outside like this, Yuan Gungun said.
People will misunderstand.
Then you can stay here, Hao Yanche said. Hao Yanche's good mood was wiped away by Yuan Gungun's words. Why wasn't she worried people would misunderstand when she wore Na Lu Tingdu's shirt home?
Yuan Gungun turned around and quietly got into bed.
Hao Yanche left the bedroom and slammed the door closed. Yuan Gungun crawled under the bedsheet because she remembered the horror movies she watched about victims staying in an office building alone. In the horror movies there were no one else except the victim, but the victim could hear the sounds of typing. At night in the Hao Mansion study room, Jia Tu and Yi-Tu's weak souls were more scared of Hao Yanche looking at them coldly than if Hao Yanche gave them a beating.
Don't you two know how to knock?
Hao Yanche asked.
Young master, we're sorry, Yi-Tu said.
We searched everywhere outside, we couldn't find Gungun, so we came back to your office to search and forgot to knock. If you two have problems using your brains, I don't mind helping you two wake up your brains, Hao Yanche said.
End of chapter 88.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 89. Note, Chapter 89 has mature content. Readers not of a mature age, skip Chapter 89.
Between 9 and 9:30 at night, there were sounds of broken furniture from the study room.
At 29 to 10 at night, Hao Yan-che emerged from the study room feeling rejuvenated.
Ja-tu and E2 on the other hand were left lying under a heavy vintage table. At 11 at night at Hao Yan's company headquarters, Yuan Gungun was too scared to sleep.
She turned on the TV.
It was the middle of the movie where a handsome man was undressing a beautiful woman. Her eyes widened at how big the handsome man's little brother was. The beautiful woman screamed for mercy when the handsome man's little brother entered the beautiful woman. Suddenly, when the handsome man and beautiful woman were groaning and moaning, the bedroom door was slammed open. Yuan Gungun jumped out of bed. She ran to Hao Yan-che and hugged him. "Young master," Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yan-che was relieved the scream he heard didn't come out of Yuan Gungun's mouth. He pushed her away for making him worry about her.
"Did you stay here to watch adult movies?"
Hao Yan-che asked. "No," Yuan Gungun said. "I didn't know there were adult movies on TV until today." Hao Yan-che wanted to turn off the TV, but the loud moans turned into a pitiful scream.
Yuan Gungun pitied the beautiful woman who fell from the pleasure high to death.
The beautiful woman's nose was snapped off, and blood gushed out of the beautiful woman's face. While the handsome man's mouth that was pleasuring the beautiful woman body began sucking.
Hao Yan-che turned off the TV. "Do you dare to watch the rest of the movie?"
Hao Yan-che asked. "No," Yuan Gungun said.
She hugged Hao Yan-che's neck. "I want to go home.
I don't want to stay here by myself."
Hao Yan-che led Yuan Gungun to the door. "Wait," Yuan Gungun said. "Get me the bedsheet to wrap around me." Hao Yan-che looked coldly at Yuan Gungun. "I'm not wearing underwear," Yuan Gungun said. "What if someone sees me?" Hao Yan-che took Yuan Gungun to the sofa, and he pointed at the black bag.
"You have 2 minutes," Hao Yan-che said and turned around.
Yuan Gungun opened the black bag. Inside were her clothes and underwear.
She quickly changed into her clothes and underwear.
"I'm done," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yan-che walked to the elevators. Yuan Gungun ran after him and held his arm. "Wait for me," Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yan-che carried Yuan Gungun to the car and drove her home.
Later at the Hao Mansion's master bedroom, Yuan Gungun was glued to Hao Yan-che's back. "What are you doing?"
Hao Yan-che asked. "I'm scared," Yuan Gungun said.
"So?"
Hao Yan-che asked. "I'll come with you to the bathroom and massage you," Yuan Gungun said.
Half an hour later, Yuan Gungun walked out of the bathroom blushing. Yuan Gungun got into bed with Hao Yan-che.
"Go take a bath," Hao Yan-che said. "No," Yuan Gungun said. "I'll take a bath tomorrow."
Hao Yan-che got out of bed and carried Yuan Gungun to the bathroom.
"I don't want to stay here by myself," Yuan Gungun said.
She held onto Hao Yan-che's arm. "Stay here with me."
"Stay here with you?" Hao Yan-che asked.
"Yes," Yuan Gungun said.
"Why should I?" Hao Yan-che asked. "Because earlier I stayed with you here to help you have a bath," Yuan Gungun said.
"Did I beg you?"
Hao Yan-che asked. "No," Yuan Gungun said.
"I'm begging you to stay with me."
"No," Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gungun sat on the floor and clung onto Hao Yan-che's leg.
"Young master, stay here with me," Yuan Gungun begged.
"No," Hao Yan-che said.
"If you don't stay here with me, I'll die," Yuan Gungun said.
"A female ghost's arm will pull me underwater and drown me. I'm begging you to have mercy on me and stay with me."
"I'll forever be grateful toward you." "You're the female ghost," Hao Yan-che said. He pulled Yuan Gungun up and pinched her bottom.
"You have 15 minutes.
Hao Yan-che turned around. Yuan Gungun turned on the tap and took a quick bath. 10 minutes later, Yuan Gungun got out of the bathtub, wrapped a towel around her body and was relieved Hao Yan-che didn't leave. "Young master, I'm done," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yan-che walked back to the bed, and Yuan Gungun followed him. After Yuan Gungun changed into a nightshirt, she got into bed and laid on Hao Yan-che's chest. "Young master," Yuan Gungun called.
Hao Yan-che kept his eyes closed and ignored Yuan Gungun.
"Today big brother do ask me to marry him," Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yan-che opened his eyes.
End of chapter 89.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90.
Hao Yanchei's body stiffened, and he looked coldly at Yuan Gungun.
But he's my big brother, Yuan Gungun said. Since I was a little girl, in my heart he's my ideal big brother even if we're not biological siblings.
He's a gentle, caring and loving big brother.
He doesn't get angry at me, and he's always good to me.
Suddenly today he asked me to marry him.
Why would a big brother ask his little sister to marry him? Hao Yanchei anticipated Yuan Gungun's next words.
He said he'll wait 3 years to hear my answer, Yuan Gungun said.
Then I thought, aren't I going home in 3 years? Young master, will you miss me when I leave? Hao Yanchei kissed Yuan Gungun's lips.
She wrapped her arms around his neck. She couldn't stop herself from liking him even though he bullied her.
Yuan Gungun returning Hao Yanchei's kiss made his desire burn greater for her.
He rolled over to press his body on top of her body. Their tongues toyed with each other, and her moans echoed the bedroom.
Young master, breathe, Yuan Gungun said softly.
Hao Yanchei's lips parted from Yuan Gungun's lips.
Her chest was rising and falling in sync with her deep breaths. It was a stimulating sight.
Call my name, Hao Yanchei said and stroked Yuan Gungun's hair.
Hao Yanchei, Yuan Gungun called.
Hao Yanchei's rare moment of gentleness evaporated, because Yuan Gungun called his full name. Did I call your name wrong? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yanchei gave Yuan Gungun an icy glare. Isn't your name Hao Yanchei? Yuan Gungun asked softly. Call me Che, Hao Yanchei said. Che, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yanchei nibbled Yuan Gungun's sensitive ear. Young master, you didn't answer my question, Yuan Gungun said. Will you miss me when I leave?
No, Hao Yanchei said. Of course Hao Yanchei didn't need to miss Yuan Gungun, because he wouldn't give her an opportunity to leave him.
Yuan Gungun's body tensed.
Oh, Yuan Gungun said. In the future call me Che, Hao Yanchei said and played with Yuan Gungun's hair.
Che, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yanchei said. Hao Yanchei was satisfied to hear Yuan Gungun call his name. Tomorrow what dessert will I get to eat? Yuan Gungun asked. Sleep, Hao Yanchei said and pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom.
Hao Yanchei rolled onto his back, and Yuan Gungun slept on his chest. In the morning, Hao Yanchei carried Yuan Gungun to the dining room because she slept late last night and was still sleepy.
Young master, Jia Tu and E2 greeted.
Hao Yanchei sat on a chair and Yuan Gungun sat on his lap. She heard Jia Tu and E2's voices and opened her eyes.
Big brother Jia Tu, big brother E2, your faces, Yuan Gungun said.
Morning Gungun, Jia Tu and E2 greeted.
Big brother Jia Tu, big brother E2, what happened to your faces? Yuan Gungun asked.
We fell face first on the floor, E2 said.
We hit our faces against a wall, Jia2 said.
Huh? Yuan Gungun asked.
We hit our faces against a wall, E2 said.
We fell face first on the floor, Jia2 said.
Yuan Gungun scratched her head.
Young master, Yuan Gungun called.
What did you call me?
Hao Yanchei asked.
Che, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yanchei said. Are they okay? Yuan Gungun whispered in Hao Yanchei's ear. What happened to them?
A door jammed their faces, Hao Yanchei said.
Hao Yanchei sipped a glass of warm milk.
He was satisfied it wasn't hot and put it in Yuan Gungun's hands.
How can a door jam cause their faces to turn out that horrific?
Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously and drank the glass of warm milk.
You can experience a door jam and see the results for yourself, Hao Yanchei said.
But, Yuan Gungun said. Talk less nonsense and eat faster, Hao Yanchei said.
Yuan Gungun tasted the dishes for poison, then she fed Hao Yanchei.
None of the servants in the dining room were gobsmacked, because they were accustomed to their icy young master's PDA if it involved their future young mistress.
End of chapter 90.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91.
At midday Yuan Gungun handed out reports, and she received a secret delivery, a box of chocolates. On the way back to Hao Yanchei's office, she ate and shared the chocolates with everyone. Unfortunately, Hao Yanchei opened his office door before Yuan Gungun had a chance to hide the evidence.
Show me what's behind your back, Hao Yanchei said. Yuan Gungun slowly gave Hao Yanchei the box of chocolates.
He sat back at his desk, read the letter attached to the box of chocolates and fumed.
Yuan Gungun, do my words fly like the wind through your ears?
Hao Yanchei asked. No, Yuan Gungun said. I told you, you're not allowed to receive gifts from other men, Hao Yanche said and thumped his desk. E2 secretly glanced at the letter. I hope Gun will always be sweet and lovable like this box of chocolates from your big brother San Yuan. E2 smiled, because Ning San Yuan didn't forget Yuan Gun even though Ning San Yuan was transferred to Canberra.
Not right, Yuan Gun said.
You said I'm not allowed to receive flowers from other men.
Hao Yanche stood, and Yuan Gun took a step back. It's true, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yanche threw the box of chocolates outside his office. It was good timing. Hao Yanke caught it at the door. The CEO of Hao Yan's company is a welcoming man, Hao Yanke said sarcastically. Hao Yanche ignored his parents who stood at the door. Hao Yanche pulled Yuan Gun onto his lap, and pinched her bottom for playing on words with him. Ow, it hurts, Yuan Gun said and wiggled her bottom on Hao Yanche's lap like a fish flapping on land. Xiao Che, stop, Zhou Luo said. Yuan Gun looked at the goddess coming toward her. The goddess had long white hair and familiar violet eyes. What is it? Hao Yanche asked. Xiao Che, how can you bully Gun? Zhou Luo asked. Auntie, do you know me? Yuan Gun asked. Of course Auntie knows Gun, Zhou Luo said. Don't you remember Auntie? Zhou Luo stood beside Yuan Gun. Yuan Gun shook her head and hugged Hao Yanche. Gun, take a closer look at me, Zhou Luo said. Yuan Gun looked closely at the goddess, and remembered a distant memory. Xiao Gun, do you remember now? Zhou Luo asked and stroked Yuan Gun's hair. Auntie Li? Yuan Gun asked. Yes, Zhou Luo said. My smart Gun, it's Auntie Li. Zhou Luo caressed Yuan Gun's adorable face. Zhou Luo thought years passed too quickly. Her little daughter-in-law had grown into a beautiful young woman. Gun, do you remember what you promised Auntie Li? Zhou Luo asked. You promised to marry Auntie Li's son. Snow White Werewolf, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yanche looked suspiciously at Zhou Luo. Yes, Zhou Luo said. Gun remembers Auntie Li is the Snow White Werewolf. Yuan Gun jumped off Hao Yanche's lap and hugged Zhou Luo. Auntie Li, can you turn into the Snow White Werewolf for me? Yuan Gun asked. Hao Yanche was displeased Yuan Gun was hugging Zhou Luo. Today Auntie Li can't turn into the Snow White Werewolf but, Zhou Luo said. Zhou Luo looked at Hao Yanche, and she whispered a secret in Yuan Gun's ear. Really? Yuan Gun asked. It's true, Zhou Luo said. Yuan Gun's eyes turned into love hearts and stared at Hao Yanche. Hao Yanche felt like Zhou Luo caused trouble for him. Auntie Li, you have white hair and violet eyes like young master, Yuan Gun said. Is young master your big brother? Zhou Luo laughed happily to hear Yuan Gun's praise at Hao Yanche's expense. Hao Yanke pulled Zhou Luo out of Yuan Gun's arms. He hugged Zhou Luo, and mocked Hao Yanche. Son, you've aged, Hao Yanke said. Hao Yanche hugged Yuan Gun and pinched her face. Yuan Gun, you need to get your eyes checked, Hao Yanche said. It hurts, Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun pushed Hao Yanche's chest and rubbed her face. Gun, Auntie Li is Xiao Che's mummy, Zhou Luo said. Yuan Gun froze in Hao Yanche's arms, and her widened big round eyes looked blankly at Zhou Luo. Hao Yanche scoffed, and Yuan Gun smiled at him. Dad, Mom, why are you two here? Hao Yanche asked. Zhou Luo gave Hao Yanche a werewolf ring. It's time, Zhou Luo said. End of chapter 91. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92. Hao Yanche didn't accept the werewolf ring from Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo put the werewolf ring on Hao Yanche's desk. It's yours, Zhou Luo said. There's never been a time I wanted it, Hao Yanche said. Xiao Che, this is your fate, Zhou Luo said. Hao Yanche looked coldly at Zhou Luo. He picked up the werewolf ring and put it on Yuan Gun's hand. Then he held Yuan Gun's face and kissed her lips. He bit his tongue in Yuan Gun's tongue. She cried out and tasted blood in her mouth. After Hao Yanche and Yuan Gun's blood mixed in their mouths, he let go of her. Yuan Gun gasped for air and looked confusedly at Hao Yanche. Hao Yanche ran a finger over the mixed blood on his lips, and used the mixed blood to write an ancient inscription on Yuan Gun's forehead. Put the ring on my left thumb, Hao Yanche said to Yuan Gun. Yuan Gun looked at the small werewolf ring on her hand. She doubted the ring would fit on Hao Yanche's left thumb. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Gungun put the werewolf ring on Hao Yen-Che's left thumb.
The blood ancient inscription on Yuan Gungun's forehead emitted a bright white light. Her body absorbed the white light and the blood ancient inscription became invisible.
Dad, Mom, you two can leave now, Hao Yen-Che said. Mummy wants to stay, Xiao Li Luo said. Let's go, Hao Yen-Ke said. Hao Yen-Ke, wait, Xiao Li Luo said. Hao Yen-Ke held Xiao Li Luo's hand and pulled her outside of Hao Yen-Che's office. Jia Tu and Yi Tu bowed to Hao Yen-Che and they left his office too. After the door closed, Hao Yen-Che held Yuan Gungun's body tightly against his body, and he roughly kissed her lips. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. A long time later, he licked her lips and let go of her lips to let her breathe.
Why did you bite me? Yuan Gungun asked.
If you dare receive another gift from another man, I'll bite you to death, Hao Yen-Che said. Suddenly Yuan Gungun's head felt dizzy, and she pressed her hand on her forehead.
Hao Yen-Che carried Yuan Gungun to the bedroom.
Young master, my head feels dizzy, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-Che laid Yuan Gungun on the bed and pulled the bedsheet over her body.
Sleep, Hao Yen-Che said. Yuan Gungun clutched Hao Yen-Che's arm.
I don't want to stay here by myself, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-Che got into bed, laid under the bedsheet and hugged Yuan Gungun.
She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He caressed her back and looked at the blood ancient inscription on her forehead that other people couldn't see.
Dummy rice ball, Hao Yen-Che whispered affectionately. I gave up my freedom for you.
3 days later, Yuan Gungun woke up from the deep sleep. She opened her eyes and was disappointed Hao Yen-Che wasn't lying next to her.
She got out of the bed, went to the bathroom and took a bath. 1 hour later, Yuan Gungun dressed and walked out of the bathroom. She was happy to see Hao Yen-Che sitting on the bed. Come here, Hao Yen-Che said.
Yuan Gungun walked to the bed, and Hao Yen-Che held her on his lap.
Where do you feel pain?
Hao Yen-Che asked.
My head is dizzy, Yuan Gungun said.
There are stars spinning around my head, my stomach is hungry and my whole body aches.
Hao Yen-Che stroked Yuan Gungun's wet hair.
His heart hurt, because her body was still in pain after receiving his blood 3 days ago. I'm really hungry, Yuan Gungun said.
I want to eat. Hao Yen-Che called Mrs. Chen on the phone.
Aunt Chen, cook light meals and bring it here, Hao Yen-Che said.
I want to eat the dish from last time, Yuan Gungun said.
What dish? Hao Yen-Che asked. The dish you called pig's fodder, Yuan Gungun said.
Auntie Chen, cook the tofu and duck legs broth and apple dates congee, Hao Yen-Che instructed and hung up the phone. End of chapter 92.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 93. Note, chapter 93 has mature content. Readers not of a mature age, skip chapter 93. Hao Yen-Che dried Yuan Gungun's wet hair. Sleep, Hao Yen-Che said.
I want to eat, Yuan Gungun said.
Sleep, Hao Yen-Che said. He patted Yuan Gungun's back. I'll wake you up when the dishes are cooked.
Yuan Gungun nodded her head and drifted off to sleep. After the dishes were cooked, Hao Yen-Che woke up Yuan Gungun and he fed her the dishes she wanted to eat.
For a week, Yuan Gungun's body drifted in and out of consciousness.
Hao Yen-Che stayed by her side and fed her during the time she was awake. It took Yuan Gungun's body a week to recover after receiving Hao Yen-Che's blood.
Why are you giving me that look?
Hao Yen-Che asked.
Yuan Gungun sat up on the bed.
Young master, Yuan Gungun called.
What did you call me?
Hao Yen-Che asked.
Che, Yuan Gungun called.
Good, Hao Yen-Che said.
You and Auntie Li can turn into snow white werewolves, Yuan Gungun said. Are you and Auntie Li humans or demons? Hao Yen-Che looked into Yuan Gungun's curious eyes.
She behaved differently to other people. She was curious about his roots instead of being scared of him. Yuan Gungun straddled Hao Yen-Che's thighs and used a towel to dry his wet hair as an incentive for him to answer her question. If Hao Yen-Che didn't know Yuan Gungun had an innocent mind, he would have thought she was seducing him.
Che, why aren't you saying anything? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yuan Gungun focused on drying Hao Yen-Che's hair that she didn't realize she dangled her breasts in front of Hao Yen-Che's mouth.
But Hao Yen-Che noticed.
His mouth opened on its own and bit one breast.
Yuan Gungun pushed Hao Yen-Che's chest and she fell onto the floor. Ah! Yuan Gungun cried out.
Hao Yen-Che jumped out of bed to help Yuan Gungun up. But she got up on her own and took 2 steps back.
Stay away, Yuan Gungun said. It's your fault.
I didn't ask you to push my chest, Hao Yen-che said.
If someone bit your chest, would you do nothing? Yuan Gun asked. Yuan Gun rubbed her head and her bottom. If someone dangled their chest in front of your mouth, would you do nothing?
Hao Yen-che asked.
You. Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun's face turned red from anger and embarrassment.
I let your intention to kick me out of bed slide, but you dare to raise your voice at me, Hao Yen-che said.
How should I punish you? Yuan Gun took another step back. Come here, Hao Yen-che said. I don't want to, Yuan Gun said. Are you coming here or not?
Hao Yen-che asked. No, Yuan Gun said.
You dare disobey me?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gun turned around to run.
But Hao Yen-che caught her and slung her body over his shoulder.
Put me down, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yen-che dropped Yuan Gun on the bed.
He straddled her thighs, held her breasts and bit each breast hard. No, Yuan Gun murmured and her face turned bright red.
Hao Yen-che stopped biting Yuan Gun's breasts, stretched his legs and laid on top of her. Does it matter if I'm a human or a demon?
Hao Yen-che asked.
It doesn't matter, Yuan Gun said. I'm just curious. Are you saying it doesn't matter what I am, it's not important to you?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
It doesn't matter if you're human or a demon, because you'll still be my young master.
Hao Yen-che looked at Yuan Gun's sincere eyes. If I guess correctly whether you're a human or a demon, will you let me rest at home? Yuan Gun asked.
Dream on, Hao Yen-che said.
End of chapter 93.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94. Hao Yen-che nibbled Yuan Gun's lips and pinched her bottom.
Young master, don't pinch, Yuan Gun said.
Do you dare to call me by the wrong name again? Hao Yen-che said.
There's no reason to be angry, Yuan Gun mumbled.
I'm used to calling you young master.
What? Hao Yen-che asked. Yuan Gun smiled at Hao Yen-che and played with his long fingers.
Che, you didn't answer my question, Yuan Gun said. Are you human or a demon?
I don't know, Hao Yen-che said. Oh, you're half human and half demon, Yuan Gun said.
Hao Yen-che caressed Yuan Gun's bottom and smiled at her. Don't pinch, Yuan Gun said. Why shouldn't I?
Hao Yen-che asked.
If you keep pinching, I can't have babies, Yuan Gun said. Who said?
Hao Yen-che asked. My mummy, Yuan Gun said. Every time my daddy pinches my mummy's bottom, she says she can't have babies. Kiss me, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gun kissed Hao Yen-che's cheek.
He held her face and kissed her lips. He let her go before he dipped his hardness into her honeypot.
Sleep, Hao Yen-che said.
I want to see you turn into a snow-white werewolf, Yuan Gun said.
No, Hao Yen-che said. Just once, Yuan Gun said.
No, Hao Yen-che said.
If you ask again, I'll lock you in the dark room.
Yuan Gun closed her mouth, and Hao Yen-che hugged her tighter.
Che, when you're a werewolf, do you like eating pet food? Yuan Gun asked. Like my kitten Meow Meow loves pet food.
I had to change different pet food brands for Meow Meow because Meow Meow is constipated after eating pet food.
Yuan Gun, Hao Yen-che called.
I'm here, Yuan Gun said. I'm going to pinch you to death, Hao Yen-che said.
Ow, Yuan Gun said. Hours later, it was the end of another noisy night.
At 9 in the morning, Yuan Gun walked out of the master bedroom.
Gun, what happened to your face? E2 asked.
Young master pinched my face, Yuan Gun said.
Gun, what happened to your neck? E2 asked.
Young master bit my neck, Yuan Gun said. E2 laughed at himself for asking foolish questions.
Are you standing here because you're waiting for me to serve you?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yuan Gun took steps away from Hao Yen-che. Come here, Hao Yen-che said.
No, Yuan Gun said.
You'll pinch me.
I'll give you one last chance to come here, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gun walked to Hao Yen-che, and he carried her to the dining room. At the dining table, Yuan Gun covered her head.
Don't hit me, Yuan Gun said.
Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gun on his lap, wiped her teary cheeks and put a glass of warm milk in her hands.
Drink, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gun drank the milk while Hao Yen-che looked at the faint bruises on her face. He regretted pinching her face last night.
He didn't use force, but it still bruised her face. Yuan Gungun put the empty glass on the dining table and looked at Hao Yen-che like he bullied her all day and night. "I'll let you eat fondue and ice cream today," Hao Yen-che said.
"Really?" Yuan Gungun asked.
"Yes," Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun's gloomy face turned into a sunny face. "I want a big serving," Yuan Gungun said.
"Okay," Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun forgot all about her pain from last night and hugged Hao Yen-che. "You're the best," Yuan Gungun said. Jia Tu and Yi Tu pitied the easily coaxed Yuan Gungun. They wondered where on earth she came from.
End of chapter 94.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95. Eat, Hao Yen-che said. Wow, Yuan Gungun said.
There are dumplings, buns, tripe, ribs, and prawn rolls.
Auntie Chen is the best. She made all my favorite dishes.
Hao Yen-che smiled at the way Yuan Gungun forgot all her grievances at the sight of food. He was happy to have Yuan Gungun in his life, and asked himself if it was a symptom of love.
3 blissful months later, Hao Yen-che escorted Yuan Gungun to the car after a workday. "Che, where are you taking me?" Yuan Gungun asked.
"Somewhere to torture you," Hao Yen-che said.
"Why?" Yuan Gungun asked.
"No reason," Hao Yen-che said.
During the car trip, Yuan Gungun was too anxious to talk.
"We're here," Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun refused to get out of the car.
"I'm sorry," Yuan Gungun said.
"I won't eat junk food again."
Hao Yen-che held the gullible Yuan Gungun's hand and led her inside the boutique. "Mr. Hao," the shop assistants greeted.
Hao Yen-che said.
"She's all yours."
"Yes, Mr. Hao," the shop assistant said. Yuan Gungun clutched onto Hao Yen-che's arm.
"Young master, don't make me suffer," Yuan Gungun pleaded.
"I'll wait for you outside," Hao Yen-che said.
The 3 beautiful shop assistants took Yuan Gungun to a private room.
3 hours later, a blushing Yuan Gungun stepped out of the private room. Hao Yen-che looked at Yuan Gungun's violet dress that matched his violet eyes.
His brows creased, the dress accentuated her body and showed too much cleavage for his liking.
At the back of her dress was a butterfly bow.
She looked alluring and dainty in the dress. The violet heels elongated her milky smooth legs. On her hands were 2 thin violet gloves. He looked at her face and frowned, because makeup enhanced her natural beauty.
Yuan Gungun fiddled her fingers. She was nervous about Hao Yen-che's reaction.
"Change the dress," Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun lowered her head and quietly cried. She was sad she didn't satisfy Hao Yen-che's expectations.
The 3 shop assistants were surprised.
They chose the best dress that suited Yuan Gungun's beautiful complexion. "Mr. Hao, why aren't you satisfied with this dress?" the brunette asked. Hao Yen-che and the brunette shop assistant had a silent standoff.
The blonde shop assistant went to get a violet shawl. Then she draped it over Yuan Gungun's shoulders and tied a butterfly knot in front of Yuan Gungun's chest.
"Mr. Hao, what about now?" the blonde asked.
Hao Yen-che nodded his head at Tuesday. Then Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun's hand and took her outside the boutique.
Tu gave the blonde shop assistant a check.
"My young master is satisfied with yours and the other 2 women's artful skills," Tu said.
"Mr. Hao is a generous man," the blonde said. Tu smiled and left the boutique. The brunette shop assistant looked at the signed blank check the blonde assistant held and gasped.
"Mr. Hao is a generous man," the brunette said.
"Big sister," the raven called the blonde. "Didn't you want to ask Mr. Hao if he'll let his beautiful girlfriend enter the national beauty contest?" "Why should I ask when we know Mr. Hao wouldn't give his permission?" the blonde asked.
"Big sister," the brunette called the blonde. "Mr. Hao is a strange man. Other men would be proud to have their girlfriend win a beauty contest.
But Mr. Hao doesn't want to draw attention to his beautiful girlfriend." "One day you'll understand," the blonde said to the brunette.
End of chapter 95. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96. Hao Yen-che brought Yuan Gungun to a classy hotel reception. The formal evening function was organized by Zhao's company. Yuan Gungun looked at the elegantly dressed guests and suited waiters and waitresses. Yuan Gungun thought everyone at the hotel reception looked dazzling.
But the way everyone gawked at Yuan Gungun made her scared. Hao Yen-che wrapped an arm around Yuan Gungun's waist, held her close to him and let her hide her face on his chest.
The guests were surprised how Yan-che accepted Zhao Rongfen's invitation.
But they were stunned how Yan-che not only made an appearance, he brought along his beautiful girlfriend too. Yuan Gungun tilted her head back and looked at how Yan-che's eyes.
"Che, why did you bring me here?" Yuan Gungun asked. "You never attend formal events like this. I don't like it here." How Yan-che didn't care about the guests staring at him and Yuan Gungun. He kissed Yuan Gungun's cheek.
"Later I'll let you eat dessert at home," How Yan-che said. How Yan-che wanted to bite Yuan Gungun's adorable face, but he held back because of where they were. How Yan-che held Yuan Gungun's waist while the guests greeted him and praised Yuan Gungun.
"Che, I want to go to the bathroom," Yuan Gungun said. How Yan-che said. He stroked Yuan Gungun's hair. "Do you know the way?" "Yes," Yuan Gungun said. "My daddy took me to here before." "You can go," How Yan-che said and patted Yuan Gungun's waist. How Yan-ning had ebony hair.
He greeted How Yan-che after he saw Yuan Gungun left How Yan-che's side.
"Why aren't you dead yet?"
How Yan-che asked. "You'll be heartbroken if I die," How Yan-ning said. "Find a place far away from me to die," How Yan-che said.
"Don't contaminate my eyes." "CEO How, you're icy as usual," How Yan-ning said. "If you truly don't need me anymore, why are you here?"
"I came to see if you died yet," How Yan-che said. "It looks like someone with your hateful face won't die easily." "I'm back in my district," How Yan-ning said.
How Yan-ning raised his wineglass and clinked How Yan-che's wineglass.
Yuan Gungun came out of the bathroom, and she was happily surprised to see Luo Changcheng. She ran toward Luo Changcheng, but took a step back after she heard someone insulting Luo Changcheng.
"Luo Changcheng, you slut," Yu Chengsu said. "Will it kill you if you don't seduce the men around you? You're nothing but dirt."
"Yu Chengsu is an eloquent name," Luo Changcheng said.
"Too bad it's wasted on you. No wonder Jianqi wants to come to me. Don't you own a mirror at home?"
"Thanks to you, today I realized how exceptional I am after standing next to you." Yu Chengsu didn't have a combat to win against Luo Changcheng. Yu Chengsu raised her arm to slap Luo Changcheng's face, but a woman in a violet dress suddenly stood in front of Luo Changcheng.
"Stay away from Changcheng," Yuan Gungun said.
Luo Changcheng recognized her adorable little savior was Yuan Gungun.
"Get lost, bitch," Yu Chengsu said. Yu Chengsu vented her anger on Yuan Gungun.
She pulled Yuan Gungun's hair.
"Ah, it hurts," Yuan Gungun said. "Let go of my hair."
Luo Changcheng was about to make Yu Chengsu regret hurting Yuan Gungun. But a shadow appeared, pulled Yuan Gungun to their chest and kicked Yu Chengsu onto the floor.
"Che," Yuan Gungun called.
Yuan Gungun hugged How Yan-che and cried on his shoulder. He stroked her hair and glared at Yu Chengsu. Luo Changcheng looked at Yu Chengsu who was lying on the floor and spitting blood.
Luo Changcheng thought Yuan Gungun's man was a merciless man.
"Che, she insulted Changcheng and attacked me," Yuan Gungun said.
"It's okay," How Yan-che said. He wiped Yuan Gungun's tears. "You're safe."
Whispers of How Yan-che defending his beautiful girlfriend spread like fire among the guests. That night How Yan-che unintentionally stole Zhao Rongfen's thunder at the hotel reception.
Yuan Gungun looked up at Luo Changcheng. "Ching-cheng, are you okay?" Yuan Gungun asked. "I'm okay," Luo Changcheng said. "Thanks to Gungun." The bystanders thought Luo Changcheng's words were laughable.
One glance at Yuan Gungun and Luo Changcheng, and anyone could see who needed protecting. "Ching-cheng, you saved me at school," Yuan Gungun said.
"But I didn't get a chance to repay you."
"Tonight you saved me," Luo Changcheng said and rubbed Yuan Gungun's head.
How Yan-che didn't care about anyone else.
He only wanted to take Yuan Gungun home.
"Let's go home," How Yan-che said. End of chapter 96.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97.
By Changcheng, Yuan Gungun said and waved bye to Luo Changcheng.
By Gungun, Luo Changcheng said. How Yan-che held Yuan Gungun's hand and they walked together to the front entrance. Luo Changcheng walked to the buffet table and happily ate.
But none of guests dared to go near Yu Chengsu, because they were scared to offend How Yan-che. Zhao Rongfen stopped Han Yan-che at the front entrance.
"CEO How, I'm sorry about what happened tonight," Zhao Rongfen said.
Yuan Gungun remembered what her daddy told her, the world was unfair. How Yan-che kicked a person, but Zhao Rongfen had to apologize to How Yan-che.
"CEO How, I hope you'll accept my sincere apologies," Zhao Rongfen said and bowed.
Yuan Gungun thought it wasn't right for an elder like Zhao Rongfen who looked like a 50-year-old man to bow to a younger man.
Che, Yuan Gungun whispered in Hao Yanche's ear. CEO Zhao, you don't need to be like this, Hao Yanche said. It's not your fault.
CEO Hao is someone who knows right from wrong, Zhao Rongfen said.
Zhao Rongfen's back was sweaty. He was relieved Hao Yanche wasn't angry at him. Che, let's go home, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yanche said. Hao Yanche led Yuan Gungun to the car.
E2 opened the passenger door, and they sat in the back seat. Later that night at the Hao Mansion study room, Yuan Gungun sat quietly on a chair.
Are you mute?
Hao Yanche asked. It's Miss Lu's fault, Yuan Gungun said. Miss Lu couldn't outwit Cheng Cheng, so Miss Lu wanted to hit Cheng Cheng. You don't need to play a hero every time you see someone in a fight, Hao Yanche said. But Cheng Cheng saved me at school, Yuan Gungun said.
She's capable of defending herself and other people, Hao Yanche said. Do you think you can do the same?
No, Yuan Gungun said.
Then why did you get involved in another person's business?
Hao Yanche asked.
Yuan Gungun looked down at the floor. If you know you're weak, then don't play the hero, Hao Yanche said. Go to bed. Yuan Gungun left the study room in tears.
Come out, Hao Yanche said to Hao Yanming. Hao Yanming stepped out of the shadows. Your senses are still sharp, Hao Yanming said.
I thought someone in love like you would lose all their senses. Hao Yanche scoffed. How can you treat your woman like that? Hao Yanming asked. She only had good intentions.
You made her cry pitifully. Someone who can't defend themselves need to avoid trouble, Hao Yanche said.
She has you, why does she need to know how to defend herself? Hao Yanming asked. Did you come here to lecture me how I should treat my woman?
Hao Yanche asked.
I'm not that free, Hao Yanming said. I came here to prepare for your funeral. Hao Yanche walked to the door. How hateful, Hao Yanming mimicked a female's voice. You don't know how to be gallant.
Hao Yanche walked outside the study room, slammed the door, and Hao Yanming smiled at the closed door. In the master bedroom, Yuan Gungun took a bath and changed into a nightshirt. Then she locked herself in the bathroom and cried. She only wanted to help Luo Chengqing, because Luo Chengqing saved her at school. But Hao Yanche scolded her heartlessly. She felt like she was useless standing next to someone strong like Hao Yanche.
Yuan Gungun, come out here, Hao Yanche said.
Yuan Gungun wiped her tears and opened the bathroom door.
Hao Yanche looked at Yuan Gungun's pink face from crying. Did you stay in the bathroom to suffocate yourself?
Hao Yanche asked. No, Yuan Gungun said.
Then why did you lock the bathroom door?
Hao Yanche asked. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
End of chapter 97.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 98. Why do you look like I bullied you tonight?
Hao Yanche asked.
Yuan Gungun escaped Hao Yanche's embrace and took a step back.
You're right, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm someone who can't protect myself, so how can I protect other people? Even if I can't protect myself, I didn't ask young master to protect me. I'm someone who likes getting involved in another person's business.
I'm someone who can't judge my own strengths and weaknesses.
I'm sorry if I embarrassed young master. Next time you don't need to save me, and let me face the consequences of my actions.
Han Yanche clapped his hands.
Congratulations, Yuan Gungun, Han Yanche said.
You have guts.
I should reward you. Yuan Gungun regretted what she said, and took another step back. Why are you stepping away from me?
Hao Yanche asked. He slowly stepped toward Yuan Gungun.
Are you scared of me?
Young master, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun's back touched a wall, she had nowhere to escape.
How should I reward you?
Hao Yanche asked.
Hao Yanche caged Yuan Gungun's body between his body and the wall. Hao Yanche was angry at Yuan Gungun's recklessness. But he didn't want to take it out on Yuan Gungun. I know I'm useless, Yuan Gungun said. I don't suit being by your side.
I know I can't protect myself and others, and I overestimate my own strengths.
But I couldn't stand by and watch someone insult Ching.
You're right, I'm useless.
I'm sorry.
Yuan Gungun sat on the floor and cried on her knees. She looked like a child who was scolded.
Hao Yanche's anger diminished.
He thought the way she looked vulnerable made her endearing. I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
Do you want me to punish you?
Hao Yanche asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yen-che carried Yuan Gun to the bed.
You're too noisy, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gun on the bed, and wiped her tears.
Ugly, Hao Yen-che said.
He pinched Yuan Gun's bottom.
Why are you such a dummy by standing still and letting someone hit you?
If you want to interfere in another person's business, then you need to go find a mountain to lean on.
Understand? At first I wanted to go find someone to help, Yuan Gun said.
But I didn't want to see someone hit Ching Ching, and I forgot to get help.
Besides, I didn't know anyone there to ask to help me. You don't know anyone there?
Hao Yen-che asked.
He pinched Yuan Gun's bottom again. Don't you know how to look for me?
I know you don't like interfering in another person's business, Yuan Gun said. So I was too scared to go find you.
Don't you know how to beg me? Hao Yen-che asked and bit Yuan Gun's ear.
If I beg you, would you have helped me?
Yuan Gun asked. Depends on my mood, Hao Yen-che said.
Then it'll be useless to beg you, Yuan Gun mumbled.
I've lived with you for a long time. I've never seen you in a good mood.
What? Hao Yen-che asked.
Nothing, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yen-che's lips hovered over Yuan Gun's lips.
She thought his face was always beautiful. Little chub, your face is all red, Hao Yen-che teased.
I'm not thinking anything weird, Yuan Gun said.
What weird thoughts?
Hao Yen-che asked. Hao Yen-che's lips lightly touched Yuan Gun's lips. She gulped.
He smiled and caressed her back. His lips touched her lips again, and they kissed each other.
Right now I'm not in a bad mood, Hao Yen-che said. End of chapter 98.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99.
Young master, I'm sorry, Yuan Gun said.
You protected me yet I got mad at you. I'm sorry I embarrassed you. But even if I had to choose again, I would have done the same thing. Because my mummy said if someone saves you, you need to repay them. Young master, are you angry? Next time, you have to come find me first, Hao Yen-che said. If you don't, I'll break your legs. Hao Yen-che got out of bed. Did you hear me?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said. Hao Yen-che walked into the bathroom.
Yuan Gun thought Hao Yen-che sounded like he would always be with her to protect her. The thought of them always being together made her happy and smile like a fool. At 9 in the morning, Yuan Gun held Hao Yen-che's hand to the dining room. Yuan Gun greeted everyone warmly and they smiled back at her.
Why didn't you say good morning to me? She too asked. Why aren't you wearing? Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun hit her face on Hao Yen-che's chest.
She didn't dare look at the man who wore a shirt but no pants in the dining room.
Yes, I have a beautiful body, she too said. But if you react that strongly seeing me, I'll get a big head. She too sat on a chair.
He drank a glass of water, and kept his eyes on Yuan Gun.
Yuan Gun didn't know what to do.
Hao Yen-che held her on his lap, and he put a glass of warm milk in her hands to drink like usual. Yuan Gun drank the milk, and secretly glanced at the strange man.
Little girl, I'm Chi Tu said.
I'm your young master's friend.
Let me hear you call me Big Brother.
Big Brother Chi Tu, Yuan Gun called.
If your young master doesn't need you anymore, you can come to me, Chi Tu said. I'll love you.
Chi Tu wasn't scared of Hao Yen-che's murderous eyes, he rubbed Yuan Gun's head.
Yuan Gun looked at Hao Yen-che like she was abandoned. He escaped from a mental hospital, Hao Yen-che said and patted Yuan Gun's bottom.
Chi Tu spat out water, stood and wiped water off his body. Little girl, it must be your good influence if your young master knows how to joke, Chi Tu said.
Yuan Gun didn't know where to look or what to think.
Eat, Hao Yen-che said to Chi Tu and put chopsticks in Yuan Gun's hands.
Yuan Gun nodded her head, and began eating.
Chi Tu sat, quickly ate his full and read the front page newspaper article.
Mr. Hao, CEO of Hao Yan's company, Chi Tu read.
Mr. Hao attended Zhao's company dinner function with his beautiful girlfriend Miss Yuan, the heiress of Yuan's company.
The unlucky Miss Yu initiated an ugly confrontation with Miss Yuan outside the bathroom. Mr. Hao protected Miss Yuan.
Chi Tu looked at the photos of Hao Yen-che kissing Yuan Gun, Hao Yen-che kicking Yu Cheng-su to the floor and blood coming out of Yu Cheng-su's mouth. Mr. Hao's close confidants revealed that Mr. Hao is planning a wedding with Miss Yuan, Chi Tu said.
Little girl, you've become a miraculous angel. Yuan Gun ate and didn't understand what Chi Tu meant.
Miss Yuan is a beautiful bright star, G2 read. Her eyes are hypnotizing, and her lips are luscious. Her face is like a lotus bud opening. The longer a person gaze at her, the more enchanting she looks. She's an innocent butterfly, how poetic.
Did someone write that about me? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes, G2 said and passed the newspaper to Yuan Gungun.
Yuan Gungun looked at the photos of Hao Yen-che. She was relieved he didn't look angry in the photos.
The Yuan Gungun in the article doesn't sound like me, Yuan Gungun said.
Of course not, G2 said. Yuan Gungun in real life is more lovable and genuine. End of chapter 99.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100.
Young master, I'm sorry, Yuan Gungun said.
You have a scandal because of me. Eat, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che pinched Yuan Gungun's face. Young master, why are you pinching my face? Yuan Gungun asked. What did you call me? Hao Yen-che asked. Che, Yuan Gungun said. It's the last reminder, Hao Yen-che said. The next time you call me by the wrong name again, you can't eat dessert for a month. Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Eat, Hao Yen-che said. Yes, Yuan Gungun said. At the Yuan mansion's living room, Yuan Ting-lu was sitting on the sofa with Feng Dudu. Do you like Hao Yen-che or Ting-du? Yuan Ting-lu asked. I like you, Feng Dudu said. Yuan Ting-lu pinched Feng Dudu's nose. Out of Hao Yen-che and Ting-du, who do you want our daughter to be with? Yuan Ting-lu asked. Yuan Ting-lu waited a while for Feng Dudu's answer.
Both are rare men, Feng Dudu said. I'm happy for either of them to be with our daughter.
Yuan Ting-lu was right about Feng Dudu answering that way. Ting-lu, who do you want our daughter to marry? Feng Dudu asked.
I want the man Gungun loves to be her husband, Yuan Ting-lu said.
Ting-lu, what if we're worried for nothing? Feng Dudu said.
I heard Hao Yen-che's a cold, cruel man.
In the past he hasn't been seen with a woman.
I don't know if our dummy Gungun is the kind of woman he can love. Gungun doesn't need to be smart to be addictive, Yuan Ting-lu said. To someone she's opium.
Look at me, I love opium. Are you calling me a dummy? Feng Dudu asked.
No, Yuan Ting-lu said.
He kissed Feng Dudu's forehead. I'm declaring my love for you. Then you're my Iceman, Feng Dudu said.
I'm your Iceman, Yuan Ting-lu said. Ting-lu, I hope Gungun will be happy like us, Feng Dudu said.
She will be happy, Yuan Ting-lu said.
At Hao Yan's company at 25-1, Yuan Gungun walked to Hao Yen-che's desk.
Che, it's time to eat lunch, Yuan Gungun said. I'm hungry. Hao Yen-che let Yuan Gungun sit on his lap, and he too went to get lunch for them. Che, are you and Big Brother Chi too close friends? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che didn't answer.
You and Big Brother Chi too don't like wearing clothes, Yuan Gungun said. My mummy said birds of the same feather flock together. So you and Big Brother Chi too must be close friends.
What about you? Hao Yen-che asked. You eat, and sleep like a pig. Are you close friends with pigs? Hao Yen-che pushed Yuan Gungun's pout into a smile. Am I wrong? Hao Yen-che asked. Does it make you happy to bully me? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, Hao Yen-che said. Yuan Gungun was always dazzled by Hao Yen-che's smile. Hao Yen-che loved his dummy rice ball. He kissed Yuan Gungun's lips.
Che, Big Brother Jia-tu is here, Yuan Gungun whispered.
Jia-tu bowed and left Hao Yen-che's office. Che, if you're always like this, how can I face them? Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yen-che kissed Yuan Gungun's lips again to monopolize her thoughts. Yuan Gungun liked kissing Hao Yen-che.
She liked Hao Yen-che more than Now Lu Ting-du and her daddy. She didn't know what her kind of like toward Hao Yen-che was.
Hao Yen-che didn't know what he was waiting for. Yuan Gungun belonged to him. Asterisk. End of chapter 100.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 101. Note, Chapter 101 has mature content. If readers are not of a mature age, skip Chapter 101. Hao Yen-che unbuttoned Yuan Gungun's dress and pulled her dress to the floor.
He kissed her collarbone and caressed her back. She gripped his shoulders and pressed her body closer to his body.
Che, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yen-che unhooked Yuan Gungun's bra. Che, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun knew she should stop Hao Yen-che, but her body flowed with his lead.
Hao Yen-che took off Yuan Gungun's bra and nibbled her left breast. Che, can't, Yuan Gungun said. Don't fuss, Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che nibbled Yuan Gungun's right breast. Yuan Gungun moaned. Yuan Gungun blushed and her eyes were misty.
Hao Yen-che pulled her underwear down her legs.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun covered her breasts with one arm and her free hand tried to pull her underwear up. Hao Yen-che used one hand to hold Yuan Gungun's hands behind her back, and his other hand took off her underwear. Her naked body was a moving picture in his heart.
Che, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun was embarrassed how Yen-che was staring at her naked body. Hao Yen-che kissed Yuan Gungun's lips, and his hand stroked her soft moist honeypot. No, someone will see, Yuan Gungun said.
No one will see, Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che's hand continued to caress between Yuan Gungun's legs. No, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun's shy teary eyes inflamed Hao Yen-che's desire for her.
He sealed her lips with a deep kiss. When she closed her eyes and only thought about him, the door opened.
Little girl, your big brother Chi-tu said.
Chi-tu's eyes were treated to the sight of Yuan Gungun's bare back, and Hao Yen-che in the middle of unzipping his bulged pants.
Get out! Hao Yen-che said.
Hao Yen-che grabbed a letter opener and threw it at Chi-tu's ear. It embedded on the door 1 millimeter from Chi-tu's ear.
You two continue, Chi-tu said.
I'll put a do not disturb sign outside the door. Chi-tu escaped Hao Yen-che's office before Hao Yen-che teared his organs into pieces.
Hao Yen-che's bottom half wanted to continue,
but his upper half won after he saw Yuan Gungun's doom and gloom face. He helped her put on her underwear and clothes. The expression on your face is hard to look at, Hao Yen-che said. Someone saw, Yuan Gungun said. I know, Hao Yen-che said.
You know? Yuan Gungun asked. Big brothers E2, Jia2, and Chi-tu all saw. What if they tell Auntie Chun and everyone else? What will they think? It's all your fault. They won't say anything, Hao Yen-che said.
They will, Yuan Gungun said. They'll say I seduced my young master, but I'm a bad person and I have an ugly heart. Don't forget there's no cure for having a dummy brain, Hao Yen-che said and wiped Yuan Gungun's tears off her face. My reputation is gone because of you, Yuan Gungun said. You sleep with me every day, Hao Yen-che said.
Your reputation was gone long ago.
If my daddy finds out, he'll beat me to death, Yuan Gungun said.
Has your dad ever hit you?
Hao Yen-che asked.
No, Yuan Gungun. End of chapter 101.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 102.
But if my daddy finds out, he'll hit me, Yuan Gungun said.
I've seen it on TV.
I thought your parents must have hit you when you were little girl for you to have a dummy brain, Hao Yen-che teased.
But now I know the heavens made you this way. It's not my fault, Yuan Gungun said.
I inherit my mummy's intelligence but none from my daddy.
I see, Hao Yen-che said.
Your parents must have a hard life.
What do you mean? Yuan Gungun asked.
Think about it, Hao Yen-che said.
Che, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che said. Are you in a good mood now? Yuan Gungun asked.
Average, Hao Yen-che said. I want to request something, Yuan Gungun said.
What?
Hao Yen-che asked. I really miss my parents, Yuan Gungun said.
Can I go home to visit them? Hao Yen-che thought Yuan Gungun grew puppy ears again.
I haven't seen them for a long time, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm begging you to let me see them. Hao Yen-che didn't want Yuan Gungun to be away from him.
I'll come home at night, Yuan Gungun said.
I'll ask my mummy to make delicious food for you. Do you want to see your parents or do you want to see Nalu Tingdu?
Hao Yen-che asked. I want to see everyone, Yuan Gungun said. But Big Brother Du moved out.
He doesn't live at home anymore.
You're not allowed to see him, Hao Yen-che said and pinched Yuan Gungun's bottom. I won't see him, Yuan Gungun said.
He's busy at work. If he's not busy, will you run to him?
Hao Yen-che asked. No, Yuan Gungun said. You have to come home before midnight, Hao Yen-che said. Thank you, Che, Yuan Gungun said and kissed Hao Yen-che's cheek. Even if you come home 1 second after midnight, you'll be punished, Hao Yanche said.
I promise I'll come home on time, Yuan Gungun said. I'll go get ready now.
What's the rush?
Hao Yanche asked. Eat lunch before you go. Okay, Yuan Gungun said. At 3 in the afternoon, E2 escorted Yuan Gungun to the Yuan mansion.
In the car, her face didn't stop blushing.
Gungun, you don't have to be embarrassed, E2 said. We're all adults.
Yuan Gungun regretted there was no hole for her to crawl in. E2 caught her and Hao Yanche in another compromising position.
During lunch she accidentally dropped tomato sauce on Hao Yanche's desk.
When E2 walked into Hao Yanche's office, her bottom was facing Hao Yanche's face and she was bending over Hao Yanche's desk to clean. E2 said that she and Hao Yanche could take all the time they wanted, and E2 would wait in the car for her. Yuan Gungun jumped out of the car the moment the car stopped in front of the Yuan mansion.
By Big Brother E2, Yuan Gungun said. E2 waved by and Yuan Gungun ran into the Yuan mansion. Daddy, Mummy, I'm home. Yuan Gungun said.
Feng Dudu ran downstairs, kissed Yuan Gungun's face and hugged Yuan Gungun tightly.
Gungun, my little treasure is home, Feng Dudu said. Mummy really missed you. I really missed Mummy too, Yuan Gungun said.
Feng Dudu took Yuan Gungun to the living room, and Yuan Gungun was surprised to see Na Lu Ting Du sitting on the sofa.
Big Brother Du, Yuan Gungun said.
You sound like you don't recognize me, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Yuan Gungun sat next to Na Lu Ting Du and kissed his cheek.
Daddy said Big Brother Du is busy at work, Yuan Gungun said.
I didn't think you'll be home.
Na Lu Ting Du was sad Yuan Gungun didn't hug him like usual. He forced himself to smile and rubbed her head. I knew you're visiting Dad and Mum today, Na Lu Ting Du said.
So I made time to come home to see you. Did you miss me?
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
Na Lu Ting Du pulled Yuan Gungun onto his lap and kissed her cheek.
She felt awkward and uncomfortable sitting on his lap.
Na Lu Ting Du sensed Yuan Gungun sat rigid on his lap.
You're heavier than last time, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Have you been happy lately?
Yes, Yuan Gungun said. Good, Na Lu Ting Du said, but there was no warmth in his eyes.
Yuan Ting Lu entered the living room and was happy to see his little girl. Yuan Gungun, do you remember your daddy? Yuan Ting Lu asked. End of chapter 102.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 103.
Yuan Gungun jumped off Na Lu Ting Du's lap and ran to Yuan Ting Lu.
Of course, Yuan Gungun said. She hugged Yuan Ting Lu. Daddy is my daddy. I really missed Daddy.
I thought you forgot your daddy because you didn't see me in the living room, Yuan Ting Lu teased.
Who said? Yuan Gungun asked.
I called Daddy at the door.
It's Daddy who forgot me. Yuan Ting Lu noticed how Yanche's kiss marks on his little girl's neck. Daddy, Yuan Gungun called. Yuan Gungun didn't know why Yuan Ting Lu was quiet. Na Lu Ting Du saw the kiss marks on Yuan Gungun's neck too.
He picked up a cookie from the coffee table and put it in his sour mouth.
Feng Dudu sensed the tension in the living room.
Gungun, come shopping with Mummy, Feng Dudu said.
Mummy will cook dinner for you before you leave. Yuan Gungun smiled and ran to Feng Dudu.
Yes, Mummy, Yuan Gungun said.
Ting Lu, Ting Du, do you two want to join us? Feng Dudu asked.
No, Yuan Ting Lu said. We'll give you and Gungun privacy to spend time together.
Feng Dudu knew Yuan Ting Lu's answer before she asked. Okay, Feng Dudu said. We'll see you and Ting Du at dinner time.
By Daddy, Yuan Gungun said.
By Big Brother Du. Only two solemn men were left in the living room. Kiss marks, Yuan Ting Lu said.
Na Lu Ting Du heard Yuan Ting Lu state the truth and the pain in his heart increased. Ting Du, Gungun has always been a simple girl, Yuan Ting Lu said.
She doesn't need designer clothes, jewelry, and gourmet food. Do you understand? Dad, I understand, Na Lu Ting Du said.
But right now she's receiving the best of everything. In the past I had doubts, Yuan Ting Lu said. But now I'm certain that Hao Yanche loves Gungun. Ting Du, ask yourself what chance you have left. Ting Du, I know you're more capable than me and on par with Hao Yanche. But success is meaningless if you're wasting precious time being away from Gungun. While you're building your career, Hao Yanche and Gungun's bond deepens. Perhaps in Gungun's heart, Hao Yanche is her man and you're her big brother for life.
Dad, you're right, Na Lu Ting Du said.
Perhaps I don't have a chance left.
Yuan Ting-lu wanted both his children to be happy. Dad, even if it's true, Na Lu Ting-du said. I want to use my last chance.
Ting-du, like I told you before, Yuan Ting-lu said.
No matter what happens, you'll always be my son.
Na Lu Ting-du smiled bittersweetly at Yuan Ting-lu.
Na Lu Ting-du believed Yuan Ting-lu truly loved him as a father.
In the dining room at 10 at night, Yuan Gun rubbed her satisfied stomach. I'm full, Yuan Gun said.
Mummy's food tasted delicious. Gun, do you want to eat ice cream? Na Lu Ting-du asked.
Yes, Yuan Gun said.
But Che only lets me eat ice cream once a week. This week I ate ice cream already. Na Lu Ting-du didn't want to hear Yuan Gun call Hao Yin Che's name intimately. Don't you want me to take you to eat ice cream? Na Lu Ting-du asked.
I'll go, Yuan Gun said.
Good, Na Lu Ting-du said. Let's go.
Na Lu Ting-du and Yuan Gun stood and waved to Yuan Ting-lu and Feng Dudu. Bye Daddy and Mummy, Yuan Gun said.
Go eat ice cream, Yuan Ting-lu said.
Gun, Mummy, Feng Dudu said.
Feng Dudu didn't want to see Yuan Gun leave her so soon.
Yuan Ting-lu pulled her onto his lap and stopped her from chasing after Yuan Gun. After Na Lu Ting-du left with Yuan Gun, Yuan Ting-lu let go of Feng Dudu. Let's go to our bedroom, Yuan Ting-lu said.
What for? Feng Dudu asked. Exercise, Yuan Ting-lu said.
At 11 at night, E2 went to the Yuan mansion to pick up Hao Yin Che's little treasure.
Hello, I'm here to pick up your young mistress, E2 said to a maid.
I'm sorry, the maid said.
Young mistress went to eat ice cream with young master Ting-du. Na Lu Ting-du? E2 asked.
Yes, the maid said.
Thank you, E2 said.
E2 said a prayer for Yuan Gun on the way to the car. At Gossip Lovers, Na Lu Ting-du reserved a VIP room and ordered Yuan Gun's favorite ice cream desserts like fried ice cream. Big brother Du, you should eat the delicious ice cream here, Yuan Gun said.
End of chapter 103.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 104. Warning, Chapter 104 contains SV and likely to cause distress for readers. Readers under 18 do not read Chapter 104.
In reality, any form of violence against females or males is not condoned. I'll let you eat the ice cream, Na Lu Ting-du said. Yuan Gun held a spoon of ice cream in front of Na Lu Ting-du's mouth.
Big brother Du should eat too, Yuan Gun said. It's not fun if I eat ice cream by myself.
Na Lu Ting-du ate the ice cream Yuan Gun offered and smiled back at her.
What's wrong? Yuan Gun asked.
Yuan Gun rubbed her face to see if she had ice cream on her face because Na Lu Ting-du was looking at her strangely.
Nothing, Na Lu Ting-du said and drank coffee. Ah! Yuan Gun cried out. She was scared to see the clock on the wall. It's 11:20. Big brother Du, take me home. Che is going to kill me. Na Lu Ting-du didn't want to hear Yuan Gun wanting to go home to Hao Yin Che.
He knocked the cups and ice cream platter off the table.
Big brother Du. Yuan Gun said. Yuan Gun was startled by Na Lu Ting-du's indifferent expression. Do I have a place in your heart? Na Lu Ting-du asked. Yuan Gun stood and took steps away from Na Lu Ting-du. Na Lu Ting-du stood and loomed over Yuan Gun. Right now in your heart is there only Hao Yin Che? Na Lu Ting-du asked.
No, Yuan Gun said.
Yuan Gun was cornered to a wall.
Na Lu Ting-du pulled down her collar. Hao Yin Che's kiss marks were all over her neck, shoulders, and collarbone.
Yuan Gun covered her neck. Big brother Du. What's wrong? Yuan Gun asked. Na Lu Ting-du pulled Yuan Gun's hands away.
He ripped her shirt and forcibly kissed her lips. Yuan Gun was scared of Na Lu Ting-du. She pushed his chest away from her.
He wouldn't let her go.
He felt like a scary stranger to her. She didn't know what happened to her gentle big brother. Yuan Gun bit Na Lu Ting-du's tongue hard, but he didn't pull away. No, Yuan Gun said.
In Yuan Gun's head there was only Hao Yin Che.
She wanted Hao Yin Che to appear. Na Lu Ting-du didn't care if Yuan Gun was in pain. He forced her onto the floor, and his hands moved all over her soft body. It hurts, Yuan Gun said and cried loudly.
Yuan Gun wanted Na Lu Ting-du to get off her. Gun, Na Lu Ting-du called.
Na Lu Ting-du left his teeth mark on Na Lu Ting-du's body.
Big brother Du. No. Yuan Gungun said. Don't do this. Yuan Gungun couldn't move her body to run away. Gungun, you're mine, Na Lu Ting-du said. Na Lu Ting-du kissed Yuan Gungun's lips of tears. Big brother Du, stop. Yuan Gungun said. Che, where are you? Yuan Gungun calling out Che's name made Na Lu Ting-du livid. Don't call his name. Na Lu Ting-du said. Stop. Yuan Gungun said.
Let me love you, Na Lu Ting-du said and kissed Yuan Gungun's tearful face. Big brother Du, I'm begging you to stop, Yuan Gungun said. Na Lu Ting-du pretended he didn't hear Yuan Gungun's pleas. He pulled down his pants, his hands played with her body and his body. I only like Che, Yuan Gungun said.
Big brother Du, I'm begging you to stop. Don't do this.
Na Lu Ting-du heard Yuan Gungun's choked sobs, he discharged on her chest and his hands stopped moving on her body.
Gungun, I'm sorry, Na Lu Ting-du said. Na Lu Ting-du licked his wet substance off Yuan Gungun's body.
She only felt repulsed and wanted to be far away from him. Big brother Du, stop, Yuan Gungun said. Gungun, I was slow from the start, Na Lu Ting-du said. I lived with you for years, but I couldn't hold on to you.
I only have myself to blame. Gungun, you're my slow burn addiction. There is no cure for me to get over you after being addicted to you for years. Tell me what I should do? How do I stop being addicted to you?
Big brother Du, don't be like this, Yuan Gungun said.
****. End of chapter 104.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 105.
Yuan Gungun wiped tears off Na Lu Ting-du's face. Big brother, don't be like this, Yuan Gungun said.
Gungun, I'm sorry, Na Lu Ting-du said.
Na Lu Ting-du stood, took off his jacket and wrapped it around Yuan Gungun's body.
I'll go buy clothes for you, Na Lu Ting-du said. Then I'll take you home. Na Lu Ting-du didn't want to accept Yuan Gungun's home was with Hao-Yin Che. Big brother Du, Yuan Gungun said. Don't say anything, Na Lu Ting-du said. Act like nothing happened. At 12 to 1 in the morning, Na Lu Ting-du's red Lamborghini parked in front of the Hao mansion.
Gungun, go inside, Na Lu Ting-du said.
Yuan Gungun didn't say anything and walked to the front door.
She felt like she lost someone who loved her since she was a little girl.
Gungun, Na Lu Ting-du called.
Na Lu Ting-du ran to Yuan Gungun. She turned around, and her sad eyes looked at him.
Gungun, can I kiss you one last time? Na Lu Ting-du asked. Na Lu Ting-du pecked Yuan Gungun's lips.
There were tears in her heart too. Gungun, this is goodbye, Na Lu Ting-du said.
Yuan Gungun didn't say anything.
My Gungun is the most lovable, Na Lu Ting-du said.
You'll be happy. Go inside. Big brother Du, are you still my big brother who cares about me? Yuan Gungun asked. Yes, Na Lu Ting-du said. You're the only person I'll always care about.
You're not allowed to lie, Yuan Gungun said.
Yes, Na Lu Ting-du said. Go inside. Na Lu Ting-du watched Yuan Gungun enter the Hao mansion.
Then he walked defeated back to his car. He knew from that day, Yuan Gungun would always be Hao-Yin Che's woman and he would always be Yuan Gungun's big brother. He thought fate was cruel toward him. Upstairs in the study room, she too taunted Hao-Yin Che. Kissing someone's lips is only a custom to say goodbye, she too said.
She too wisely took steps away from Hao-Yin Che.
He, my king, I'll go and take the initiative to kneel, she too said and ran outside the room.
Hao-Yin Che walked back to the master bedroom. Downstairs, Mrs. Chen chastised Yuan Gungun. Gungun, do you know what time it is? Mrs. Chen asked.
I'm sorry, Auntie Chen, Yuan Gungun said. Mrs. Chen sighed and patted Yuan Gungun's shoulder.
Go to bed, Mrs. Chen said. Is Che angry? Yuan Gungun asked. What do you think? Mrs. Chen asked. Yuan Gungun walked anxiously to the master bedroom.
Hao-Yin Che was sitting on the bed waiting for her. She pulled her dress collar together, and they stared at each other for a while.
New clothes?
Hao-Yin Che asked. Yuan Gungun looked at the pastel pink dress she wore, and nodded her head.
Come here, Hao-Yin Che said. Yuan Gungun was scared to go to the bed. Che, Yuan Gungun called. Come here, Hao-Yin Che said. Yuan Gungun's body shivered. She slowly walked to the bed. Hao-Yin Che lifted Yuan Gungun onto his lap.
Where did you go today? Hao-Yin Che asked. I went shopping with my mummy and had dinner at home, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm sorry I came home late. You only ate dinner at home?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Yes, Yuan Gungun said.
Good, Hao Yen-che said.
Let's check. Hao Yen-che teared Yuan Gungun's dress to pieces. End of chapter 105.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 106. Warning, Chapter 106 has explicit mature content. Readers under 18 do not read Chapter 106.
Hao Yen-che saw a teeth mark and a hand-shaped bruise on Yuan Gungun's breast that didn't belong to him. I didn't know you have this kind of fetish, Hao Yen-che said.
It's not what you think, Yuan Gungun said. Tell me what happened.
Hao Yen-che asked.
Did you bite yourself?
Yuan Gungun felt the cold way Hao Yen-che looked at her was like someone pouring ice water on her heart on a winter's day.
Yuan Gungun said. What should I do now? Hao Yen-che said. I want to do it with you too. I don't think you'll mind.
Hao Yen-che took off his clothes. Yuan Gungun moved back on the bed and cried.
Why are you crying?
Hao Yen-che asked.
Hao Yen-che held Yuan Gungun close to him so she couldn't escape. Yuan Gungun covered her eyes.
Che, don't do this, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm scared. Are you scared I'm not good in bed like Na Lu Ting do?
Hao Yen-che asked. Hao Yen-che laid on Yuan Gungun's body and glared at the markings on her chest that didn't belong to him. Che, pain, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che caressed Yuan Gungun's face.
That's right, Hao Yen-che said.
How can I forget you like pain? It's not like that, Yuan Gungun said.
That's right, Hao Yuan-che said.
Let's do it this way.
Hao Yen-che sat up on the bed, he pulled Yuan Gungun up, turned her around and she knelt on the bed.
Che, no, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yen-che tied Yuan Gungun's wrists behind her back with a bedspread strip. She couldn't move.
He caressed her bottom and pulled her long hair back so she could only look up. Ah, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said and cried helplessly.
Hao Yen-che gripped Yuan Gungun's chin, he kissed and bit her lips.
He let go of her chin after he tasted her blood. His hands gripped her bottom and he thrust it into her forbidden chamber.
Ah! Yuan Gungun screamed.
Yuan Gungun felt like her body was ripped apart.
Hao Yen-che's shaft penetrated through her hymen.
Her body trembled like she was in a windstorm. The truth startled Hao Yen-che. He held Yuan Gungun's bottom and kept his shaft still inside her. Hao Yen-che, I hate you, Yuan Gungun said in a shaky voice.
Hao Yen-che gripped Yuan Gungun's bottom harder.
He withdrew and thrusted deep inside her. Even if it was her first time, he couldn't forgive the markings on her body that didn't belong to him and he couldn't forgive her lying to him.
Yuan Gungun buried her face into the pillow. She couldn't endure the unbearable pain.
No, it hurts, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yen-che thrusted in and out of Yuan Gungun.
His desire for her didn't diminish. No, Yuan Gungun muffled cries into the pillow. Yuan Gungun's screams and moans echoed in the master bedroom.
Hao Yen-che thrusted in and out of Yuan Gungun faster and deeper.
Her inner walls tightened around his shaft. He ejaculated into the deepest part of her and grunted on the long sweaty hair stuck on her back.
Hao Yen-che gripped Yuan Gungun's bottom for a while.
Then he withdrew all the way out of her body. The blood and semen on his shaft were evidence of their first coupling together. Hao Yen-che let go of Yuan Gungun's bottom, and her body collapsed on the bed. If he didn't hold on to her bottom, her body would have collapsed a long time ago.
Hao Yen-che turned Yuan Gungun onto her back.
He spread her legs and carefully parted the opening of the sensitive jewel between her legs. He was worried her jewel was swollen and bleeding excessively.
Hao Yen-che covered Yuan Gungun's shaky body with a bedsheet.
Then he quickly dressed and made a phone call.
Bring the best female gynecologist here right now. Hao Yen-che ordered.
Yes young master, E2 said. Hao Yen-che hung up the phone.
Yuan Gungun was sleeping.
There were tears on her cheeks and blood on her lips. He untied the bedspread strip around her swollen wrists. He opened a drawer, grabbed a tube of soothing cream and rubbed it on her wrists.
Hao Yen-che regretted he was rough with Yuan Gungun during her first time.
But he couldn't forget another man's markings on her body and her lies. He flung the tube against a wall.
E2 knocked on the door.
Young master, the gynecologist is here, E2 said. Come in, Hao Yen-che said. The female gynecologist walked into the master bedroom. She wore a white lab coat over her clothes.
Examine her, Hao Yan-che said.
Where?
The doctor asked.
Everywhere, Hao Yan-che said.
The gynecologist put on disposable gloves. Mr. Hao, do you want to stay and watch me examine the patient? The doctor asked. End of chapter 106.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 107.
Hao Yan-che turned around and walked outside the master bedroom.
20 minutes later, the gynecologist informed Hao Yan-che about Yuan Gungun's condition.
This is a prescription for a cream and painkillers that will help the patient's swelling and pain, the doctor said. Encourage the patient to soak the patient's body in warm water to help relax sore muscles.
Is it serious?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yes, the doctor said.
The patient's swelling and bleeding indicate the size of the patient's vagina isn't compatible with the size of Mr. Hao's penis. Hao Yan-che creased his brows. Like how a male's penis varies in size, a female's vagina varies in size too, the doctor explained. The patient's vagina is categorized in the small group, and Mr. Hao's penis is categorized in the abnormal big group. Also, Mr. Hao, you being rough with the patient caused the patient more pain.
Does she have a permanent injury?
Hao Yan-che asked. Physically, the patient's body will recover, the doctor said. But it's the patient's mental state that worries me.
Hao Yan-che opened the master bedroom door.
Goodbye, Mr. Hao, the doctor said.
Wait, Hao Yan-che said. How can I prepare her body to get used to my body?
Longer foreplay and lubricant will help, the doctor said.
During sex, be gentle with patient too.
It'll help the patient both physically and mentally.
Hao Yan-che said. I'll ask someone to buy the prescription for her. The following afternoon past 4, Yuan Gungun woke up.
She saw Mrs. Chen sitting on a chair beside the bed.
You're awake, Mrs. Chen said. She wiped sweat off Yuan Gungun's forehead.
I'll help you take a bath, apply cream, then I'll cook your favorite dishes.
Mrs. Chen helped Yuan Gungun sit up on the bed, but Yuan Gungun's face winced. Are you in pain? Mrs. Chen asked. Do you want me to bring your toothbrush and a small tub for you? Yuan Gungun shook her head.
She got out of bed and stumbled a step back. Mrs. Chen supported her to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Yuan Gungun brushed her teeth and washed her face while Mrs. Chen prepared a warm bath for her.
Yuan Gungun cried after she got out of the bathtub. Gungun, are you crying? Mrs. Chen asked. Take this painkiller and it'll help your pain. Auntie Chen, I don't want to swallow the pill, Yuan Gungun said. Why? Mrs. Chen asked. I don't want to, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun sat on the floor and cried.
Mrs. Chen rushed to help her stand.
All right, Mrs. Chen said. You don't have to take the painkiller.
Come outside, and I'll help you apply cream. Mrs. Chen supported Yuan Gungun to the bed, and Yuan Gungun laid on the bed. Gungun, spread your legs and I'll help you apply cream, Mrs. Chen said.
Why? Yuan Gungun asked.
It'll help you have babies in the future, Mrs. Chen said.
Yuan Gungun shook her head and moved back on the bed. Mrs. Chen didn't want to force Yuan Gungun.
Mrs. Chen put the cream on the bedside table and chose clothes for Yuan Gungun to wear.
Gungun, change your clothes, Mrs. Chen said. I'll go cook a meal for you.
Then I'll come back and help dry your hair. Mrs. Chen walked outside the master bedroom.
Yuan Gungun picked up the phone on the bedside table.
She dialed a number, but there was no answer. She dialed several more times, still no answer. She sat on the bed and stared at the phone in her hand. 1 hour later, Mrs. Chen returned with a tray of food. She was worried to see Yuan Gungun sitting in a daze on the bed. Gungun, why didn't you change your clothes? Mrs. Chen asked.
Yuan Gungun changed clothes and crawled under the bedsheet. Mrs. Chen patted Yuan Gungun's shoulder.
Gungun, eat something then sleep, Mrs. Chen said.
Yuan Gungun covered her head. Gungun, Mrs. Chen called.
Mrs. Chen was about to pull the bedsheet, but Yuan Gungun's pitiful cry made her sad. Mrs. Chen walked to the living room and called Hao Yan-che on the phone. Young master, Gungun refused to take the painkiller, Mrs. Chen said. She won't let me apply the cream for her and she refused to eat too.
Young master, do you think Gungun needs to see a psychologist? End of chapter 107.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 108.
Wait for me to come home, Hao Yan-che said.
Young master, when will you be coming home? Mrs. Chen asked.
Gun isn't her normal self.
I'm scared.
I'm coming home now, Hao Yanche said. Hao Yanche hung up the phone, and Mrs. Chen paced back and forth in the living room.
20 minutes later, Hao Yanche walked into the living room.
Young master, you're home, Mrs. Chen said.
What should we do now?
Go reheat the food and bring it to my room, Hao Yanche said.
In the master bedroom, Yuan Gungun was depressed.
The two most important men in her heart abused her on the same night. One was her big brother who had loved her since she was a little girl, and the other man was Hao Yanche. Hao Yanche bullied her, but he didn't injure her before. Hao Yanche's abuse caused her the most pain. Why did Hao Yanche had to be so cruel and cold toward her?
Yuan Gungun wanted last night to be a nightmare.
She lost her big brother Na Lu Tingdu, he didn't answer her calls. If she didn't step foot into the Hao mansion, perhaps she would have married Na Lu Tingdu and have babies with Na Lu Tingdu, but she wouldn't have met Hao Yanche. Was that the best outcome? Hao Yanche slammed the door opened. He walked to the bed, and pulled Yuan Gungun out of the bedsheet.
Do you want a confrontation?
Hao Yanche asked. Yuan Gungun wrapped her arms around her knees.
Yuan Gungun,
it's best for you if you cooperate, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gungun closed her eyes, and propped her head on her knees.
Hao Yanche held Yuan Gungun's face.
Open your eyes and talk, Hao Yanche said.
Hao Yanche looked at Yuan Gungun like she was the one in the wrong.
She cried bitterly.
Can you hear me?
Hao Yanche asked.
Say something. Yuan Gungun closed her eyes again and refused to open her mouth.
Young master, Mrs. Chen called. Mrs. Chen, Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawen carried trays of food into the room for Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun heard Mrs. Chen's voice, and opened her eyes to look pitifully at them.
This is your last chance, Hao Yanche said. Are you going to talk or not?
Young master, don't treat Gungun like this, Chen Jiating said.
Get out. Hao Yanche said. The women in the room were scared of Hao Yanche's intimidating voice.
Chen Jiating was the first to recover. Young master, you're not behaving like someone befitting of your status, Chen Jiating said. Hao Yanche got up from the bed, and walked to Chen Jiating.
My status?
Hao Yanche asked.
What about your status?
Chen Jiating closed her mouth.
Yuan Gungun didn't want Hao Yanche to hurt Chen Jiating. Yuan Gungun got out of bed, but she couldn't stand steady and fell face down onto the floor. Hao Yanche heard Yuan Gungun's cry.
He walked to Yuan Gungun, and carried her back to the bed.
If you can't stand steady, then don't get out of bed, Hao Yanche said.
Yuan Gungun rubbed her sore forehead. Hao Yanche held her hand, there was a lump on her forehead.
Auntie Chen, apply the cream for her, Hao Yanche said.
Yes, young master, Mrs. Chen said.
Yuan Gungun hid under the bedsheet.
If you don't let Auntie Chen apply cream for you within 15 minutes, I'll apply cream for you, Hao Yanche said. Hao Yanche stood, and walked out of the room.
20 minutes later, Hao Yanche returned to the room. Yuan Gungun was crying on Mrs. Chen's shoulder. Everyone leave, Hao Yanche ordered. Yuan Gungun hugged Mrs. Chen's waist, and she refused to let go. Let go, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gungun shook her head. Hao Yanche freed Mrs. Chen from Yuan Gungun's arms.
Then Mrs. Che, Chen Jiating and Chen Jiawen left the master bedroom.
Hao Yanche picked up a bowl of kanji, and he fed Yuan Gungun the kanji. She looked at him, but she didn't know what he was thinking. End of chapter 108.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 109. Hao Yanche wiped Yuan Gungun's mouth.
Take a painkiller and soak your body in herbal water, Hao Yanche said.
Yuan Gungun shook her head. I'm not asking for your opinion, Hao Yanche said. Yuan Gungun pushed Hao Yanche's chest. I don't want to. Yuan Gungun said in a hoarse voice. Does your throat hurt?
Hao Yanche asked.
Why are you crying? Hurts, Yuan Gungun said. I don't want to. You need to, Hao Yanche said.
No, Yuan Gungun said.
Be quiet, Hao Yanche said. You're hurting my ears. Then you shouldn't hurt my ears, Yuan Gungun said. Why don't you call your big brother due to confront me on your behalf?
Hao Yanche asked.
Yuan Gungun closed her mouth. Hao Yanche stormed out of the bedroom. Yuan Gungun fell into dark thoughts. She didn't have a big brother to rely on anymore.
Na Lu Tingdu was the one person in her life who used to love her and took care of her since she was 5.
But she couldn't rely on him anymore. In the evening, Hao Yin-che returned to the bedroom. Yuan Gungun was crying in her sleep.
He sat on the bed next to her and patted her shoulder.
Yuan Gungun, Hao Yin-che called. Yuan Gungun murmured on a pillow.
Hao Yin-che helped her sit up on the bed. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Hao Yin-che picked up a warm bowl of herbal broth and began feeding the broth to Yuan Gungun. Tastes bad, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yin-che put another spoon of broth into Yuan Gungun's mouth.
I don't want to eat, Yuan Gungun said.
Eat, Hao Yin-che said.
A while later, the bowl of herbal broth was empty.
Hao Yin-che took the empty bowl outside, and Yuan Gungun slept.
At 11 at night, Yuan Gungun woke up naked in Hao Yin-che's arms.
Ah! Yuan Gungun screamed. Be quiet unless you want me to drown you, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yin-che's neck.
She didn't want to soak her body in the herbal water. If you don't let go and stop crying, I'll drown you, Hao Yin-che said.
No, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yin-che undressed and got into the bathtub of herbal water with Yuan Gungun.
The smell of herbal water was like dung to his nose. He didn't know why he sacrificed himself for Yuan Gungun.
Why couldn't he drown her and send her back to the Yuan mansion?
I want to go outside, Yuan Gungun said. The herbal water stung Yuan Gungun's body.
In 30 minutes, Hao Yin-che said.
I want to go outside, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yin-che closed his eyes and held Yuan Gungun in the herbal water. She hugged his neck so she wouldn't drown. But their naked bodies being close together made her feel strange.
30 minutes later, Hao Yin-che kept his promise.
He carried Yuan Gungun out of the herbal water, helped rinse and dry her body and carried her to the bed. Hao Yin-che went back to the bathroom to rinse the herbal water dung smell off his body.
After he returned to the bed, Yuan Gungun rolled the bedsheet around her body like an Eskimo. End of chapter 109.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 110. Are you cold? Hao Yin-che asked.
Yes,
Yuan Gungun said. Then why are you sweating?
Hao Yin-che asked.
It's cold sweat, Yuan Gungun said.
I'll sacrifice my body and be your heater, Hao Yin-che said.
You don't need to, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun protected her Hello Kitty gloves. Take it all off, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun sat back on the bed.
If you don't take it all off, I don't mind using my way to take it all, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun took off her gloves, scarf, beanie, fur jacket, fur vest, and all the other layers under the fur vest except for her nightshirt and the pants underneath the fur pants.
Pants, Hao Yin-che said.
No, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun pounded Hao Yin-che's chest while he took off her fur pants.
Don't test a person's patience, Hao Yin-che said. You're not human, Yuan Gungun said.
Which is why you shouldn't provoke me, Hao Yin-che said. Underneath the fur pants were track pants, jeans, leggings, and shorts that matched her nightshirt.
Daddy, Yuan Gungun called. Even if you called someone from the heavens, it's useless, Hao Yin-che said. Hao Yin-che tossed the pile of clothes onto the floor.
You have 3 seconds to stop crying, Hao Yin-che said.
If you don't stop crying, I'll make you cry every day even if I have to hit you. Do you believe me? Yuan Gungun sniffed her nose. Last night where did you go?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Shopping with my mummy and ate dinner at home, Yuan Gungun said.
Where did you go afterward? Hao Yin-che asked. Big brother Do took me to gossip lovers, Yuan Gungun said.
Then last night you lied to me, Hao Yin-che said. Yuan Gungun didn't know what to say.
Answer me, Hao Yin-che asked.
Yes, but, Yuan Gungun said. What day was yesterday?
Hao Yin-che asked. Friday, Yuan Gungun said.
What did I tell you?
Hao Yin-che asked. I'm only allowed to eat ice cream once a week, Yuan Gungun said.
Are my words only wind to you?
Hao Yin-che asked. No, but, Yuan Gungun said.
Does eating ice cream to you mean eating ice cream off your body?
Hao Yin-che asked.
Or is it you and him have a special way of eating ice cream like taking off clothes and biting each other? Hao Yin-che pulled down Yuan Gungun's nightshirt.
There were another man's markings on her breast.
Big brother Do, he, Yuan Gungun mumbled. It's not what you think. What about kissing lips?
Hao Yin-che asked.
He held Yuan Gungun's throat. Is it a custom for you to kiss other men's lips goodbye? You saw? Yuan Gungun asked.
I didn't just see, Hao Yan-che said. I saw clearly.
Why didn't you two do it in the car like how we did it together last night? Yuan Gungun looked down and didn't say anything. Hao Yan-che let go of Yuan Gungun's neck.
He walked to the door, kicked the door open and walked outside.
Yuan Gungun curled up on the bed and cried.
She wished the person she liked was now Lu Tingdu instead of Hao Yan-che. 1 week later, Yuan Gungun became abnormally quiet.
She only talked if someone asked her a question. Other times she laid in bed and watched TV.
On the following Monday, Yuan Tinglu called Yuan Gungun and told her that now Lu Tingdu moved to Paris.
Now Lu Tingdu asked Yuan Tinglu to pass on a message to Yuan Gungun.
Now Lu Tingdu wanted Yuan Gungun to be happy, and he would buy her French chocolates when he came back home to visit. But she knew that now Lu Tingdu wouldn't come back to visit her again.
Hao Yan-che noticed Yuan Gungun's odd change in behavior.
He didn't want to upset her, so he suppressed his frustrations. He hated how she stuck to the rules.
The change in Yuan Gungun's behavior was a butterfly effect. Hao Yan-che couldn't vent out his frustrations on Yuan Gungun, and as a consequence anyone working under him were affected even if they didn't provoke him. Some of Hao Yan-che's employees went to a temple and prayed that a deity would exorcise whatever was possessing Hao Yan-che's body. End of chapter 110.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 111.
At night, Hao Yan-che entered the master bedroom.
Yuan Gungun quietly got out of bed. Do you want to take a bath? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yes, Hao Yan-che said.
Yuan Gungun quietly followed Hao Yan-che to the bathroom.
She turned on the tap, waited for the bathtub to be full, tested the water and quietly walked out of the bathroom.
1 hour later, Hao Yan-che walked out of the bathroom and sat on the bed.
Yuan Gungun knelt behind him and blow-dried his hair.
Hao Yan-che felt the way Yuan Gungun touched his head was indifferent.
Since their argument that day, she didn't bicker with him, didn't ask him for dessert, didn't cry, and quietly performed her duties like there was nothing between them. She acted like a doll without a soul. He was frustrated he couldn't vent, because she didn't do anything wrong. There was a ticking bomb in his stomach.
5 minutes later, Yuan Gungun put the dryer in a drawer and laid in bed. Do you want to sleep yet? Yuan Gungun asked. Not yet, Hao Yan-che said. Then can I watch TV? Yuan Gungun asked.
Hao Yan-che moved closer to Yuan Gungun on the bed.
Yes? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yuan Gungun moved to the edge of the bed to distance herself from Hao Yan-che, and turned on the TV. Hao Yan-che took a deep breath, and told himself to be patient. He got out of bed, got a pudding out of the fridge and put it in Yuan Gungun's hands.
Thank you, young master. Che, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yan-che missed the way Yuan Gungun called his name sweetly.
He fisted his hands, and laid close to her. He didn't expect she would get out of bed and sit on a chair to eat the pudding. I remember you said I'm not allowed to eat on the bed, Yuan Gungun said.
Hao Yan-che wanted to kill someone. How often did he feed Yuan Gungun in bed?
Yet she suddenly wanted to abide by the rules. She broke all his rules. So he got rid of the rules. He wanted to go back to the period they were happy together. Yuan Gungun threw the rubbish in the bin, washed her hands in the bathroom and laid on the edge of the bed. I'm going to sleep, Yuan Gungun said. She closed her eyes.
You can turn off the TV when you want to. Yuan Gungun. Hao Yan-che said. Yuan Gungun fell off the bed.
Hao Yan-che got out of bed and carried her back to the bed.
What do you want?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Yuan Gungun was unlucky.
Hao Yan-che startled her and made her fall off the bed. Her forehead hurt, but he was pain-free, yet he acted like she was in the wrong. She should be the one who asked what he wanted.
Tell me what you want, Hao Yan-che said. I don't want anything, Yuan Gungun said.
Then smile, Hao Yan-che said.
Hao Yan-che pushed Yuan Gungun's mouth up.
She didn't know why he was acting odd, but she forced herself to smile.
Do you call this a smile?
Hao Yan-che asked.
Who do you want to scare? It's hard to look at. Yuan Gungun smiled wider. Not like this, Hao Yan-che said. Like how you usually smile. Yuan Gungun had enough and cried.
You're not allowed to cry, Hao Yan-che said and held Yuan Gungun's face.
Yuan Gungun pushed Hao Yan-che's chest hard. I don't want to smile. Yuan Gungun said. I've done everything to appease you, but why are you picking fights with me? Does watching me suffer make you happy? If you don't want to see me, you can pick up the phone and call my daddy. Tell my daddy that you hate me, and you want to send me back to the Yuan mansion. There is no reason for you to treat me like this. End of chapter 111.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 112. Yuan Gungun turned away from Hao Yen-che and cried.
A moment later, Yuan Gungun felt Hao Yen-che got out of bed.
She thought he was going to kick down another door.
But she felt something heavy jumped onto the bed, and something scratched her back. She couldn't stand being touched by Hao Yen-che.
Don't touch me, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun turned around and was happily surprised to see a snow-white werewolf. The werewolf took up more than half the giant bed. The werewolf's tail was white and long, and its eyes were violet and arrogant like a king.
Auntie Li? Yuan Gungun asked.
Yuan Gungun didn't think it was Qiu Li Luo, because the werewolf on the bed was bigger than Qiu Li Luo and had cold violet eyes instead of Qiu Li Luo's warm violet eyes.
Young master? Yuan Gungun asked.
The werewolf growled, and its violet eyes looked at Yuan Gungun's eyes without blinking.
Yuan Gungun rubbed the werewolf's cheeks.
Che?
Yuan Gungun asked.
The werewolf stuck out its tongue and wagged its long white tail. Yuan Gungun rubbed the werewolf's back, neck, and legs. She smiled for the first time in days. The werewolf let Yuan Gungun touch it and hug it. If she looked at its face, she could see it raising its eyebrows and twitching its nose. A long time later, Yuan Gungun had enough fun playing with the werewolf and remembered she was angry. She laid back in bed and turned her back toward the werewolf. The werewolf was unhappy Yuan Gungun ignored it after she had her fun. Its paws pushed her back. She continued to ignore it, so its paws pushed her head and bottom. Then its front right paw pushed her shoulder and its front left paw rubbed her chest.
Hey, you're playing dirty, Yuan Gungun said.
The werewolf wagged its tail happily. Each time Yuan Gungun held onto its invasive paw, it would use a different paw to rub her chest and bottom.
You're bullying me, Yuan Gungun said. The werewolf's paws stopped rubbing Yuan Gungun's body. Big brother do as my big brother, Yuan Gungun said. I'll always see him as my big brother.
That night he overpowered me, kissed me, and left marks on me.
But you forced yourself on my body, and accused me of seducing you and big brother do. Why can't you see the difference between right and wrong? How can you be cruel to me this way?
The werewolf's paws rubbed Yuan Gungun's cheeks like its paws were wiping her tears. The werewolf curled next to her on the bed, its head rubbed her neck and it howled softly.
Yuan Gungun hugged the werewolf's neck and cried on its head.
The werewolf waited for Yuan Gungun to cry herself to sleep. Then a bright white light emitted from the werewolf's body and it changed into a naked Hao Yen-che.
Hao Yen-che kissed Yuan Gungun's forehead, got out of bed and put on clothes. In the morning, Yuan Gungun woke up on Hao Yen-che's chest.
She rubbed her eyes, remembered about last night and felt embarrassed.
Yuan Gungun and Hao Yen-che shared a long awkward silence.
Yuan Gungun looked around the bed, and pointed at the broken bedhead. You broke this, Yuan Gungun said and looked everywhere else except at Hao Yen-che's face.
I'm sorry, Hao Yen-che said. End of chapter 112.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 113. Hao Yen-che hugged Yuan Gungun and stroked her back. Che, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yen-che said. Hao Yen-che was happy Yuan Gungun sounded like herself again.
He felt like the woman he loved returned to him. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yen-che's neck and cried on his shoulder. You're not allowed to lie to me again, Hao Yen-che said.
Yuan Gungun said.
Like how Hao Yen-che didn't think there would be a day he would like seeing a sunny sky, he didn't think he would fall in love with a woman like Yuan Gungun.
Hao Yen-che took Yuan Gungun to the dining room. Today is good weather, she too said. Your young master's employees' prayers were answered. They got to escape your young master's stormy moods.
She too smiled at Yuan Gungun who was sitting on Hao Yen-che's lap and eating.
Big brother Chi too, do prayers really come true? Yuan Gungun asked. Of course, Chi too said.
Look at your young master's good mood.
It's thanks to the employees emptying their pockets.
Before today, your young master's moods were either icy or hot. Yuan Gungun looked at Hao Yen-che's face, he didn't look like he was in a good mood.
Little girl, do you have a wish you want to come true? She too asked. Yes, Yuan Gungun said. I have a lot of wishes. Like what? She too asked. Yuan Gungun looked at Hao Yen-che feeding her pieces of bread. Do you want your young master? She too asked. Yuan Gungun's face turned red and she shook her head. You don't want your young master? She too asked. It's not like that, Yuan Gungun said. Then what do you want? She too asked. I, Yuan Gungun said. Eat, Hao Yan-che said. She too laughed.
It was the first time the servants heard someone laugh in several days.
After breakfast, Hao Yan-che and Yuan Gungun went to work together.
At midday, Yuan Gungun sat on Hao Yan-che's lap and ate lunch like in the past.
Why do you want to come here to work? Yuan Gungun asked. You used to like working at home. Hao Yan-che tucked Yuan Gungun's hair behind her ears. Lately it's busy at work, Hao Yan-che said.
Then why do you have to dye your hair black to go to work?
Yuan Gungun asked. Hao Yan-che fed Yuan Gungun a dish.
She didn't push him to answer. She fed him a dish she liked.
This tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun said.
Che, today in the tea room, I heard big sisters talked about an unsolved string of murders.
Is it true? Yes, Hao Yan-che. Why didn't I know sooner? Yuan Gungun asked.
You don't watch the news, Hao Yan-che said.
You don't watch the news either, Yuan Gungun said. How did you know?
I just know, Hao Yan-che said. Oh, Yuan Gungun said and ate a prawn.
Aren't you scared?
Hao Yan-che asked. Not scared, Yuan Gungun said.
Aren't you scared the killer will target you?
Hao Yan-che asked. I'm safe because the killer wouldn't target someone who looks like me, Yuan Gungun said.
End of chapter 113. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 114.
Big sisters said the killer chose beautiful women to kill, Yuan Gungun said.
Because of my looks and I have you, I'm not scared. Hao Yan-che pinched Yuan Gungun's face.
He was in a good mood because she felt safe having him. The killer's victims died pitifully, Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun put the chopsticks down.
She felt sad for the victims.
Hao Yan-che picked up the chopsticks and put food in Yuan Gungun's mouth. Yuan Gungun chewed.
She thought about what she too said, so she considered going to the temple to pray for world peace. She could also pray that Hao Yan-che would always be in a good mood, and for him to let her eat ice cream 7 days a week. At 10:25 at night, Yuan Gungun heard a woman's screams and fell out of bed.
Hao Yan-che carried Yuan Gungun back to bed. Che, Yuan Gungun called. Hao Yan-che stroked Yuan Gungun's back. Don't be scared, Hao Yan-che said. It's only sounds of someone playing. Yuan Gungun hugged Hao Yan-che. She couldn't stop shaking.
Che, I'm scared, Yuan Gungun said. You're safe, Hao Yan-che said.
I'm here with you. I won't let anything happen to you. Yuan Gungun looked at Hao Yan-che's calm eyes. She stopped shaking.
But she cried for the victim.
Hao Yan-che kissed the tears on Yuan Gungun's face.
Look how scary I am, Hao Yan-che said. If you're not scared of me, then there's nothing for you to be scared of.
The killer is scarier than you, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yan-che gently kissed Yuan Gungun's cut lips from her fall. Che, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yan-che licked the blood from Yuan Gungun's lips.
Che, my head feels dizzy, Yuan Gungun said.
Sleep, Hao Yan-che said.
I can't sleep, Yuan Gungun said.
I'm here with you, Hao Yan-che said. Sleep. Yuan Gungun said.
Yuan Gungun closed her eyes and drifted to sleep.
Hao Yan-che let go of Yuan Gungun.
He got out of bed, dressed and made a phone call.
Later E2 entered the master bedroom to see Hao Yan-che. Investigate the addresses of the victims, Hao Yan-che said.
E2 noticed a familiar photo on one of Hao Yan-che's laptops under the listing of the killer's future victims.
Isn't that a photo of Gungun? E2 asked. Go investigate, Hao Yan-che said. Yes, young master, E2 said. E2 carried the laptop and left the room. Hao Yan-che looked at the bed. Yuan Gungun was sleeping soundly.
His fingers tapped the table.
He wanted to find out the killer's identity and motive.
A while later, E2 returned to the master bedroom looking solemn.
What did you find out? Hao Yan-che asked. Young master, have you heard about the details of the recent spree killings? E2 asked.
Get to the point, Hao Yan-che said.
The IP address of the uploaded victims' photos is the same as the bedroom next door, E2 said. Don't alarm anyone here, Hao Yan-che said. Investigate the killer's identity. But young master, E2 said.
E2 saw Hao Yin-she's warning and swallowed his words.
Yes, young master, E2 said. E2 bowed and left the master bedroom. End of chapter 114.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 115. The next 7 nights, Yuan Gungun had nightmares.
Hao Yin-she gave her a bit of his blood to help her sleep. She was sheltered by her parents. It would be strange if she wasn't scared of the serial killer. Che, Yuan Gungun murmured in her sleep. Hao Yin-she stroked Yuan Gungun's back and kissed her forehead.
It's okay, Hao Yin-she said. I'm here. Sleep. Hours later, Yuan Gungun woke up.
Today we're not going to work, Hao Yin-she said.
Go change your clothes and I'll take you out. Where are you taking me? Yuan Gungun asked.
Go change your clothes, Hao Yin-she said.
Yuan Gungun went to the bathroom, brushed, washed and changed her clothes. 1 hour later, Yuan Gungun sat next to Hao Yin-she at a restaurant.
He fed her sweet and sour ribs. But it was the plates of desserts on the table that surprised her. Che, there are too many dishes on the table, Yuan Gungun said.
We won't be able to eat it all.
I know, Hao Yin-she said.
Hao Yin-she put a shumai in Yuan Gungun's mouth. Yuan Gungun didn't understand why Hao Yin-she took her out to eat a meal at a crowded restaurant.
In the past he hated being in noisy places. But the sounds of chatter and glasses clinking helped calm her anxiety.
Eat, Hao Yin-she said. The food is getting cold.
For several days Yuan Gungun lost her appetite.
She lost a lot of weight and looked sick. Even she didn't want to look at herself in the mirror. Hao Yin-she watched Yuan Gungun eat, and he endured the noisy surroundings. This tripe tastes delicious, Yuan Gungun said. Yuan Gungun fed Hao Yin-she a tripe.
He was relieved to see her smile. If she smiled, he felt his world was at peace.
3 hours later, Hao Yin-she took Yuan Gungun to an amusement park. He was unhappy she was having too much fun and didn't pay attention to him. 5 hours later, Hao Yin-she and Yuan Gungun sat on a bench under a shady tree.
Thank you, Che, it's been a long time since I had fun at an amusement park, Yuan Gungun said.
You're the best. Yuan Gungun linked arms with Hao Yin-she.
Strangers would have thought they were lovers. But she didn't know how he saw her.
To him, was she his lover, maid, or secretary? Hao Yin-she opened a bottle of water and passed it to Yuan Gungun. She drank half the bottle and felt satisfied. Where do you want to go next? Hao Yin-she asked. I want to go to the zoo, Yuan Gungun said. Hao Yin-she's nose twitched. You don't want to go? Yuan Gungun asked. Let's go, Hao Yin-she said. 1 hour later, Hao Yin-she walked around the zoo and looked like he wanted to vomit.
Yuan Gungun was right, having a strong sense of smell like Shao Qi who fainted from vomit odor was a curse.
Che, are you okay? Yuan Gungun asked. You look sick. It's nothing, Hao Yin-she said. Hao Yin-she held Yuan Gungun's hand.
He walked quickly to the zoo's restaurant so his nose could escape the torturous dung odors.
End of chapter 115.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.